This is Audible.
Dead Men Whistling by Graham Masterton. Narrated by Aoife McMahon. Níl is ag aon duine cá bhfuil fód a bháis. Nobody knows where they will die. Irish proverb. Chapter 1. The O'Regan family were in the middle of breakfast when their front doorbell started urgently ringing, again and again.
"Somebody's at the door, Daddy,"
said 3-year-old Grania, with porridge all round her mouth. Kieran looked across the kitchen at Moira, who was standing in front of the oven frying Colcannon cakes. Her eyes widened, and she laid down her spatula as the bell began to ring continuously.
"Shall I go?"
asked 5-year-old Reardon, slipping down from his chair. The ringing carried on, but then somebody started beating their fist against the door too. Kieran laid his hand on Reardon's shoulder and said, No, I'll go. Whoever it is, it sounds like they're pure vexed about something." "Kieran," said Moira, taking the skillet off the gas. It was 8 o'clock and gloomy in the kitchen. The window was speckled with fat, glistening raindrops. "It's all right. It'll only be old Roddy, moaning about the kids playing long slogs down the street and denting his car again. Just because I'm a guard, he thinks I should be keeping a 24-hour watch in the whole neighbourhood." He stood up and went to the kitchen door. But as he did so, Moira said, "Kieran," again, and she had to raise her voice because the ringing and the banging were so loud. Little Grania covered her ears with her hands, still holding on to her drippy porridge spoon. "Nothing to worry about, love," said Kieran, by which he was reminding Moira that these days he kept a pistol in the pocket of the duffel coat hanging by the front door. He had only just stepped out into the hallway, though, when there was a louder bang and a splintering, shuddering sound, and the front door was kicked wide open. 3 men came bursting in out of the rain, all wearing black balaclavas to hide their faces, black leather jackets and jeans. The leading man was toting a sawn-off shotgun. Kieran took 2 stumbling steps back into the kitchen. He tried to slam the door shut, but the leading intruder kicked it open again with his boot and lifted his shotgun so that it was pointing only 30 centimetres away from Kieran's face. "Whatever it is you're thinking of doing, Head, don't even feckin' think about it," the man told him in a thick, rasping voice. "Not unless you want your wains to be eating their daddy's brains along with their breakfast." Grania dropped her spoon and let out one piercing scream after another, while Reardon began to sob and twist the front of his jumper in distress. Moira stepped forwards, ashen-faced, and said, "Get out of our house. Just get out." "Will you get that feckin' babby to hold her wisht, or else I'll feckin' shut her up myself," the man retorted. "Don't you dare touch my children," said Kieran. "I don't know what it is you want, but you're going to be in deeper shite than you could ever dream of. Now get out of here." "Oh, we're not going without what we came for," said the man, still keeping his shotgun pointed at Kieran's face. "And for Christ's sake, shut that feckin' wain up, will you?" Grania continued to scream. Her face was scarlet, and tears were rolling down her cheeks. Moira came across the kitchen to pick her up, but the man was quicker. He sidestepped around Kieran, transferred his shotgun to his left hand, and smacked Grania hard around the side of the head so that she tipped off her chair onto the floor, still screaming. Kieran seized the man's arm and tried to twist the shotgun out of his hand, but the man kept his hold on it and fired it with a deafening blast into the ceiling. Plaster showered down all around them like a snowstorm, and even when it had settled, acrid grey smoke was still sliding sideways across the kitchen. Kieran swung a punch at the man, but only managed to hit him a glancing blow on his shoulder. Before he could punch him again, the 2 other intruders came bustling into the kitchen and seized his arms. Kieran was short, but he was blocky and fit. Yet these men were much heavier and stronger. He could smell the stale cigarettes and alcohol on their breath. "Right, that's enough of this feckin' scrapping," said the man with the shotgun. "You're coming along with us for a ride in the country, like, so that you and me can have a bit of a blather." Kieran struggled to free himself from the two men holding him and kicked out like a galloping horse, but they were gripping him too fiercely, and they almost wrenched his right shoulder out of its socket. Panting, wincing with pain, he stared into the hazel-coloured eyes of the man holding the shotgun and said, "I wreck you. I'm sure I do. If you had the balls to take that mask off, I could put a name on you. I'm sure of it." The man grinned. "Maybe you could, Head. But this isn't about me, like. It's about you and the feckin' hames you've made of everything. So why don't you come along nice and cooperative, like, do you know what I mean? And we can get a few matters cleared up." "Where are you taking him?" Moira challenged him, although her voice was shaking. She was holding Grania in her arms now and rocking her to calm her down, while Reardon was clinging to her apron, his mouth turned down in misery. "You're not going to hurt him, are you?"
"Don't you fret, girl," the man told her. "We just wanted to take your old man somewhere dead quiet so we could talk about this, that and the other without being disturbed. I'll tell you this though, it wouldn't be at all advisable for you to be calling the cops, like. We'll know if you do, and the consequences for your old man here, well, they could be desperate."
"Please don't hurt him," said Moira, her eyes crowded with tears. "He's a very good man, the very best, and you wouldn't be depriving these poor little Waynes of their father, would you?"
Kieran said, "It's all right, Moira. These fellows obviously have a grievance, but I'm sure we can come to some kind of a compromise. Just stay here and try to keep calm, okay? I'll be back as soon as we've sorted everything out. Do as he says, though. Don't call this in. In fact, don't call anybody. I love you. And I love you too, Reardon. And you too, Grania, darling."
"That's it with the feckin' sentimental mush," said the man with the shotgun. "You'll have me feckin' puking in a moment. Let's go."
Kieran offered the men no resistance as they ushered him out of the broken open front door and into the rain. From here, on St. Christopher's Road on the north side of Cork City, he could see the ragged black clouds racing in from the hills on the far side of the River Lee. He thought that they looked like a tumultuous horde of flying witches, with their torn cloaks trailing behind them. As the men led him up the street towards a silver Mercedes saloon, his knees suddenly turned watery, and if they hadn't been holding his arms, he would have collapsed. Whatever reassuring words he had given Moira, he had never been so terrified in his life. Not even when he had been shot at during a botched bank robbery in Macroom, and the Garda standing next to him had been killed. He had to clench his bladder to stop himself from wetting his jeans. The men opened the rear door of the car and pushed Kieran inside. A driver was sitting waiting, smoking a cigarette. He too was masked in a black balaclava. The man with the shotgun climbed into the front passenger seat, while the other two wedged themselves into the back, with Kieran in the middle. The driver reached across to the glove box and took out a pair of Garda-issue semi-rigid handcuffs. He gave them to the man with the shotgun, who passed them back to the man sitting on Kieran's left.
"These are for health and safety, like," said the man with the shotgun. "As in, our health and safety, not yours."
The man sitting next to him clipped the handcuffs onto Kieran's wrists and sniffed.
"All right, where are we headed?"
asked Kieran, trying to sound brave as the Mercedes pulled away from the curb and turned right up Mermont Lawn towards Ballyvolan.
"Like I promised you, Head, somewhere dead quiet,"
said the man with the shotgun. It was now laid across his lap, and Kieran had the grimmest feeling that he had come out this morning with every intention of using it.
"So what's this all about then?"
he persisted. They were driving north now on the Ballyhooly Road, and the rain was lashing harder than ever, so that the windshield wiper was whacking from side to side at full speed. He had guessed why these men had abducted him, and who they were, but he wasn't going to say that he knew. Let them come out with it, and admit that they were involved in it. The man sitting on his left sneezed loudly and wiped his nose with the back of his hand. Without turning around, the man with the shotgun said, "For the love of Jesus, Hoggy, do you want us all to catch our death?" The driver and the other man all chuckled at that and shook their heads. Kieran closed his eyes and thought, if I concentrate hard enough, maybe this isn't happening, And I'm not really in this car at all. I'm back at home eating my Culcannon cakes with Moira and Reardon and Grania. But when he opened them again, they were just passing Dunn's stores at Ballyvolane, and the windscreen wiper was still whacking, and he was still jammed in this car with these 4 rank-smelling gurriers. Apart from them, only the Lord God had any idea where they were taking him, or what they intended to do to him when they got there.
"Did you see that feckin' qualifier last night?"
said the man on his right.
"Corn was shite. If he hadn't been interceptificated for that free, Connolly would never have got that feckin' equaliser." "Oh, that was a feckin' blip, that's all," said the man with the shotgun. "The pace of the game at inter-county level these days, it's feckin' mental. You wait and see. Cohen's going to be a starlet when he gets himself up to speed."
"They're abducting me," thought Kieran. "They're abducting me and they're talking about football." Somehow that filled him with even greater dread. The game that they had watched on the television last night was more interesting to them than his life. They drove through Upper Dublin Hill and then turned left at Kilcool into a narrow hedge-lined road. They passed a few neat bungalows and then they arrived at a deserted car park beside a long grey stone wall. Over the top of the wall, Kieran could see crosses and stone angels, and he knew where they had brought him. The man with the shotgun had described it perfectly. Somewhere dead quiet. It was St. Catherine's Cemetery at Kilcully. The driver reverse parked close to the cemetery gates, and they all climbed out. Although a chilly wind was still blowing, the rain had suddenly eased, and breaks were appearing in the clouds.
"Come on then, let's go and pay our holy respects,"
said the man with the shotgun. There was nobody around, and so he was carrying the gun quite openly, tilted over his shoulder. Hoggy, the sneezer, opened the boot of the Mercedes and lifted out a large grey nylon bag, about the size of an airline carry-on case. But before Kieran could see clearly what it was, the other man had gripped his arm and was pushing him towards the cemetery's small side gate. The black and gilded wrought iron gate was locked, but the man with the shotgun gave it 3 hard kicks to break the latch and it swung open. He then led the way along the asphalt path between the gravestones and the statues. None of them spoke, and apart from the wind rustling in the trees, the cemetery was silent. Its shrubs and flower beds were all neatly tended, and in the distance Kieran could see the green hills of Ballynahena. The peacefulness only added to his fear, and he stumbled again.
"Didn't have a couple of cups of paddies for your breakfast, did you, Head?"
the man with the shotgun asked him. They reached a secluded plot at the back of the cemetery surrounded by yew bushes. An angel stood at each corner of the plot, 3 of them with their heads bowed, and the 4th looking up towards the hurrying clouds. Between 2 of the angels there was a metal bench, and the man with the shotgun said to Kieran,
"Here, this is the place. Let's sit down and have that blather, shall we?"
"I've nothing to say to you," said Kieran. "I think I know who you are, and if you are who I think you are, then I'm keeping my bake shut."
"Feckin' sit down, will you?"
said the man with the shotgun.
"Do I have to repeat myself? I've nothing to say."
The man with the shotgun nodded to the man who was holding Kieran's arm, and the man pushed him backwards towards the bench so that he was forced to sit down. The bench was still wet from the rain, and he could feel it through his jeans.
"Do you know who's buried here?"
asked the man with the shotgun.
"That grave right there, with that angel gazing up to heaven."
Kieran said nothing, and made a point of looking in the opposite direction.
"That's Billy O'Conine," the man continued, "and you know full well yourself who is responsible for the premature demise of our Billy, now don't you?"
"What do you want me to tell you?" said Kieran. "I'm not going to pretend that I don't know your man, but I had nothing to do with him getting himself shot. The only person responsible for that was him."
"Oh, you think so? But it was you who shopped him, like, didn't you? When all you had to do was make out that you hadn't seen him. If it hadn't been for you, Ed, our Billy would still be walking and talking and drinking at the Gerald Griffin."
"He might have been walking and talking, but he wouldn't have been drinking anywhere. He would have been banged up in his cell on Rathmore Road, which is where he should have been anyway."
Hoggy was standing close behind Kieran, and Kieran was aware that he had set his grey nylon bag down on the ground and was unzipping it. He half turned his head, but he still couldn't see what the bag contained.
"You've heard of live and let live, like, haven't you?"
said the man with the shotgun.
"Why couldn't you have done that with our Billy? Like, what gave you the feckin' right to think that you could be judge and jury and pass the death sentence on him? He had a wife and 5 kids to take care of. Now he's lying there under that angel, and he can't take care of nobody. And it's all because of you."
"I'm saying nothing," said Kieran. "I didn't bear Billy O'Conine any personal ill will whatsoever. I was only doing my job."
"Well, you should have been a musician rather than a feckin' cop,"
said the man with the shotgun. He reached inside his leather jacket and drew out a shiny nickel low-D whistle, almost 60 centimetres long. He held it out to Kieran and said,
"There, that's your speciality, isn't it? Whistle blowing. Why don't you give us a tune? How about The Ships Are Sailing, or some fancy slip jig like Drops of Brandy?"
Kieran looked at the whistle and then up at the man's eyes. He said nothing. Not only did he have nothing to say, but his lips felt numb. Even if he had known how to play the whistle, he wouldn't have been able to. He could see that this was all leading up to some terrible denouement, and he could barely breathe.
"You don't want to give us a tune, then?"
asked the man with the shotgun.
"Sure, like, that's not very generous of you, is it? Is it something I've said? From what I hear, you've been blowing the whistle fit to bust your feckin' lungs, especially to Chief Superintendent O'Malley."
Kieran was almost certain now that he knew who the man was. He had to be a guard, or else it was highly unlikely that he would have known the name of the Garda's Regional Protected Disclosures Manager. Despite this, Kieran was afraid to challenge him by name, in case he immediately decided to silence him with his shotgun.
"Well, if you won't give us a tune voluntarily, like, we'll have to see if we can get it out of you some other way,"
the man told him.
"Patrick, why don't you hold our friend here steady, while Hoggy does the honours?"
Patrick sat down on the bench on Kieran's right side. He wrapped his left arm around Kieran's shoulders and pulled him in tight. Kieran turned to look at him, but he was so close that he could hardly focus on him, and all he could see behind his balaclava was his bloodshot eyes and a grin with 4 front teeth missing.
"All right?"
Patrick asked him, and winked. His breath was so fetid that Kieran had to turn his face away. It was then that he heard Hoggy start up the chainsaw, right behind him. It didn't fire up the first time, so he had to tug the pull cord 4 or 5 times more. Once it was going, though, it sounded like a moped revving up, impatient for a traffic light to change. Kieran heaved himself sideways and tried to stand up. But Patrick clenched him even tighter and grabbed hold of his short curly hair.
"Get off me, you bastard!"
Kieran screamed at him over the noise of the chainsaw. He attempted to shake his head from side to side, but Patrick had his fingers so firmly in his hair that his fingernails were digging into his scalp. The man with the shotgun stepped right up to him and made the sign of the cross, as if he were giving him benediction.
"Shoot me!"
Kieran screamed.
"If you're going to feckin' kill me, then shoot me."
"I would, but it's not even loaded,"
the man retorted, holding up the shotgun and shaking it.
"And besides, I wouldn't give you the compassion."
With that, he stood back and gave Hoggy the thumbs up. Kieran screamed again, but this time his scream was wordless, more of a shrill roar. And it didn't stop until the teeth of the chainsaw bit into the back of his neck, ripping his denim shirt collar into tatters and then spraying a blizzard of blood and fragments of flesh all the way along the back of the bench. Next the teeth bit into his vertebrae, and for a split second there was a sharp high-pitched chip sound. With one last sideways sweep, Hoggy cut through Kieran's larynx, and then Patrick lifted off his head. Blood pumped out of Kieran's severed neck, gushing over his shoulders and down the front of his shirt.
"Look at the feckin' state of me jacket,"
said Patrick,
I look like I've been working all day at Fiolo Christor too." "They wouldn't employ you thereby," said the man with the shotgun. "They want fellows who know how to kill cows and sheep, not fiends."
Patrick held up Kieran's dripping head so that it was staring directly at the man with the shotgun. Kieran's eyes were open and his mouth was gaping, but his expression was one of bewilderment rather than pain. Patrick turned it around so that he could look at it himself, and then said, "I'd say he looked kind of shook myself, but he didn't take it too bad, wouldn't you say?" Hoggy, meanwhile, had switched off the chainsaw and was stowing it back into its carrying bag.
"Now, it was fierce easier than I thought it was going to be,"
he said, wiping his nose with the back of his hand again.
"I don't know why them ISIS fellows don't use chainsaws instead of them knives. Much more efficienter, you know what I mean, like?" "Yeah, sure. But the trouble with that is, your man here hardly felt nothing at all. For what he did, I think he should have suffered. Still, his loved ones won't have all of him to bury, so they'll be suffering for him. You didn't forget the bag for his head."
Hoggy pulled a Tesco plastic bag out of his jacket pocket. Patrick dropped Kieran's head into it and spun it around to tie up the top, as if he were serving potatoes in the greengrocer's.
"Right, let's be out that gap before any grieving relatives get here," said the man with the shotgun. "Hoggy, the cuffs. We don't want to be leaving any circumstantial now, do we?"
Hoggy removed the handcuffs and stuffed them into his pocket. The man with the shotgun laid it down on the bench beside Kieran's headless body, and then carefully poked the low-D whistle into his windpipe so that only about 17 centimetres were sticking out.
"There, head," he said. "Now you can sit and whistle to your heart's content, and nobody's going to be raging about it."
Chapter 2.
"You're going to love this one, ma'am,"
said Detective Markey as he opened the door of Katie's car for her.
"You really think I needed to see it firsthand?"
Katie asked him, zipping her dark green anorak and tugging up the black nylon fur collar. She had only just recovered from a bad cold, and if Detective Markey hadn't been so insistent, she would have preferred to have stayed in her office in the warm.
"Well, it's fierce unusual, like, the whole scene. And of course he's a bit of a celebrity, so I reckon the media are going to be asking you a rake of questions about it, like what the motive could have been and all that."
3 patrol cars and 2 vans from the Technical Bureau were parked in the steep driveway of the house in Woodhill Park in Tivoli, as well as an ambulance. The lower end of the road had been cordoned off from Lover's Walk. The house itself was huge, white-painted, with a grey tiled roof and Art Deco windows. It stood in at least half an acre of shrubs and decorative flower beds, with a wide patio at the side that overlooked the River Lee far below. A red Bentley Continental GT was parked in front of the double garage, measled with raindrops.
"Do you know how much one of them would set you back?"
said Detective Markey as they walked around the Bentley to reach the front porch.
€250,000 yo-yos, easy."
"Oh, is that all, Nick?" said Katie. "In that case I'll order 2. Detective Sergeant Kynani Newline was standing outside the wide oak front door, talking to Detective Patrick O'Donovan. Her short blonde hair was covered with a green knitted beanie, and she was wearing a baggy purple raincoat and knee-length boots, which made her look more than ever like one of the Aes She, the fairy folk. Detective O'Donovan was unshaven, and his hair was all messed up, as if he had been called here straight from his bed. Kyna turned around as Katie approached and gave her a wide-eyed look that conveyed everything intimate that she wanted to tell her without her having to say it out loud. They hadn't seen each other for over 2 weeks because Kyna had been at Garda HQ in Dublin on an Evo Fit training course.
"How are you? I missed you."
In return, Katie closed her eyes for a moment to acknowledge that she had received and understood what Kyna was trying to convey.
"So, what's the story?" she asked. "I would have thought that Jimmy O'Faolain would be the last person that anybody would want to send off to higher service." "I agree with you, ma'am," said Kyna. "He was minted. And he was always throwing parties, and he was everybody's best friend. A legend." "Maybe it's connected to the GAA,"
suggested Detective O'Donovan.
He was chairman of the Rockmassic Rovers, wasn't he? Well, apart from being chairman of about 1 million other clubs and societies and charities and the Lord knows what.
What about it? Asked Katie.
Have you not heard? There's been some rumours recently about the Rovers throwing games, deliberate like.
Why would they want to do that? I thought they were hoping to be top of the league this year.
I haven't a baldy. Myself, I wouldn't know one end of a hurley from the other.
At that moment, Bill Finner, the chief technical expert, came out of the house, tugging back the hood of his white Tyvek suit. He looked even more miserable than usual. Katie knew that he had not only given up smoking, but given up vaping as well, which had done nothing to relieve his permanent state of pessimism. Bill Finner believed that if they were given half a chance, almost everybody in Cork was capable of committing a serious misdemeanour. And whenever they did, it was his dreary duty to find the evidence to convict them. "How are you going on, Bill?" said Katie.
"You can come in now and take a sconce for yourself, ma'am," Bill told her. "So far, the only evidence we've managed to retrieve is one ricocheted bullet. Apart from that, we've found no circumstantial and no material evidence whatsoever, although we'll obviously have the rest of the bullets to examine once the pathologist has dug them out for us. There's no indication of forced entry. There's no footprints on the floors, even though the morning's been so wet. We're testing for dabs, but I'm not very hopeful. There's no cartridge casings neither, so the shooter must have picked them all up."
"No sign of a struggle?" Bill shook his head.
"You'll see why when you come in."
Kaina said, "We have Jimmy's iPhone. It's facial recognition, so we won't have any problem getting into it. We'll also be taking his computers and his books and sending them up to the fraud squad."
"Them books are going to take some going through, I'll tell you,"
put in Detective O'Donovan.
"I reckon your man has twice as many books as the Vatican Library, except that his are all accounts, like, not the Holy Scriptures."
"That doesn't surprise me," said Katie. "From what little I know of Jimmy O'Fueline, it was grade first and God second." "I met him once at a charity dinner in Dublin," said Kaina. "He had a silver tongue, I can tell you. If he hadn't been a financier, he could have been a hypnotist. I almost fell for him myself." Katie raised her eyebrows, but said nothing. Only she knew for certain that the possibility of Kaina ever falling for a man was beyond remote. "Who reported him dead?" she asked.
"His latest girlfriend," said Detective O'Donovan. "She's a Ryanair stewardess, Fiona Caffrey. Jimmy gave her a key because of the odd hours she gets in, and he's often away at some conference or other. She came here directly from the airport at approximately 10:45, and that's when she found him."
"Where is she now?"
"Oh, still here. She's in the conservatory with Garda Malone. She said she doesn't want to leave here until he does."
"I'll have a chat with her in a minute," said Katie. "Meanwhile, let's take a lamp at our unfortunate friend." She took 2 Tyvek shoe covers out of her anorak pocket and lifted up her feet to snap them on. She pulled on black forensic gloves too, in case she needed to touch or handle anything. Then she followed Bill Finner into the hallway. Inside, the house was lavishly decorated. The floor in the hallway was checkered with beige and white marble, and a sweeping staircase came down on the left-hand side, its newel post surmounted by a brass statuette of a bare-chested nymph. A huge crystal chandelier was suspended from the ceiling, softly tinkling in the draught from the open door, and the walls were lined with original oil paintings by Walter Osborne and James Jabusa Shannon, or at least very passable copies of them.
"You see that one?"
said Detective Markey, jerking his thumb towards a portrait of a woman feeding a cat with a bowl of milk.
"I reckon that's worth at least 85,000, that one." "You should have been an auctioneer, Nicky," said Detective O'Donovan. "My old fella used to restore pictures at the Crawford Gallery," said Detective Markey. "Some of the paintings looked like the artist just gawked up his tripe and drasheen all over the canvas, that's what he used to tell me, but it made no odds. They'd never have any bother finding some pretentious flute who'd pay them thousands for it."
They went through to the living room. 2 French windows looked out over the patio, and the floor was highly polished parquet. The sofas and armchairs were all mock rococo, and the side tables were crowded with antique lamps and porcelain figurines and gilded vases. The far end of the room was dominated by a large marble fireplace, and above the fireplace hung an enormous landscape painting of the old head of Kinsale, with fishing smacks and rolling cumulus clouds. Katie noticed that the grate was heaped with wood ash. "The fire's not made up. Don't tell me your man doesn't have any hired help around the house." "Oh, he does, of course," said Kaina. "He has a Polish woman who comes in every day to make up the fire and change the bed and clean the windows and whatever, and another local woman who comes in to cook whenever he needs her, and a gardener too, who's also a bit of a handyman." "So where were they this morning?" "The Polish woman had the morning off because she had to go to the dentist, and the gardener only shows up twice a week." "So it's possible that whoever shot your man knew that the house was going to be empty, apart from him." "It's a fair bet, I'd say," said Detective O'Donovan. "See that Chinese vase with all them red bats on it?" said Detective Markey. "You could get a couple of $1,000 for that, no problem." Bill Finner took them into the corridor on the opposite side of the living room, which led through to the kitchen. Halfway along this corridor there was an open door, and 4 technical experts in white Tyvek suits were clustered around it like a gathering of snowmen, scanning the floor with a green OPS laser and taking flash photographs and powdering the paintwork for latent fingerprints.
"Hey there, fellas. Give us a couple of moments, will you?"
asked Bill Finner, and the technicians shuffled back along the corridor. Bill Finner reached in for the door handle and closed the door. A few centimetres above the central rail there were 5 bullet holes in a tight diamond pattern, with another 2 higher up. Attached to the centre post was a driftwood plaque with a carved wooden heart hanging from it, engraved with the word Jacks.
"Caught in his office sending a fax to Poolbeg,"
said Detective O'Donovan. "He probably didn't even know who killed him," said Kaina. "Not unless they shouted out before they shot him to make sure that he was in there." "All right, let's take a sconce," said Katie. She took out the Chanel-scented handkerchief she always carried in her pocket and held it up to her face, partly to mask the smell and partly because her nose had started to run. Bill Finner opened the door wide. Jimmy O'Fuelon was still sitting on the toilet, although he was leaning sideways against the wall. He was a dark-haired, rather Italian-looking man, with sharply defined cheekbones and a strong but narrow chin. His eyes were open, but they had already darkened to a reddish-brown with tache noir. He was wearing a silky maroon pyjama jacket with patterns of lilies on it, and his trousers were gathered around his ankles. One bullet had hit him 5 centimetres above his left eye, drilling a small, neat hole in his forehead, but it had exploded inside his skull so that the hair at the back of his head was sticking up in a wild coronet. Lumps of bloody brain tissue were splattered all the way up the white-tiled wall behind him and were sticking to the pale blue blind. One large lump dropped off onto the floor even as Katie was watching it. Bill Finner went into the toilet and pointed to a triangular chip in one of the tiles.
"That was one of the 2 higher shots," he said. "The bullet ricocheted, and like I say, we've recovered it, so we should be able to identify the caliber pretty quick. If the Seraphs are smiling on us, we might be able to put a name to the type of weapon and even where it came from. And if the Lord God himself is smiling on us, it might have been used before, and we'll have it in our database."
Delicately, as if he were opening the curtains of a toy theatre, he parted the front of Jimmy O'Fuelon's pyjama jacket. Katie could see that the remaining 5 bullets had hit him in a cluster in the chest, around his heart. Runnels of blood had dried over the folds in his stomach and into his dark curly pubic hair.
"He's a grand healthy suntan, your man, doesn't he?" said Detective Markey. "Always hopping off for holidays in the Caribbean, from what I hear. Me, I can't even stretch to a long weekend in Santa Ponsa."
Detective O'Donovan said,
"Pff, I'd rather be broke as a joke than minted and 6 feet under. Why do you think cemeteries don't have shops?"
Katie said, "Approximate time of death, Bill."
Judging by his eyes and his body temperature, sometime around 9:30 this morning, I'd say.
We're going house to house, said Kaina. Not that there are many houses around here to go to, and there's no CCTV either end of Lover's Walk. OK, said Katie. Let me talk to Jimmy's girlfriend and see if she knows why anybody might have wanted to see him dead. Fiona Caffrey was sitting at one end of a white wickerwork sofa in the conservatory, clutching a damp handkerchief in her lap. Garda Malone stood close behind her, her arms folded, looking bored. Garda Malone was often put in charge of female suspects who might be a flight risk, because she had a soothing and sympathetic way of talking to them, but she was stocky and strong and a fast runner too. Detective O'Duvlin called her a Mount Knocknaska with legs, although not to her face. The conservatory had underfloor heating, and it was filled with giant ceramic plant pots, so that every breath was fragrant with sweet bay and stephanotis and begonias. As she walked across the tiled floor, Katie couldn't help thinking of the 2 dried-up violets on her own kitchen windowsill. "Fiona," she said, "I'm Detective Superintendent Maguire. How are you coming along there?" Fiona looked up, her eyes red and swollen from crying. She was a handsome girl, with a long face and large violet eyes, although she had quite a prominent nose. Her ash-blonde hair was fastened in a French pleat, so that she looked like a typical hostess from an airline advertisement. She was still wearing her bright blue Ryanair uniform, although she had taken off her rose-pink wrap overcoat and hung it over the back of the sofa, and Katie could see from the label that it was C. Marjan. She had tried on one of those coats herself in Brown Thomas, but she hadn't bought it. Apart from being too long for her, its price tag had been €2,420. Katie also recognised Fiona's shoes, pink T-bar courts with square gold studs all around them, although she hadn't tried those on. They were Valentino Garavani and at least €700 a pair. She knew roughly what the salary scale was for Ryanair's cabin crew, so she could only guess that Jimmy O'Fuelon must have been lavishing a fair amount of money on her. "We'll need to talk to you down at Anglesey Street," she told Fiona, sitting down beside her. "For now, though, there's a couple of things I need to ask you, if that's okay." Fiona nodded. "I just can't believe that Jimmy's dead," she said miserably. "I keep thinking he's going to come walking in the door at any moment, laughing and saying that he was only spoofing, like, do you know what I mean?" "When was the last time you saw him?" Fiona's lips puckered, and she gave a deep, heaving sob. "Monday morning. We'd spend the weekend together. We didn't often get the chance to do that because he was always so busy with this and that. We went down to Kinsale and had lunch at Finn's Table. That was Jimmy's favourite restaurant, Finn's Table. He loved the baked lobster." "So where have you been since Monday morning?" "Malaga. I was called to step in because one of the other girls was sick." "Were you and Jimmy in contact while you were there? Any texts or emails between you?" "We texted each other Monday night, and then I texted him again on Tuesday afternoon telling him when I was going to be back." "Did he reply to that?" "Only with the thumbs up emoji, like." "So you had no indication that he might be in trouble or worried about something?" Fiona shook her head. "Were you aware that he might have been having any bother with his business? Any arguments with anybody?" "Jimmy never argued with nobody. He was always smiling. He used to say that he was born in the crock of gold at the end of the rainbow." "You never heard anybody threaten him?" "Why would they?" Katie looked up at Kaina and Detectives Markey and O'Donovan. Kaina said, "As far as we can make out, nothing's been taken. There's a safe behind a painting in the study, but it doesn't look as if there's been any attempt to open it. No paintings or statues or ornaments appear to be missing." "What about Jimmy's family?" Katie asked Fiona. "Did he get along okay with them?" "Both of his parents are dead, but he has 2 sisters. One of them lives in Macrome and the other one, I'm not sure, England, somewhere I think. He never talked about them much. He was married before and his ex-wife married again and she lives in Carrigaline." "Any children?" "A boy by that marriage. I only met him the once. He's only about 12 and he seemed happy out so far as I could tell." "Did he ever mention Rackmassick Rovers to you?" asked Detective O'Donovan. "The Rovers. They're playing on Saturday at Thurles. He was going to take me along."
But he didn't say anything about match fixing, like.
Fiona shook her head again. "He talked about his business all the time, and how much so-and-so was going to be paying him and when, but nothing much else. Not about the Rovers, no."
"How long had you and he been doing a line?" asked Kaina.
6 months, more or less. We met on a flight back from Naples. He came straight out and asked me to have dinner with him. I was dating another fella, but he was a right lang-dang, so I said yes."
"And how serious would you say your relationship was?"
Fiona shrugged. "With Jimmy you could never tell. Like, he was always smiling and laughing and paying me compliments, but his eyes were always roaming around, do you know what I mean?"
"Do you know who else had a key to the house apart from you?"
Detective Markey asked her.
"Agatha, she's his daily, and Maeve his cook too. She must have done, because sometimes he'd ring her and ask her to come in and have his dinner ready for him when he came home."
"Was your key always in your possession? Is there any chance that somebody might have borrowed it from you without your knowledge, even if it was only for a few seconds?"
Fiona reached over and picked up her pink mulberry satchel, which Katie estimated must have cost over €1,000. "Mother of God," she thought, "I'm getting as bad as Marky, putting a price on everything." But the coat and the shoes and the satchel spoke volumes about Jimmy's feelings for Fiona. Maybe his gifts were a substitute for genuine affection. Maybe they also betrayed what Fiona had come to expect him to give her. She opened up the satchel and showed Detective Markey the key on a silver St. Bridget's cross keyring.
"There, it's always in my bag. I don't see how anybody else could have borrowed it."
Kaina said, "Did Jimmy ever give you gifts of money, or an allowance even?"
"He'd pay for a taxi if I needed one to get home, and he bought me things, but he never gave me big handfuls of cash, if that's what you're talking about. I never asked him for any neither."
"OK," said Katie. "I think that wraps things up for now. Like I say, we'll be asking you to come to Anglesey Street once the technical experts have completed their tests."
"Can it be tomorrow morning? I'm supposed to be going to Lanzarote tomorrow afternoon, unless they give me compassionate leave. But by the way they are at the moment, Ryanair, I'm not so sure."
"All right," Katie told her. "We'll be talking to Agatha and Maeve too, and the gardener. Do you have his name?"
"Dermot,"
said Fiona.
"I only knew him as Dermot."
She paused, and then she said,
"What's going to happen to Jimmy?"
"We'll take his remains to CUH and arrange for the deputy pathologist to examine him. After the post-mortem, he can be released to the undertaker if the coroner okays it. I imagine it'll be quite some funeral, what with all the friends he had."
"I dunno," said Fiona. "He knew thousands of people and they all liked him, but he didn't really have any friends. I tried to be his friends, but it was hard. Everything was always a laugh. I don't think I ever saw him serious, not once. We had some gallery, I tell you, but gallery's not the same as love, is it?"
"Now there's a question," said Katie. Chapter 3. She had only just taken off her anorak and sat down at her desk when Connor rang her. "Connor, what's the story?" she said, leafing through the files that had been left on her blotter while she was out.
"You still sound coldy,"
he said. "I had to go out, but I'll be taking some more Lemsip in a minute. I don't feel too bad."
"That's grand. And I've some news that's going to make you feel even better. The surgeon has just rung me from Gillaby and said that Barney's brain operation was 110% successful. Thankfully his skull wasn't fractured and they've relieved all of the intracranial pressure."
Katie burst into tears. Her assistant, Muireann, heard her from her open office door and poked her plump snow-white face around to see what was wrong. Katie flapped her hand and smiled to tell her that everything was fine. Her Irish setter, Barney, had been dog-napped by travellers and beaten so badly that when he was dumped on her doorstep she was sure he was going to die. Connor had driven him immediately to Gillaby Veteran Hospital in Toker, where he was friends with one of their leading surgeons, Dr. Donal O'Sullivan. At first, the prognosis had been grim. Barney's legs and several ribs were fractured, and he had suffered several impact injuries to the head, most likely caused by being repeatedly hit with a brick.
Oh, Jesus, I thought I was never going to see him again, said Katie, tugging out a Kleenex and wiping her eyes. What about his broken bones?
It's going to be one thing at a time, darling, said Connor. They're giving him thoracentesis at the moment to clear the fluid from his chest, and then they'll be carrying out a full radiographic scan to locate all of his fractures. But Donald says he's amazing. He's never come across a dog as badly injured as Barney who's managed to survive. We'll have to give thanks to St. Roch.
Connor, I don't know what to say to you. You're the one I should be thanking, not St. Roch.
Connor said, I have another surprise for you too.
What is it?
It wouldn't be a surprise if I told you now, would it? What time will you be home?
Late. We've had a homicide, and I'll have to hold a media conference in time for the 6-1 news. Do you know Jimmy O'Foyline?
You're codding me. I've met him a few times, at dinner dances mostly. What did the Echo call him? The Carbon Credit King. Jesus. Who killed him?
If I knew that, I wouldn't be staying late. He was shot in his own house up in Tivoli. The perpetrator let himself in and fired 7 bullets through his toilet door.
Holy St. Michael. Do you have any idea what the motive was? I never heard anybody say a single bad word about him, ever.
That's why we're all flummoxed. But listen, I'll get home as soon as I can. What do you want to eat tonight? There's some of that corned beef casserole left over if you want to heat it up.
I don't know yet. Maybe I'll just ring Apache for a pizza.
Katie took a breath, and then she said, Thank you again for taking care of Barney. If I didn't love you already, I'd fall in love with you just for that.
We're not out of the woods yet, Katie, but Donald's pretty optimistic.
And you're still not going to tell me what your surprise is?
No, definitely not. I'll see you later. I love you.
Katie put down the phone, and as she did so, Chief Superintendent Dennis McCostagoyne came shuffling into her office. He was wearing his usual shirt sleeves and red braces and baggy grey trousers, and his fine white hair was sticking up as if he had been rubbing a balloon on it and it was full of static. Up until now, Katie had always thought he looked seasoned and capable, but today his shoulders were stooped and his stomach was sagging, and she thought he looked elderly.
I gather you've been up to see the late lamented Jimmy O'Foyline,
he said, dragging out the chair on the opposite side of her desk and easing himself down. Yes, sir, and there's a mystery for you if ever there was one. The second most popular man in Cork after Daithí O'Shea. It doesn't look like a robbery that went wrong, not unless there was something specific in the house that his killer came to steal and there's no way to tell that it's gone. Unless I'm stroked, I'd say that it was a highly professional hit.
We're going to be under fierce pressure to get this one wrapped up quickly, Kathleen. Have you heard what came out about Garda Mulligan yesterday at the Disclosures Tribunal? Holy St. Joseph and all the carpenters. What with the district court throwing out our case against Joe Falsey last week, we're beginning to look like a right collection of culchies.
I'm aware of that, sir, said Katie, but it's far too soon to speculate what the motive might have been. Jimmy O'Foyline was popular, all right, but he had his fingers in so many pies it wouldn't be surprising if he'd put at least one person's nose out of joint, even if he hadn't done it malicious-like. But whoever shot him, they knew what they were up to, and unless we have DNA or a credible witness, they're not going to be easy to track down. Murren came into the office with a cup of cappuccino and a plate of cranberry and almond biscuits. Would you care for a cup of tea in your hand, Chief Superintendent? She asked him.
No, I'm grand altogether,
said Chief Superintendent McCostagoyne, although he picked up a biscuit and took a bite out of it. He sat there chewing morosely for a few moments, as if life were all too much for him. But then he said,
What I really came to see you about was McManus.
Katie felt a chill, because she could sense what was coming. In cooperation with Inspector Carroll from Tipperary town, she had arrested Guzai McManus for dogfighting, and he was due to appear in court in 2 weeks' time. Guzai McManus was a traveller, although he was permanently based at the Ballynock halting site on Palmer's Hill, and he made no secret of the fact that he organised all the major dogfights in Tipperary. He had also made no secret of the fact that he had arranged for Barney to be dognapped, and that Barney had been beaten because Katie had refused to drop the case against him. His name, Guzai, came from the alarming cast in his eyes, so that nobody was ever sure if he was looking at them or not. Chief Superintendent McCostagoin said,
"I've been instructed that we won't be pursuing the prosecution against McManus."
Instructed? Instructed by whom?
Frank Magorian. But before you throw a sevener, it wasn't really Frank's decision. The Deputy Commissioner was lobbied by Pavy Point to drop the case. They said that McManus was being discriminated against as a member of an ethnic minority.
I didn't arrest McManus because he was a buzzy. I arrested him because he was making a fortune out of having dogs ripped to pieces. Chief Superintendent McCostagoin swallowed the rest of his biscuit and smacked his hands together.
"I know that, Kathleen, and you know that. But we have to be seen to be fair to the Pavy community, and considering that McManus would only be fined, if that, going ahead with the prosecution wouldn't be worth a candle."
The Pavy community? What about the canine community? What about those poor dumb animals who were tortured all their lives to make them fight, and then have their guts torn out so that scum like McManus can make a fortune out of them? Don't they have rights? Don't we have to be fair to them?
Unfortunately, the Pavy have lawyers, and the dogs don't.
Even more unfortunately, sir, the Pavy put the fear of God into people. I'm allergic to Frank Magorian, and I don't make any secret of it, but I thought he was braver than that. What, is he frightened that a bunch of buzzies are going to come bursting into his golf club and beat him with his own putters? Chief Superintendent McCostagoin stood up.
"I'm sorry, Kathleen, but it's a politically correct world these days, and we've quite enough turmoil in the Garda to be going on with."
"I'm angry," said Katie. "In fact, I'm raging. As you know, my own dog Barney was taken by McManus and almost killed. I've only just been told that he's probably going to pull through. I love that dog. You don't know how much he means to me. But I wasn't going to let McManus off the hook, even if it meant that I'd lose Barney forever, because every day there are hundreds of dogs going through hell. Hundreds. And that's what I'm determined to put a stop to."
"Kathleen, we don't have the budget or the manpower to protect the human beings who need our help. We can't be fretting about dogs. Besides, these dog-fighting gangs, you wouldn't want to cross them unless you knew you could lock them all up, and the law doesn't give us the power to do that. They make more grade out of one dogfight than a major drug deal, and they're not going to pass that up and take up knitting."
Katie said nothing. She liked and respected Chief Superintendent McCostagoin, even though his first reaction to her promotion had been grudging, like many other senior male officers in the southern region. Now he accepted her and defended her whenever she needed defending, although that was rarely necessary these days. Her success rate was well over 60%, and she had learned to hold her own against the golfers and misogynists and Freemasons like Assistant Commissioner Frank Magorian, whose grip on the Garda was gradually weakening. Chief Superintendent McCostagoin looked down at her, and she could sense his sadness.
"I'll see you later, so,"
he told her, and took another biscuit. Matthew McElvey, the young press officer, came up to see her at about 3 o'clock so that he could run over what she was going to say to the media about Jimmy O'Fueloin. "Not very much, to be honest with you," she told him. "I'm going to appeal for witnesses, but that's about all. I'll say that his girlfriend found him shot dead at home, but I'm not going to say that he was found on the jacks, and I'm not going to hazard any guesses about possible motives. I'm not going to say that everybody liked him either. One person obviously didn't, and that one person was enough."
"You don't have any suspects at all?" asked Matthew. "What about his girlfriend?"
"I'm not ruling anybody out, but I can't see the lovely Fiona wanting to do away with him. He was the goose that laid her golden eggs. Of course we tested her hands for gunshot residue just to be sure, but the result was negative, and we didn't find any discarded gloves on the premises."
"She didn't have a jealous ex? Nothing like that?"
"We'll be checking that out, of course, but my feeling is that we may find some clues when the forensic auditors go through his books. Hell hath no fury like a man cheated out of a stock option."
"Right," said Matthew, looking at his watch. "I've told the journals to come in at 4, if that's okay with you."
As he got up to leave, Detective O'Dovlin knocked at Katie's open door. He was unshaven, and his hair was scruffed up, and he was wearing a bronze puffer jacket and light grey skinny-fitting tracksuit pants with beer stains on them. "Michael," she said, "how's it going with the Toomeys?"
Finally, I think I have a result,"
he told her.
"You look beat out. Come and sit down." "Not so much beat out," said Detective O'Dovlin. "More like bored right out of my skull. I never heard so much hard crack in the whole of my life. All those gowls ever talk about is football and drugs and who's the next slag they're going to be getting off with, as if. I thought I was going lakes, apart from having to dress up every day like a walking advertisement for Champion Sports."
Katie couldn't stop herself from smiling. Detective O'Dovlin prided himself on being sharply dressed, but he had been undercover with the Toomeys and the Quinns for the past 2 months, which had meant living in a rented bedsit in Fairhill and strutting around like a disaffected young Norrie.
"They're bringing in a camper van through Rosslare next Tuesday on the 1625 ferry from Fishguard. It's going to be stuffed with fentanyl."
"Now that is a result," said Katie. "You've told D.S. Begley?"
"I will be, as soon as he's back from his lunch."
"There, you see. I told you all those evenings at the halfway bar would pay off in the end."
"Sure, like, they have. But I think I'll have to send my liver to the Mercy for a detox and my brain along to the Dean Clinic for some serious unscrambling."
"We'll have to plan this very carefully," said Katie. "We don't want the revenue jumping on them as soon as they land, and when we follow them from Rosslare to Cork, we don't want them to catch on that they're under surveillance. The small fry I don't care about. It's Seamus Toomey and Douglas Quinn I want. And that means we'll have to try to lift them in flagrante fentanyl."
"There's a couple of places they use to store stuff," said Detective O'Dovlin. "The back of the Maxhall garage on Watercourse Road and an empty house in the corner of Great William O'Brien Street. They've also mentioned guns and explosives, but I don't know where they are. I didn't like to push them too hard to find out in case they suss me."
"You've done well, Michael. I know it wasn't easy."
"I think the hardest part is fighting off Seamus Toomey's sister. She's forever inviting me back to her gaff for what she calls a scoop and a tickle. But you should see the size of her. Jesus! She's like a blue whale in a miniskirt."
Once Detective O'Dovlin had gone, Katie finished her coffee and went through all the messages and reports that had been left on her desk that morning. Connor's news about Barney had made her feel much less harassed and unsettled. And if Detective O'Dovlin's tip-off led to Seamus Toomey and Douglas Quinn being successfully prosecuted for drug smuggling, that would make her year. More and more people of all ages in Cork were becoming addicted to opioids, and there had been 17 opioid-related deaths already since January. Patients would start off with prescription drugs for a minor ailment like a sore back, but then quickly become addicted and turn to the illicit market to feed their habit. Fentanyl was one of the most devastating opioids because it could be 50 times stronger than heroin. It was fentanyl that had killed the singer Prince. Katie's drug team had been warning her that it was increasingly being offered for sale in several of the city's pubs and clubs, either as carfentanil, which had originally been formulated to tranquilize large animals like cattle and even elephants, or as OxyContin, or fake OxyContin anyway. Her neighbour's 24-year-old daughter, Siobhan, had died of an overdose of fentanyl on the first day of June. She was the mother of a 7-year-old baby girl and had been taking opioids to cope with chronic pain after a difficult birth. Katie had attended her funeral at St. Coleman's Cemetery under a granite grey sky, but a rainbow had appeared as her coffin was being lowered into the ground. At that moment, Katie had doubled her determination to stamp out opioid smuggling completely. She had never imagined that it was going to be easy. Most of the fentanyl dealers were IRA splinter groups, like the gang run by Seamus Toomey and Douglas Quinn. Fula na hÉireann, they called themselves, the blood of Ireland. And they were by far the most violent gang in the city, if not the county. One of their favourite punishments was to force their victims to sit on an upright scaffolding pole so that they would slowly be impaled by their own body weight. Murren put her head around the door again. "Would you care for another coffee, ma'am?" she asked her. "No thanks, Murren. If I have any more caffeine, I'll be hopping around like a flea on a griddle." It was a shock to hear about Jimmy O'Fueline, all right, said Muireann. He paid for my neighbour's little girl to go to America to have her cancer treated and never asked for any credit for it. From what I hear, he was awful flahoolach, one of the most generous men you could hope to meet.
That's what everybody tells me, said Katie, but even saints have their enemies, don't they?
She jotted down the bullet points for the statement that she was going to present to the media. Then she got up from her desk and went into the small bathroom at the back of her office. She stared at herself intently in the mirror over the wash basin and thought that she was looking fresher and prettier than she had for a long time. Connor's news about Barney had brightened her up, but last week she had gone to Solo Hair Design on Camden Wharf and had been given a sharp new bob. Her hair had been coloured a darker shade of red, almost as dark as red cherries, and she loved the way it swung when she shook her head from side to side. She had always felt that it shouldn't be necessary for her to use her appearance against those of her fellow officers who treated women Gardaí as inferior, but there was no avoiding reality. She was always given much more respect when she was looking her most attractive. Superintendent Pearce had even confessed to her once that he hadn't been listening to what she was saying about the systemic vandalism of water meters,
because I never noticed before what a powerful shade of green your eyes are.
Chapter 4. The 5 of them were helped out of the minibus by the driver and 2 younger relatives. Their hair was either grey or white, although one of them was bald except for a long comb-over which kept flying up in the wind like the wing of an injured seagull. They shuffled close together through the gates of St. Catherine's Cemetery, almost in lockstep. They were all dressed in black, except for one of the women, who was wearing a dark green overcoat. The 2 younger relatives followed behind them, carrying cellophane-wrapped bunches of red roses. They made their way between the blind stone angels and the flower beds until they reached a grave with a tall black marble headstone. It was shielded on 3 sides by a dark yew hedge, almost 3 metres high, and there was a long stone bench facing it, where the 5 of them all sat down, 3 brothers and 2 sisters. There was no mistaking that they were related. They all had the same broad face and pug-like nose. The 2 younger relatives laid all the roses on the grave, and then they stood behind the bench, 2 young men in their early 20s, looking dutiful but uncomfortable. One of them yawned. After a minute of silent contemplation, the oldest man used his walking stick to lever himself to his feet. He cleared his throat, and then he said, "So, another year has rolled by since Brianna's passing. It's hard to believe that it's 6 years now since we last heard her voice and raised our glasses together to celebrate the O'Leary family and all its achievements. 6 years! And whatever people say about time being the great healer, I know that all of us miss her more than words can express." He paused, and then he went on. "She was always singing it, wasn't she? The Last Rose of Summer, and we sang it together at her wake. I'm no John MacDermot, so I'm not going to try to sing it. But don't the words still have the resonance that they did when she left us, well before her time? I'll not leave thee, thou lone one, to pine on the stem. Since the lovely are sleeping, go sleep thou with them. Thus kindly I scatter thy leaves o'er the bed, where thy mates of the garden lie scentless and dead." He was less than halfway through his quotation when they heard a faint, eerie whistling. At first they thought it was nothing more than the sound of the afternoon breeze blowing through the branches of the cemetery's trees. But it persisted, quavering and low, occasionally hesitating, but then starting up again. They all looked at each other, and at last one of the young men said out loud what all of them were thinking. "Jesus, that's not Granny Brianna's ghost, is it?" "Don't be such an idiot," said the other young man. "That's the wind, that's all." "There's no way that's the wind, listen."
If that's not a ghost playing the whistle, what is it then?"
The oldest man lifted up his walking stick and said,
"Hold your whist, you two, will you? Don't be so disrespectful. We're here to honour your mem's mem, and if her spirit chooses to join us in our remembrance, then so be it."
"Sure like," said one of the young men, "but I don't think Granny ever played the whistle." They sat listening for a few moments, and even though it was tuneless, breathy and intermittent, the whistling continued. It was like listening to a musician who couldn't decide what to play next. One of the women clasped her hands together and closed her eyes in prayer.
"Dear Brianna, if you're here with us now, then we love you and miss you from the bottom of our hearts."
The whistling was suddenly interrupted by an angry outburst of crows cawing at each other, and they could hear wings furiously beating and a scrabbling sound.
"That's coming from right over yonder, like," said one of the young men. "Stall the beans and I'll go take a sconce."
"I'll come with you," said the other young man. The two of them left the elderly memorial party sitting on their bench and crossed over the path to see where all the noise was coming from. The crows were still croaking and flustering as they came around the next hedge, but as soon as they appeared they all took off with a noise like somebody shaking out a wet umbrella. The young men saw 4 life-size stone angels, one standing at each corner of a small gravelled square. They didn't notice that 3 of the angels were looking down in sorrow, while the 4th was gazing up at the sky. Their attention was riveted on the man sitting on the metal bench in between 2 of the angels. He was wearing jeans and a denim shirt, and his hands were lying in his lap. He could have been simply resting and meditating, but he had no head, and a tin whistle was sticking out of his windpipe.
"Holy Mother of Jesus," whispered one of the young men. "Do you think that's real, Sean? Come on, it must be one of them Halloween pranks, surely."
Sean was standing stock still with his hand clasped over his mouth. The headless man's shoulders and the front of his shirt were drenched dark maroon with dried blood, and there were spatters of blood on the legs of his jeans too. The flesh around his severed neck was ragged, and the 2 young men could only guess that the crows had been tearing at it.
"There was this prank I seen on the interweb,"
the young man went on, his voice increasingly shaky.
"There was this feller lying in front of a garage door like it had come down and chopped off his head, and there was blood all over the shop. They called the cops, but it was only a joke, like, do you know what I mean?"
He was still speaking when the wind rose up, and dry leaves stirred on the cemetery path, and the whistle began to blow again. Soft and tuneless, but just as melancholy as the last rose of summer. When true hearts lie withered, and fond ones are flown, oh, who would inhabit this bleak world alone? A single crow fluttered down and perched defiantly on the headless man's shoulder. It started to peck at his neck, glaring at the 2 young men one-eyed, as if it were challenging them to chase it away. The young man said, "Sean, Jesus, it has to be a real fella. The crows wouldn't be eating it, would they, if it was only a dummy?" Sean didn't answer, but spun around, leaned forwards, and vomited a half-digested fry-up all over the cemetery path, pale brown and garnished with tomato skins, like dead red roses. Chapter 5. Katie was on her way to the lift when she heard it ping, and Inspector O'Rourke stepped out of it and came hurrying towards her. "Frances," she said. Inspector O'Rourke was short, barrel-chested and crimson-faced, with a belligerent chin, and Katie always thought that he looked as if he were ready to pick a scrap with anybody who contradicted him.
"I wanted to catch you before you spoke to the media, ma'am,"
he told her, and then smacked his chest with the flat of his hand because he was out of breath.
"We don't have a suspect, do we?"
Katie asked him.
"No, it's nothing to do with Jimmy O'Faolain. We had a 112 call less than half an hour ago, from St. Catherine's Cemetery up at Kilcully. I know, we all thought the same thing. Don't tell me there's somebody in the cemetery who's dead. But there is. There's some fiend sitting on a bench there, and he's been decapitated."
He held out his iPhone and showed her a photograph that had been sent by a Garda from Kilcully. Katie studied it for a moment, horrified. It was hard to believe it was real. "Where's his head?" she asked. "I mean, do we know who he is?"
"There's no sign of it so far, but we haven't searched the whole cemetery yet."
"And that? What's that stuck in his neck?"
"Would you believe it? That's a tin whistle."
Katie looked at Inspector O'Rourke with her eyes widened. "A tin whistle? Really?"
"There was a party of people there at the cemetery paying their respects at their granny's grave. They heard this whistling noise, and that's what it was. The wind blowing down it."
"This is too weird for words," said Katie. "Was there any ID on him?"
"Nothing at all. No wallet, no phone, no keys. And he's wearing only slippers. But the technical experts are on the way up there now."
"Have we had any calls about missing persons?"
"Only 3 schoolgirls on the hop from Christ King Secondary, and an old one with a dementia who's gone wandering off from Brookfield."
"Well, this is all I need," said Katie. "A local celebrity murdered by person or persons unknown, and a person unknown murdered by person or persons unknown." Inspector O'Rourke sniffed and nodded.
"That's a rake of unknown persons, and no mistake about that, like."
"All right," said Katie. "But keep me informed minute by minute, will you please, Francis? Even if you have to text me during the media conference."
"I will, of course."
"It's that tin whistle that bothers me. Why would anybody want to stick a tin whistle down his neck?"
"I don't know. Maybe he's a member of a folk group and some rival musician found out that he was playing around with his missus."
"Francis!"
"No, stall on. There was a case like that in Wexford a couple of years ago when some guitarist was diddling the bass player's mat, and the bass player garroted him with his own guitar strings. Do you remember that?"
"Don't let's get too imaginative, Francis. Let's find out who the victim is first. That should answer most of our questions."
"Oh, you know me, ma'am. Imagination is not what you'd call my strong point. Do you know, I gave herself a new steam iron as an anniversary present last week because she'd been knave-shawling about it for so long about the old one. Mother of God, she almost flattened me with it."
Katie had arranged to hold the media conference in the smaller lecture room because she was expecting only the usual hardcore of reporters. But when she walked in, she found that there were more than 20 journalists there, as well as TV and video cameras. All of the usual Cork suspects were there. Fionnuala Sweeney from RTE was sitting up at the front, along with Dan Keane from The Examiner, Fergus O'Farrell from Red FM, and Jean Mulligan from The Evening Echo. But as she sat down between Matthew McElvey and Superintendent Pearce, Katie could see Kieran Dennehy from The Irish Times, Dara Kerrigan from The Mirror, and Thomas O'Neill from The Sun. She also recognised 3 or 4 familiar freelancers, and even reporters from The Corkman and The Southern Star, provincial papers that covered local life in North and West Cork and rarely concerned themselves with Cork city stories. The TV lights were switched on, and Katie shielded her eyes with her hand. Matthew McElvey leaned towards her and said,
"I can't understand why there is such fierce interest in Jimmy O'Faolain."
"He was a celebrity," said Katie. "Maybe not a Gerald Keane or Brendan O'Connor, but a minor celebrity anyhow."
"Fair play, ma'am. And of course I notified all of the media that we were going to be making a statement about him, like I always do. But there's no way I expected all of this crowd to show up, not in person."
"What's Megan Daly from the Southern Star doing here?"
"Usually she's writing stories about €25 lottery winners from Skibbereen, or farmers from Clon getting their feet run over by tractors."
"Michael," said Katie, turning to Superintendent Pearce. "Any ideas?"
"There's something in the air, all right," said Superintendent Pearce. "The whole room's been buzzing since I got here."
Katie reached out for the mic in front of her, switched it on and tapped it to make sure that it was working. She looked around at all the reporters and nodded to acknowledge them, although she didn't smile. She was making a statement about a homicide, after all. "Good afternoon, everybody," she said. "I'm here to confirm that Gardaí were called to Woodhill Park in Tivoli this morning, and there we discovered the body of Jimmy O'Faolain, the CEO of Leaside Investments. He had been shot several times, and it was clear that his death had been instantaneous. His body has now been removed to the University Hospital, where the Assistant Deputy State Pathologist will carry out a post-mortem. Technical experts are examining the scene of the shooting, and forensic auditors will be looking through Mr. O'Faolain's accounts to see if they can give us any indication as to motive. As far as we know at this time, no threats were made against his life, and there appears to be no obvious reason why anybody should have wanted to kill him.
Where exactly was he found?
Asked Dan Keane. In his house on the ground floor, said Katie.
In which room?
I'm not prepared to say until we've carried out further tests.
Well, what was he doing when he was shot?
Asked Thomas O'Neill.
Reading? Talking on the phone? Watching TV? Eating his breakfast?
I'm not prepared to say until we've carried out further tests.
How did his killer get into the house?
We don't know for certain yet. There was no obvious sign of forced entry.
So he might have known his killer and let him in himself, or her, of course.
It's possible.
Who found him?
His girlfriend, Fiona Caffrey. She's a Ryanair stewardess. She arrived at the house after returning from Malaga and admitted herself with her own key. She called us immediately.
Is she a suspect?
Asked Kieran Dennehy. She's being questioned, of course, but no. We have no reason to believe that she could have been involved in Jimmy O'Faolain's killing. For the time being, we're keeping an open mind about who might have shot him and why, but we're confident that in due course we'll find enough evidence to make an arrest. There was some coughing and shuffling of feet, but none of the other reporters raised their hand. Despite this, Katie had the strongest feeling that they were still expecting more answers from her. None of them were packing up and preparing to leave, even Fionnuala Sweeney, who had a tight deadline to meet. "Is that all?" she asked. "Has no one any more questions?" It was then that Thomas O'Neill lifted his ball pen and said,
"What about the headless man?"
The lecture room fell silent. Katie looked at the expectant faces in front of her and realised that they knew about the decapitated body that had been found in St. Catherine's Cemetery. All of them. And that was why so many of them had showed up here. What she couldn't guess was how much they knew, or how they had found out. She couldn't deny any knowledge of it, but at the same time she didn't want to make a statement until her detectives had managed to discover who the man was. Usually when a body turned up that they couldn't immediately identify, such as a floater in the River Lee, they would put out a public appeal for any information. There was something about this case, though, that made her feel deeply reticent about giving the media any details, not that she had many details to give them. It was the tin whistle. It had been stuck down the man's severed neck for a reason, and she had a growing suspicion what that reason may have been. That was why she didn't want to say anything about it, not yet. If her suspicion proved to be correct, or even half correct, she could only imagine what a catastrophe could follow. By comparison, the collapse of the walls of Jericho would be no more disastrous than a garden fence blowing over in a gale. "Which headless man in particular are you talking about?" she replied.
"Oh, come on, Detective Superintendent. There's only been one headless man found today."
"So what do you know about him, Thomas?"
"It's yourself who's supposed to be answering the questions here, ma'am, not me. But let's say that I know where he was found and I know who he is, or was, rather."
"In that case you know more than I do," said Katie. "A man was found dead at St. Catherine's Cemetery this afternoon at Kilcully, and yes, he had been decapitated. Up until the time I came into this room to make my statement about Jimmy O'Faolain, however, I had no idea of his identity."
"So if I gave you a name you wouldn't be able to confirm if it was true or false?"
"I wouldn't know, you're correct. And it's really far too early for me to be able to make any statements about this specific case."
"If I said that it was Garda Kieran O'Regan, would that surprise you?"
"Who suggested that?" Katie demanded. She was beginning to lose her temper now. She always took considerable pains to make sure that her relationship with the media was friendly and constructive. There were bound to be times when she thought the press were being too critical or too obtrusive. In spite of that, she had to rely on them to carry appeals for eyewitnesses to crimes and traffic accidents, and to warn the public about road safety and theft and drugs. And in return, she gave them as many tip-offs and as many tidbits of inside information as she reasonably could. But she wasn't going to be baited.
"I'm sorry, Detective Superintendent,"
said Thomas O'Neill.
I can't reveal my source, but it's a highly reliable source, I can assure you of that.
Katie said, Thomas, I don't actually care if it was the angel Gabriel himself whispering to you in your sleep. I've no more comment to make, especially about unsubstantiated rumours. I've brought you up to date on the murder of Jimmy O'Fuailline, and that's all I'll be giving out this afternoon. This conference is closed. She switched off her microphone and stood up. Superintendent Pearce and Matthew McElvey stood up too. Almost every journalist in the room shouted at them, and they were all shouting the same question. Ma'am, was it Garda O'Regan? That headless man, was it Garda O'Regan? Can you tell us for sure if it was Garda O'Regan? Katie stalked back to the lift with Superintendent Pearce hurrying to catch up with her. Matthew McElvey started to follow her, but then turned back to the lecture room to try to calm the journalists down, although while she waited for the lift, Katie could hear them still shouting. As they rose up to the second floor, Katie and Superintendent Pearce stared grimly at each other, and then said nothing as they walked along the corridor to Chief Superintendent McCostagoyne's office and knocked. Chief Superintendent McCostagoyne was standing by the window with a cup of tea. He turned around and smiled as they came in.
Ah, Kathleen, he said. Michael, what's the story? That headless fiend who was found sitting in St. Catherine's Cemetery, said Superintendent Pearce. Oh, yes. We've just been making a statement to the press about Jimmy O'Fuailline, but all they wanted to know was about him.
Chief Superintendent McCostagoyne looked across at Katie.
I thought you were going to keep the lid on that until we knew who he was.
Well, somebody's told them, said Katie, and not only that, somebody's told them that it's Kieran O'Regan.
Holy St. Patrick! Do you think that it is?
I have no idea yet. The body had no head and there was nothing on him to identify him. I'll have O'Donovan contact his family to see if he's missing. Meanwhile, I'll be asking Bill Finner to get the Gyodar on with the fingerprinting and the DNA. Superintendent Pearce said,
O'Regan's still on indefinite leave, so it's not as if we were missing him when he didn't turn up for his shift. Did you ask the press why they think that it's him?
Asked Chief Superintendent McCostagoyne. But before Katie could answer, he said,
Of course you did, and of course they wouldn't tell you.
No, they wouldn't, said Katie. But it doesn't matter two hoots what their code of conduct says. They can't legally refuse to disclose who or where that information came from.
I hope you reminded them of that.
No, sir. I didn't push them today because I want to confirm the victim's identity first. Horses before carts. But I will be pushing them, believe me, especially if it turns out that it really is Garda O'Regan. They always forget that qualifying clause, don't they, those reporters? They can keep their sources anonymous, except when there's vital public or individual interests at stake. If it is Garda O'Regan, then I'd say both of those interests are at stake, public and individual, and big time.
Jesus, what a pig's dinner,
said Chief Superintendent McCostagoyne. He sat down and stared at his cup of tea as if he had never seen it before and was wondering how it had magically appeared in his hand. Katie said, Whoever tipped the media off about the headless body, they must have wanted it well publicised, because they contacted every newspaper, every radio station, and of course RTE. That makes me suspect that they were the perpetrators. If you think about it, they must have taken a fair amount of time to prepare a list of all the media they were going to get in touch with, so they probably had that list ready in advance, before the victim was killed.
And of course the cruncher is, how did they know it was Garda O'Regan? Unless it was them who killed him. I know his picture has been in the papers and on the TV and all, but he had no head. If we couldn't identify him, how could anybody else recognise who it was?
Then, on top of all that, there's that tin whistle that was stuck down his neck. Chief Superintendent McCostagoyne looked up at her when she said that, and his expression was one of huge weariness. There was no question that the same thought had occurred to him too, and the implications could only be guessed at. It might even signal the end of the Garda in its present form, and the early termination of his career.
Just one tin whistle, he said. Who'd have thought it?
Katie said, We don't know for sure, sir. It could mean something and it could mean nothing at all. But if it was meant as a message, I think we all have a fair suspicion what that message might be.
"This is breaking my melt," said Chief Superintendent McCostagoyne. "And if it wasn't going to cause enough trouble when O'Regan stood up and gave his evidence. When was that scheduled for? I know it's supposed to be soon."
"Next Thursday, so far as I know," said Katie. "It would have depended on Sergeant Duffy giving his evidence about the breathalyzer tests, how long that went on for."
What a mess. It doesn't surprise me one iota that Noreen O'Sullivan threw in the towel. I would have done the same if I'd been her. Not that I was ever asked to be commissioner. I never had the golf.
"Anyway," said Katie, "this is going to go nowhere until we all find out if it's Garda O'Regan or not. If it is, we'll have a rake of suspects, no doubt about that. If it isn't, then God only knows." Katie found Detective O'Donovan in the squad room, tapping away two-fingered at his computer and eating a ham and tomato roll. "Patrick, I'd normally send out a uniform to do this, but it could be iffy and I wouldn't want the neighbours seeing a squad car outside the house, or anybody else for that matter. You might want to take Podgreen with you too, in case there's a shoulder that needs to be cried on."
"Well, let's hope that it isn't him," said Detective O'Donovan. "He's a decent enough fellow. Bit of a stickler like, do you know what I mean? Even if he was attending a murder, he wouldn't park on a yellow line."
"I don't care where he parked. Right now I just want to know if he's alive or dead." Detective O'Donovan stood up, took one more bite out of his ham and tomato roll, and then went across to take his raincoat down from the peg.
"I've a fierce bad feeling about this,"
he said with his mouth full. "You're not the only one, Patrick," said Katie. "But maybe this was a tragedy waiting to happen." Chapter 6. It had started drizzling again when Detective Michael O'Dovlin crossed Baker's Road to the halfway bar and lounge. He stood in the entrance brushing the rain from his bronze puffer jacket before he went inside. The halfway bar and lounge was a one-room pub at the end of a run-down terrace of shops on the north side, next to St. Mary's Health Campus. The Drop-Dead Donkeys were playing there tonight, and he could hear them shouting their way through You'll Never Beat the Irish, with guitars and bodhrán drum and bagpipes. Over that, there was the usual roar of conversation and laughter. He would be heartily glad when this assignment was over. It had been exciting to start with, turning up at the pub with his cover story that he had been a drugs mule for the Cavey gang in Dublin. He had claimed that things had got too hot for him there, what with the Brogans trying to muscle in on the Caveys' drug racket, and the Garda intensifying their campaign against drug dealers. That was why he had returned to his native Holly Hill, although he had told the halfway regulars that he was still looking for gainful employment, especially ill-gotten gainful employment. After nearly 2 months of pretending to be Tommy O'Friggle, though, he was bored and exhausted by having to turn up to the pub almost every night, drinking and talking about football and hurling, and returning to his flat in the small hours of the morning, stinking of alcohol and cigarettes. He had given up smoking 5 years ago, and smoking wasn't allowed inside the pub. But unless he had joined Seamus Toomey and Douglas Quinn whenever they went outside in the street for a cigarette, he would have missed half of the information that he had gleaned from them about their fentanyl and spice smuggling. He had developed a persistent cough, and his girlfriend, Ethna, had told him that if he didn't give up smoking she would dump him. Whenever she stayed over, she complained that he came staggering in every night, smelling like Stink McCrink. For the sake of security, he couldn't explain to her where he had been, and what he had been doing, and why. The pub door opened abruptly, and one of the regulars came out, accompanied by a wave of loud music. It was Dermot O'Leary, a plumpish fellow with grey hair and glasses and a grey zip-up sweater, with a Johnny Blue already dangling between his lips.
"Oh, there you are, boy,"
he said, so that his cigarette waggled.
"I was thinking that maybe we wouldn't see you in tonight. I was doing the messages for my Auntie Branna. She's just had this replaceable hip like, so she can't get up to the shops. So you're a bit of a saint on the quiet, are you, Tommy? And there's you giving out like you're some tough ish." "Don't tell me you ever forget your mam's birthday," said Michael. "I wouldn't know, if I knew what the feck me mam ever was. I was brung up in St. Vincent's." "Oh, sorry, no offence."
Dermot jerked his head towards the pub door.
Seamus was asking after you before. Said he had a bone to pick.
Oh, yes? What about?
You'd best ask him, like. Either that or take tacky. You know what Seamus is like when he gets thick about something.
I've done nothing to upset him, said Michael. Not that I can think of, anyhow. Dermot shrugged, took out his lighter and lit his cigarette.
Up to you, boy. All I can say is gluck.
Michael hesitated. He had seen Seamus Toomey when he was angry, and it was enough to make anybody shake in their trainers. Most of the time, he was louder than anybody else in the pub, with a laugh like a hysterical donkey. When he was raging, though, he became utterly silent, and his face turned expressionless. He would only have to give the slightest nod of his head, and whoever had offended him would be lifted out of his sight by 2 or 3 of his gang and given a fearsome going over. They could count themselves lucky if they suffered no more than black eyes and a broken nose and a couple of fractured ribs. So what's this bone that Seamus Toomey wants to pick? Does he suspect that I'm an undercover cop? If he does, and I can't convince him beyond reasonable doubt that I'm not, I could easily be found tomorrow morning floating down river in the Lee, after God knows what agonising torture. As apprehensive as he was, Michael knew that if he failed to show up, he could well be putting the whole drug smuggling operation at risk. Dermot O'Leary would tell Seamus Toomey that he had walked away, and that would only serve to confirm Toomey's suspicions about him. He started coughing, mostly out of nervousness. He looked around, and Dermot O'Leary was standing under the awning at the front of the pub, smoking and watching him to see what he was going to do next. The rain was pattering on the awning with a sound like rats running across an attic floor. Michael pushed open the door and stepped inside the bar. The Drop-Dead Donkeys had just come to the end of You'll Never Beat the Irish and were taking a break for a couple of bujaunters. Despite that, the small L-shaped room was still so noisy that everybody had to shout to make themselves heard. It had a low ceiling and the walls were crowded with photographs of local hurling teams and framed red t-shirts and wooden plaques, which always made Michael feel claustrophobic. He could see Seamus Toomey and Douglas Quinn sitting at their usual circular table on the right-hand side of the bar. On either side of them sat 2 of their henchmen, as well as an anorexic-looking young blonde girl with 2 silver rings through her lower lip and tattoos all the way down to her elbows, and Seamus Toomey's sister, Gwyneth. Michael gave them a salute as he made his way to the bar, which none of them returned. The owner's wife, Maureen, grinned at him and said, "Your usual Tommy, is it? You're late in this evening, aren't you?" Maureen wore a curly black wig and a low-cut blue satin dress. She had a prominent black mole on her upper lip, and Michael always concentrated on that while he was talking to her, so that she wouldn't catch him staring into the crinkled abyss of her cleavage, where a tiny Jesus dangled perilously on a golden chain. "I was fetching the messages for my aunt," he said. "She's immobile like at the moment. Fell off the 202 bus and had to have a new hip." "Well, good man, yourself," said Maureen, as she poured him a pint of Murphy's. "These days it seems like you can't catch nobody doing nothing at all for nobody." She passed him over the pint and nodded towards Seamus Toomey's table. "Are you going to be sitting with them? I think Seamus wants a word in your wiggy." At that moment, Seamus Toomey was giving out one of his loud, braying laughs. "That's feggin' mental, that is. Jesus! It's a wonder I didn't give you a dose of the scutters." However, he stopped laughing as soon as he saw Michael walking across to his table. Douglas Quinn and the 2 henchmen and the tattooed girl and Gwyneth all shifted around to look at him as he approached. Seamus Toomey wasn't a big man, maybe 5'4" with sloping shoulders, but he had a disproportionately large head. He was not only bald, but alopecia had taken away his eyebrows too, which made his features even more expressionless. His eyes were the palest citrine, and his skin was an unnatural shade of pink, as if his head had been reproduced in plastic in a 3D printer. In contrast, Douglas Quinn was tall and bony with long black hair that was beginning to turn grey, and a black and grey beard. He had a sharply pointed nose and eyes that glittered underneath his tangled eyebrows like a wolf watching the world from inside a cave, ready to pounce at anything edible that might come innocently wandering past. Even his friends called him An Duine Dorcha, the dark fellow. The two henchmen could have been twins. Both had prickly ginger hair that had been shaven down to grade 1, and both had faces that resembled large, knobbly potatoes. They even wore matching black T-shirts with Irish flags on them, and the motto, "Unrepentant Fenian Bastard." They had no necks, and they bulged with muscles, as if their T-shirts were crammed to bursting with even more potatoes. Michael glanced at Gwyneth and gave her a quick, uneasy grin. He guessed that Gwyneth must have weighed at least 90 kilos. She had frayed, bleached blonde hair with brown roots beginning to grow out, and a round moon-like face resting on a half-moon double chin. Her nose was short and snub, and her bow-shaped scarlet lips were so small that it was a wonder she could eat as much as she did. This evening she was wearing a purple cardigan with buttons that were straining like a chain of mountain rescuers to contain her enormous breasts, and a black leather miniskirt with lathered black tights. "Tommy, come here till I tell you a question," said Seamus Toomey, tapping his finger on the table. Michael dragged over a chair and sat down next to the blonde girl with the tattooed arms. He noticed that she had a series of diagonal scars on her left wrist, which could have been caused by self-harm. "What's the crack, Seamus?" Michael asked him, taking a sip from his Murphy's so that he wouldn't appear to be anything but calm and unconcerned. At the same time, he was calculating if he could make it to the door before the two potato-faced henchmen could grab hold of him. "Our Gwyneth," said Seamus Toomey. "Have you taken against her for some reason, or what?" Michael turned to Gwyneth, who had a triumphant gleam in her eyes, and then turned back to Seamus Toomey. Douglas Quinn was looking deeply amused and stroking his beard in anticipation of how Michael was going to answer. "Of course not, Seamus," said Michael. "What makes you think that, like?" "She's been giving you the eye ever since you started joining us for drinks, and don't tell me you're too feckin' blind to have noticed." "For sure I've noticed, how couldn't I? But you know, she's your sister, and I didn't like to take the piss, like, do you know what I mean? For all I know, she's doing a line already with some other fiend." "If she was doing a line already, why would she be giving you the eye? You're not a sausage jockey, are you?" "Go away with you, Seamus. Do I look like a feckin' twink?" "I don't know, boy. You tell me. All I know is our Gwyneth's been flirting with you like crazy, and you haven't even asked her if she'd fancy the flicks or a hod in the fields." Michael grinned at him and tried hard not to let it look as if the very idea of taking Gwyneth to the cinema or out for a walk in the country made him feel queasy. Apart from anything else, it would be far too risky. He could just imagine coming out of the gate multiplex with Gwyneth and one of his old school friends clapping him on the back and chirping, "Michael, haven't seen you in donkey's years. What are you at, horse? Holy Mary, who's your old doll? She's built for comfort, I'd say." For his school friend, it would mean an incredulous laugh. For Michael, it would mean a severe beating or even death, since Gwyneth would be bound to tell her brother that Tommy wasn't Tommy after all. "To be honest with you, Seamus, I've been up the walls these past couple of days," he told him. "I've fixed myself up with this temporary job painting and decorating them new houses in Cool Row Court and Ballincollig." "You'll not be painting and decorating tonight, though, will you, boy?" said Seamus Toomey. "Well, no. I thought I'd just be coming out for a few scoops, like. I'm flat out." "Don't tell me you're too tired for a jag with our Gwyneth." Gwyneth had been sucking a bright green apple puccini through a straw. She wiped her lips with the back of her podgy wrist and said,
"We can go back to my place, Tommy. I have the box set of canned cope, won't cope, and a rake of drink, and a whole giant-sized bag of them Tex-Mex Teros." "There," said Seamus Toomey. "Who could resist an offer like that?"
Michael looked across at Douglas Quinn. He could tell by the way Quinn's eyes were shining and his lips were pursed that he was trying desperately hard not to laugh. The two henchmen remained impassive, as if they hadn't heard what Gwyneth had been offering or didn't understand English. Gwyneth reached out and took hold of Michael's hand. Her fingers were cold and damp, probably because of poor circulation. Her fingernails were painted with sparkly nail varnish, although most of them were chipped.
"How about it then, Tommy?"
she coaxed him. "Yes, well, grand," said Michael. "Do you live far from here?"
"Only a couple of streets away. The flat's down the bottom of Sprake's Road. Ferry will drive us there anyhow, won't you, Ferry?"
One of the henchmen gave her a barely perceptible nod. "I've time to finish my drink, though?" Michael asked.
"Sure, like,"
said Seamus Toomey.
"In fact, I'll treat you to another, and then maybe one for the frog. It's not every day of the week a fella makes my sister so happy out."
Gwyneth told Michael to shift his chair towards her so that they could sit close together and she could squash her thigh against his. She smelled strongly of Estee Lauder Beautiful. He knew what perfume it was because his previous girlfriend, Clodagh, had worn it, and it had permeated the passenger seat of his car so deeply that it had outlasted their relationship by over 2 months. Underneath the Estee Lauder, though, he could faintly detect chopped onions and cooking fat.
"The minute you walked in, I thought what a fine thing you were,"
said Gwyneth, snuggling into him even closer.
"And when you opened your mouth, well, I was totally won over. The last boyfriend I had, what a weapon he was, and he talked like a feckin' Padjo."
"The feeling was mutual, Gwyneth, when I first saw you," said Michael, aware that Seamus Toomey was listening to everything they were saying. "It was like I told Seamus, though. I wasn't sure if you were available. I didn't want to be treading on anybody's toes."
"Oh, you can tread on my toes any time you like, Tommy,"
said Gwyneth, squeezing his upper arm and letting out a strange, high-pitched squeak. It was 10:30 now, and the halfway was starting to empty, although a few of the customers would stay drinking until 2 or 3 with the doors locked. Gwyneth noisily sucked the last of her apple puccini, picked up her bag from the floor and said, "Right then, Farry, we're out the gap now. Sup up." The henchman, named Farry, swallowed what was left of his Guinness and let out a long, complicated burp, punching his chest as he did so. He had drunk 4 pints since Michael had arrived, and could well have drunk 2 or 3 more. If Michael hadn't been undercover, he would have demanded that Farry hand over his car keys, and if he refused and attempted to drive his car, he would have arrested him. Gwyneth and Michael stood up, and Seamus Toomey raised his glass to them and said, "Have a great ride, you two. I'll see you tomorrow, and you can tell me all about it. Sláinte." They left the pub and walked up the road to the Centra store, where Farry's silver Toyota was parked, sparkling with raindrops. Gwyneth climbed into the back, bouncing herself over to the other side of the car and patting the seat to indicate that Michael should come in and sit next to her. Farry lit a cigarette and then eased himself in behind the wheel. He started the engine and simultaneously burped out a cloud of smoke. As they backed out into Baker's Road and headed for Cathedral Road, Gwyneth pulled Michael towards her and said, "How about a lend of a shift, Tommy? I promise I'll give it back." Michael puckered up his lips, closed his eyes, and kissed her. Her tongue instantly slid into his mouth, slithering around his teeth like a stranded porpoise. Her lips were plump and sticky with cheap lipstick, and her saliva tasted of the apple puccini that she had been drinking, sweet and slightly medicated, as if somebody had mixed a cocktail out of Auntie Nellie's apple drops, rectified spirit, and nappy rash cream. He opened his eyes momentarily, and he could see Farry's eyes in the rear-view mirror, watching them. He knew that if he showed the slightest indication that he didn't find Gwyneth at all attractive and that her kisses disgusted him, it could prove to be fatal. He kissed her back, hard, and licked her tongue, and then he grasped her left breast and fondled it, even though her support bra was so hard that it was like fondling a football.
"Oh, Tommy,"
Gwyneth breathed in his ear. She took hold of his wrist and guided his hand away from her breast, underneath her leather miniskirt and deep between her thighs.
"Can you feel me?"
she said, pressing his fingers up against her knickers.
"I'm as wet as an otter's pocket."
Michael glanced again at the reflection of Farry's eyes and tried to think about anything except for the damp nylon of Gwyneth's underwear. He thought of all the training he had been given at the Garda College at Temple Moor. He had been taught how to deal with a terrorist wearing a suicide belt, but he had never been taught how to handle a horny fat woman whose brother was an unconvicted killer. "Gwenny, Jesus, you're amazing," he told her, rubbing the tip of his middle finger up and down the cleft in her slippery knickers. I never met any Bjor who got turned on so quick as you. Farry burped again, and Michael thought, after what I've just said, I don't blame you, Sham. I really don't blame you. I'm surprised you didn't gawk, to be honest with you. They reached the top of St. Enda's Road and turned into Spriggs Road, where terraces of flats overlooked a wide grassy slope. Farry drove down to the end of the road and heaved himself out of the driver's seat so that he could open the back door for Gwyneth to climb out. It was still raining, but much more softly. Before he got back into the Toyota, Farry came up to Michael and said,
"You'll be treating her good, won't you, Tommy? Like a princess, okay? No messing, no acting the maggot."
"Is that what Seamus told you to tell me?" said Michael.
"Seamus is no moggy Dan, Tommy. He knows how feckin' fat she is, and why she can hardly ever get a fella to have a jag with her. Christ, the tide wouldn't take her out. But you're doing him a favour, like, you know what I mean? And he won't forget you for this."
Come on, to fuck, will you?
Gwyneth called out. She was waiting for Michael on the steps outside her front door.
I'm getting wet outside now as well as in.
Michael said nothing to Farry, but nodded to show that he had understood him, and then jogged across the road to join Gwyneth. Chapter 7. Katie closed the report she had been working on, switched off her computer, and decided it was time to go home. It was 10:27, and she was surprised that she hadn't yet heard from Detective O'Donovan. She thought of ringing him, but he was always totally reliable, and if he hadn't yet contacted her, she knew that there had to be a good reason for it. She took her coat down from the coat stand and was buttoning it up when Bill Finner knocked at her door. "You're working late, Bill," she said. "Haven't had a row with the missus, have you?"
To tell you the truth, we've been working on the bullet we found at Jimmy O'Fueloin's house, and I didn't realise how late it was."
He held up the bullet in a transparent plastic evidence bag. It looked like a tiny silver daisy with its petals bent back. "So, what's the story? Have you identified it?"
"We believe so, yes. We went back to the house and took a few measurements, and then we built ourselves a simulated jacks. Not the whole thing, mind. Just a door and a wall with the same type of tiles. We fired a whole section of bullets through the door so that they ricocheted off the tiles, and then we compared them."
"And?"
"We'll wait until we receive the other 6 bullets from Dr. Kelly before we make a final decision, because they won't be so distorted. Myself, I don't think there's any doubt at all that it was a .357 SIG hollow point. The .40 Smith & Wesson hollow point came close, but the .357 had almost exactly the same characteristics. We tried several different guns too. From the lands and the grooves in the bullet and the riffling twist, we're 99.5% sure it was fired by a Sig Sauer P226.
"Which is only one of the most popular handguns in the world," said Katie. "Even our regional support units have them."
"Sure, like. But at least we know what type of weapon we're looking for, and we can put out an appeal for anybody to contact us if they've seen somebody with a gun that looks like a SIG. If we can find the weapon, we'll have no trouble at all in matching the bullets to it."
"All right, Bill, thanks. I'm kind of reminded of haystacks and needles, but it's a start. You haven't found any more forensic evidence at the house, have you?" Bill shook his head.
"Nothing whatsoever, which is pure unusual. Everybody leaves some trace of themselves, no matter where they go, even if it's nothing more than half of a footprint, or a few flakes of dandruff, or a fine spray of phlegm on a wall from having a sneeze."
He swung the evidence bag from side to side, and then he said,
"All the same, I'm sending Jones and O'Keefe up to Woodhill Park again tomorrow morning, and I'll be giving them a brief to go over every square centimetre with the coherent tracer all over again. You never know. We might have missed something on the first sweep. A red hair lying on a carpet. It happens.
Well, good luck with that, said Katie. I better get off home now. I'm starving. I could eat the lamb of Jesus through the rungs of a chair. She was driving along the N25 in the rain, and as she was passing Slatty Water, her phone played Shule Aroon.
Oh, Donovan here, ma'am. Sorry to ring you so late, but Scanlon and me, we've been chasing around all over the shop like blue arse flies.
What's the story, Patrick? Have you talked to Mrs. O'Regan?
Would you believe we've not been able to locate her? We went around to St. Christopher's Road, but there was nobody home. One of the neighbours said she'd seen Moira O'Regan leaving with her 2 kids in the family car about 1:30, but she's not been back since.
I assume you've tried ringing her?
We have, of course, repeatedly. We've texted her too, but we've had no response whatsoever. So first we went around to Kieran O'Regan's parents' house in Mayfield. They hadn't heard from Kieran for at least a week, and they'd not seen height nor hair of Moira O'Regan or the kids for longer than that. But at least they gave us the address and the phone number of Moira's mam, who lives in Toker.
But she hadn't seen Moira either?
She'd a fierce funny phone call from her about the middle of the morning. She was sure that Moira was crying, but when she asked her why, she was so mushy she wouldn't tell her. She kept saying, I can't, I don't know what they'll do to him.
What did you make of that? Asked Katie as she turned off the N25 and headed south on the Cork Road towards Cove.
Hard to tell for sure, like, said Detective O'Donovan. But if that fellow with the no head really is Kieran O'Regan, my guess is that he was being held hostage by somebody who threatened him, and that his old lady knew about it.
That's what I'd guess too. We need to find her, Patrick, and fast. Even if she has only an inkling of who it was killed him, she's in serious jeopardy too.
Her mem gave us a list of all Moira's brothers and sisters and all the friends that she could think of, and that's what we've been doing, either ringing them or going around to see them. We're on our way back from Mallow right now. We've just seen the last of them, Moira's best friend from Sculwirra.
Sergeant Mulvaney's on duty tonight, isn't he? Have you brought him up to date?
We have, yeah. We've already given him a recent picture of Moira and the kids in the registration of the family car. Dark blue Honda Civic, 3 years old.
OK, Patrick, thanks. I'll be coming in early tomorrow morning, so I'll catch up with you then. She had reached Corrigg View now. The lights of Monkstown on the opposite side of the River Lee were winking and sparkling in the water. That was where her father lived, only a 5-minute ferry crossing away, and she felt a momentary twinge of guilt that she hadn't been to visit him for nearly a month. She turned into her driveway, where Connor's black Audi Q7 was already parked, turned off her windscreen wipers and switched off her engine, and sat in meditation, trying to think of nothing at all. The rain dripped from the yew hedge beside her window. Peace, she thought. Silence. But she had been sitting there for only half a minute before her iPhone played Shule Aroon. Connor, she said.
Are you coming indoors or what? I've been waiting here all evening to give you your surprise.
I'm sorry, I'm coming. I was just having a third boomy moment, trying to attain shanty.
The what? Oh, the shanty. I should have known. Any luck with it, whatever it is?
It seems to be working. Shanty means ultimate patience, and I'm not shouting at you, am I? She climbed out of her car and hurried to the porch, just as Connor opened the front door for her. He hustled her inside and helped her to take off her coat.
Welcome home,
he said, hanging up her coat and then holding out his arms.
From the sound of it, you've had one hell of a day.
She hugged him tightly and pressed her face against his chest. He always made her feel so protected, not only because he was tall and muscular, but his straight nose and his dark brown beard made him look like one of those mythical knights. Sean Rua, maybe, the 13th son of one of the kings of Erin, who had cut a ravenous sea serpent in half to rescue a princess, not to mention the heads of 20 men who had falsely claimed to have saved her. She loved the smell of him too, Chanel Bleu, and just him.
Made any progress?
He asked her at last. With Jimmy O'Fueline, nothing to speak about.
What about your headless friend from Kilcully Cemetery?
Again, we're nowhere yet, although we should have some DNA results tomorrow. Poor Patrick and Padraig have spent the whole afternoon scampering around the city trying to find out if it really is Kieran O'Regan. The whole day has been pure cat.
What if it wasn't pure cat? What if it was pure dog?
Katie brightened up. You've some news about Barney?
More than that. Come into the living room and I'll show you.
For the first time, Katie noticed that the living room door was closed, although it usually stayed open, except in the middle of winter when a northwest wind blew and the hallway was draughty. "What are you up to, Connor?" she asked him. He opened the door. Inside, a wood fire was crackling in the grate, and on the coffee table stood a silver ice bucket with a bottle of champagne resting in it and 2 champagne flutes. But Katie barely noticed these, because as they walked into the room, a red and white Irish setter stood up from where it had been lying in front of the fire and came padding towards them, bright-eyed and with its tail swishing from side to side. "Oh, dear God," said Katie, and immediately burst into tears. "Oh, dear God, Connor, she's beautiful." "She is a she, isn't she?"
She's a she, all right, no question about that. And more than that, she's yours.
Katie sank down onto her knees on the carpet, and the setter came up to her and sniffed her and licked her hand. She stroked the setter's head and gently tugged at her ears, and the setter snuffled and did a little step dance with her front feet. Katie had seen very few red and white setters, because they had almost become extinct until the 1980s, when a concerted effort had been made by the Irish Kennel Club to revive them. They were gun dogs, obedient and affectionate, and this bitch was almost a perfect example of her breed. Her coat was long and silky and pearly white, with a saddle of chestnut colouring on her back. Her cheeks were chestnut too, and so were both of her ears. She had the characteristic feathering on her throat and chest, and on her outer ear flaps, and a feathery tail. "I don't know what to say, Con," said Katie. She stood up and pulled out a crumpled tissue to wipe her eyes. "Where did you find her? She's gorgeous." The setter stayed close to her, looking up at her as if she were concerned that she was so emotional. Katie couldn't resist stroking her head again and lifting up her long feathery ears. "I'm all right, sweetheart," she assured her. "It's just that your Uncle Connor said he was going to give me a surprise, but I never guessed in a million years that the surprise was going to be you."
I got her from a vet I know in Limerick, Niall McShawn. He owes me one from years ago. 3 really valuable Salukis got stolen from his surgery, and I tracked them down for him. She's a beauty now, isn't she? She's 3 years old, and she's been vaccinated and shipped. Oh yes, and wormed too. Her owner has to go overseas for his job, so he was looking for somebody to adopt her. Niall told me she's been well trained and very well cared for.
"What's Barney going to think about her when he comes home?" said Katie. She paused and then she said, "He will be coming home, won't he?"
"I don't have any doubt about it, darling," Connor told her. "And Barney, in fact, is the whole reason I bought her, so that the poor lad has a girlfriend to keep him company while he's convalescing. You can't be there during the day for him, but he's going to need a lot of support and affection, and this young lady can make him happy while you're at work chasing the scumbags."
"She'll need a fierce amount of exercise, though," said Katie. "I saw a red and white on the beach at Dingle once, and he went off like a bullet and kept on going until he was only a red and white speck in the distance. I mean, Barney could run all right, but this dog made Barney look like a shellachy bookie on 4 legs.
"Don't you worry about that. I've had a chat with Jenny Tierney next door, and she said she'd be delighted to take her out whenever I'm not here. Between you and me, I think there's some old fella she meets when she's out dog walking down by the end of Rinnacollig."
Katie kneeled down again and wrapped her arms around the setter's neck. "I love her already. What's her name?"
"Fulchan, which means beautiful hair. Niall said that was the nickname given to Fleas, the goddess, who was the lover of Fergus MacRoich. Any night that Fergus couldn't have Fleas, it would take another 7 women to satisfy him."
"Mother of God, I hope Barney's going to be up to it." Katie changed into her pink fluffy dressing gown, while Connor opened the bottle of champagne. He had made a plate full of smoked salmon sandwiches too, because he knew that she wouldn't have much of an appetite this late in the evening. "You spoil me," she said, tucking up her bare feet on the couch. Connor kissed her.
"You deserve to be spoiled. Everything you do for everybody else. Apart from being the most tempting woman I ever met. Ever."
Falcon was lying contentedly on the mat in front of the fire, although every now and then she rolled up her eyes to look at Katie and Connor, as if she were checking that they were still there and weren't magically going to disappear and leave her alone. After a long, peaceful silence, Katie said, "We won't be prosecuting Guzai McManus."
"You're codding me."
"No. Dennis told me this afternoon. He said we haven't the finance to worry about dogs. Besides, he'd only get a slap in the wrist, and what good would that do? He makes a fortune out of those dog fights, him and all those other sadistic gowls." Connor shook his head.
"I can't believe it. Your man organises the ripping apart of living dogs, not to mention all the suffering they go through when they're being trained, and he doesn't even have to pay a fine. He should be hung, drawn and quartered and castrated and sentenced to everlasting doom."
"I told Dennis I was fuming, darling, but it didn't make a difference. If there's no money, there's no money, and you can bet that McManus would be hiring the most expensive lawyers you could find."
"What did Inspector Carroll have to say?"
"I haven't had the time to talk to him yet, but it's an awful land. He'll be gutted." Connor sipped his champagne and reached over for a sandwich.
"Somebody needs to do something about McManus, I tell you. Niall was telling me that he's arranging a huge dog fight in about 2 weeks' time. And guess what it's for? To celebrate his daughter's matrimonials. Talk about your big fat blood-soaked gypsy wedding."
"I don't know what we can do, except to keep on breaking up the fights whenever we get tipped off about them." Connor said nothing, but ate his sandwich in quick, angry bites. Katie shifted herself over and rested her head on his shoulder. "Don't get too stooky," she said, stroking the back of his hand. "If this job's taught me nothing else, it's that we don't have the resources to put right everything that needs to be put right, and even if we did, we may not have the legal power to do it. That's what Shanty's all about. Acceptance. Patience."
"Like if you wait by the banks of the river for long enough, you'll see the bodies of your enemies float past."
"Something like that."
"But while I wait for Guzai McManus to float past, how many dogs are going to die in agony?"
Katie kissed his cheek. "I can't answer that, Connor. But we'll get him one day. You wait and see." That night, as Connor breathed deep and slow, Katie sat up in bed and listened to the rain. Earlier she had heard Falcon padding around in the kitchen, her claws clicking on the tiles, but now she seemed to have settled down. Despite what she had said to Connor about patience and acceptance, Katie had a stomach-tightening feeling of apprehension that she hadn't experienced in a long time. She couldn't stop thinking about the murder of Jimmy O'Fueloin, and the more she thought about it, the more it unsettled her. Outwardly, he had been so well liked that she couldn't help thinking there had to be some seriously rotten secret behind his killing. There had been a similar murder 5 years ago, when a popular Cork TD had been shot. Only after his death had the Garda discovered that he had been taking bribes amounting to tens of thousands of euros to approve planning permission and other political favours. Katie called it her Easter chicken feeling. She had bought a free-range chicken years ago when she was married to Paul. It had looked plump and healthy on the outside, but when she had cut open the twine that bound its legs, she had found that, inside, it was a writhing mass of maggots. She was equally worried about the headless body that might or might not be Garda Kieran O'Regan. Since his wife and children had disappeared, she was almost sure that it must be him, and if it were, God alone knew what repercussions that could have. On his day off 7 months ago, Garda O'Regan had been driving to Kinsale. He had stopped for a drink at the Babbling Brook pub in Riverstick, and in the bar he had recognised a notorious Cork city drug dealer named Ger Brogan. He had got into conversation with him, making out that he was something of a shady character himself, because Brogan was supposed to be in Rathmore Road prison, serving a 3-year sentence. He had sold crystal meth to a young woman in a nightclub, and the young woman had died later that evening from a cardiac arrest. Drunk and boastful, Brogan had confided in Garda O'Regan that a combination of money and threats had persuaded the prison service escorts who were supposed to be driving him to prison not to take him there at all. Not only that, one of the senior prison officers had falsified records to show that because of his violence he had been transferred from Rathmore Road to the Controlled Behavioural Unit in Mountjoy Prison in Dublin. In reality, he was living back at home in Blackpool and wouldn't be spending a minute behind bars. He also admitted that he was far from being the only convicted drug dealer in Cork who had never served his sentence. After he had talked to Brogan, Garda O'Regan had carried out his own private investigation into who was behind the threats and the bribery that were making sure that certain convicted criminals never went to jail. When he believed that he had amassed sufficient evidence, he had reported what Brogan had told him to Chief Superintendent Joseph O'Malley, his Protected Disclosures Manager. Garda O'Regan had been due to give his evidence to the ongoing Disclosures Tribunal at Dublin Castle, under the chairmanship of His Honour Mr Justice Peter McGuigan. Although very few details of his investigation had yet leaked out, it was rumoured that what he had discovered could be devastating. What worried Katie more than anything was who might have killed him. The tin whistle stuck into his neck strongly suggested what the motive might have been. But had he been murdered by members of a drug-dealing gang who didn't want it known who was paying off the prison staff? Or had it been prison officers themselves? Or had it been Gardaí? The worst scenario of all was that it might have been a combination of all three of them. Katie laid her head down on the pillow again. The rain continued to gurgle in the downpipe outside the window, and she felt as if it were raining inside her brain. She laid her hand on Connor's bare shoulder, and he stirred and said, "You wait." Chapter 8. Gwyneth unlocked the door of her second-floor flat and let Michael in. The narrow entrance corridor was made even narrower with all the coats that were hanging up, one on top of the other, and the floor was littered with worn-out boots and shoes, as well as letters that Gwyneth hadn't bothered to pick up.
"Do you fancy a scoop, Tommy?"
asked Gwyneth, struggling out of her coat. She tried to hang it up, but it fell to the floor and she left it there. Michael took off his puffer jacket and dropped it on top of it.
"There, go through by," said Gwyneth. "Make yourself at home."
Michael went into the living room and Gwyneth switched on the lamps. The room was even untidier than the entrance corridor, and it smelt of stale cannabis and cooking fat. It was dominated at one end by a huge flat-screen Sony TV, while the rest of the room was furnished with a cream-coloured vinyl couch and 2 mismatched armchairs, one with wooden arms and the other with its seat cushion split open and its hairy brown stuffing hanging out. Michael couldn't stop himself from thinking of the slang phrase "burst sofa" to describe a fat woman in crotchless panties. The couch and the chairs were heaped with discarded sweaters and tights and dog-eared copies of VIP magazine and empty pizza boxes. In the centre of an oval coffee table there was a large glass ashtray crowded with bent cigarette ends, and the ashtray was surrounded by crumpled cigarette papers and lottery scratch cards and Tayto cheese and onion chocolate bar wrappers, as well as a hairbrush thick with blonde hairs. Up at the windows, the lime green loose weave curtains were sagging because several of the nylon hooks had snapped. In the blackness outside, Michael could see the lights of the city centre winking at him, and he wished he were anywhere but here in this flat, with this woman. "Here, park your arse," said Gwyneth, picking up an armful of clothes and magazines and dumping them behind the couch.
"I have Murphy's if you want it. I've noticed you always drink Murphy's."
"Thanks a million," said Michael, sitting down. "Murphy's would be grand, thanks."
"You're pure polite for a Hollyhill boy, I'd say," Gwyneth told him. "And no studs in your ears neither, and no tattoos, and a €20 buzzer at least. That was why I fell for you the second I saw you. That fiend has class, I told myself. Not like the usual wankers I go out with.
Well, I learned that you can get away with almost anything at all if you look smart and you speak proper, said Michael.
Gwyneth went to fetch the drinks, while Michael sat up straight on the couch and looked around him. He didn't like to lean back because the vinyl was so sticky, and when he did, half hidden under a magazine, he could see a large white bra, its withered wings stained yellow with sweat. On the wall facing him hung a 3D picture of Jesus, who gazed back at him in sorrow, one hand uplifted, as if he were saying, "What are you doing here, my son, with this overweight bowsy?" Gwyneth came back and handed Michael a chilled bottle of Murphy's. In her other hand she was carrying a pint mug still half filled with brownish foam.
"What you got there?"
Michael asked her. She cleared away more of the rubbish on the couch and sat down next to him, her thigh pressed hard against his.
"Johnny jump up,"
she said, meaning half Guinness and half cider.
"You wouldn't have a smoke on you, would you? I'm gasping."
Michael reached into his jacket pocket for his packet of Carl's cigarettes and took out 2. He put both of them into his mouth, lit them, and then handed one to Gwyneth. She took a deep drag and stared at him, lustfully, smoke leaking out of her nostrils.
"You doing a line with anyone, Tommy?"
she asked him, more smoke puffing out with every word.
"Come on, be honest with me. A good-looking ride like you."
"I was seeing a girl in Dublin, but I haven't hooked up with anyone since I've been back here in Cork."
She swallowed some of her drink and wiped her mouth on her sleeve.
"So there's nothing holding you back then?"
"No, nothing at all, girl, except that you look like a hippopotamus in a miniskirt, and you smell like the halfway after closing time."
"Do you know the first person I ever had it with?"
said Gwyneth.
"Father Kennedy after catechism. I'd been acting the goat in class, and he took me into his study and locked the door, and said that I'd the devil in me that day, and there was only one way to drive the devil out. Because he was a holy man with the Holy Spirit in him, he could inject the Holy Spirit into me, and that would get rid of the devil and make me pure. Kind of like vaccination, do you know what I mean?"
"How old were you?"
asked Michael, although he was immediately aware that he sounded more like a detective than a courier from Hollyhill, and so he quickly added,
"Them feckin' pervy priests, they ought to cut their nuts off and feed them to the feckin' nuns."
"I was 11, said Gwyneth. "Father Kennedy told me that I mustn't breathe a word about it to anyone, even my dad and my mam and my brothers, otherwise it wouldn't work, and the devil would jump back inside of me before you could say Christ on a bicycle."
"Is he still alive, this priest?" said Michael. "If he is, I'll go round and beat the shite out of him for you."
"Oh, I'd say he died years ago. In any case, what's the point of grieving over the past? Your virginity's like something you wish you'd never said. Once it's gone, there's no way you can get it back."
They sat and drank in silence for a while. They could hear a couple arguing in the next flat, and a loud bang like a chair being kicked over.
"The Dolans," said Gwyneth. "Always scrapping them too. I don't know why she stays with him, he's such a gowl. Maybe we can drown them out with the bed springs."
Michael was just finishing the last of his bottle of Murphy's, and he had been trying to think of a way to make his excuses and leave, or at least put off the inevitable. He raised his empty bottle and said,
"I could use a refill if it's no trouble."
She stood up, took the bottle from him, and set it down on the coffee table.
"After,"
she said.
"Let's work up a thirst first, shall we?"
She seized his hands and heaved him onto his feet, so that her breasts were pressing hard against his chest. Then she hooked her left arm around his head and pulled him down so that she could kiss him. And this kiss was deeper and longer and squelchier than the kiss they had shared in the back of Harry's car. Michael held on to her hips because he felt as if he were drowning and needed to cling on to something to stop himself from going under. When at last her tongue had finished squirming around in his mouth and she gave him a final wet smacker, he gave her a helpless smile.
"Jesus, that was a shift and a half,"
he said, trying to get his breath back.
You just wait, boy. I haven't even started. By the time I'm finished with you, you'll feel like you've been slurped all over by the marrows.
Yes, Gwyneth, and if you're anything like them marrows, I'll probably have the Benji of herring off me too.
She gripped his hand tightly and dragged him out of the living room and into the bedroom, catching his foot on the curled-up carpet. The bed was unmade, with crumpled pillows and twisted sheets and a stained pink satin quilt lying on the floor at the foot of it. On either side of the bed there were small chests of drawers with lamps on, and each of them was cluttered with empty teacups and beer glasses, as well as overflowing ashtrays, more chocolate wrappers, and, on one of them, 2 blue plastic tampon applicators. A multicoloured Venetian blind was drawn down over the window, although some of its slats were bent or missing. On the wall over the curved wooden bedhead hung another 3D religious picture in a plastic frame, The Last Supper, with a tattered poster for the Black Dog Saloon and Mezcaleria tucked underneath it. Gwyneth let go of Michael's hand and started to unbutton her purple cardigan. She tossed it across the bedroom, and then she came up close to Michael and unfastened the buckle of his belt. She gripped him through his jeans and gave him a squeeze that made him wince and then cough. "What's the matter, Tommy?" She smiled, nuzzling his cheeks and tugging open his fly buttons. "You're not pining for a cold, are you? Come on, I'll soon warm you up, boy. I'll swear it out of you in no time at all." His jeans dropped down to his knees, and Gwyneth started to fondle him through his red and white striped boxer shorts. "Glad to see you support the blood and bandages," she said, meaning the red and white colours worn by the hurlers and footballers of the Cork GAA. "Seamus used to be savage with a hurley, wouldn't you know, when he was at school. These days he only uses it to smash in people's heads." Despite the underlying threat in what Gwyneth was saying, and her huge black Valkyrie-sized bra pushing against him, Michael's penis began to stiffen, and as it did, Gwyneth tugged at it even harder. She pulled down his boxer shorts and gripped his shaft tightly, rubbing it furiously up and down and digging her fingernails into his skin. With her left hand, she played with his testicles as if they were billiard balls in a cotton bag. "Come on, Tommy, aren't you going to take off my bra for me?" She breathed right into his ear. "I do expect a bit of reciprocation, do you know what I mean?" Michael blinked and winced again as she juggled his testicles with even more enthusiasm, as if that would encourage him.
"For sure, like," he told her,
and he reached around her pillowy shoulders until he found the 3 hooks and eyes at the back. He had always prided himself that he was good at deftly unfastening a woman's bra, but Gwyneth's straps were straining against each other like the hawsers of a suspension bridge, and it was impossible for him to use his usual sliding technique. "Mother of God, Tommy!" she said impatiently. She let go of his penis, batted his hands away, and reached around behind her with a deep grunt. Her bra dropped off, and her huge breasts tumbled out, soft and heavy and pendulous, with stiff purplish nipples and areolas as wide as beer mats. Michael cupped them in the palms of his hands and couldn't help wondering how much they weighed. "Oh, Tommy, you're a pure turn-on, you are, boy," she breathed, and pushed him back onto the bed. After she had levered off his trainers, she wrestled his jeans and his boxer shorts down to his ankles, yanking them violently 3 or 4 times to pull them over his feet. She didn't bother to take off his beige cotton sweater or his shirt. She unzipped her black leather miniskirt and tugged down her laddered black tights. Under her bulging stomach, her vulva was waxed bare, but decorated with a sparkling array of red and green vajazzles. She climbed on top of Michael, and the mattress bounced up and down like a trampoline. "Here, don't you go all soft on me," said Gwyneth. Michael's penis was beginning to subside, so she rubbed it again and sucked it hard, leaving a crimson lipstick ring around it. Once he had stiffened sufficiently, she took hold of him and guided him up inside her, tucking him into her slippery vagina with a frown of concentration on her face. As soon as she had inserted him, she leaned forwards and started to jolt up and down, her breasts swinging from side to side and brushing against his sweater. Every now and then she slobbered a wet kiss on his lips and thrust her tongue into his mouth. But it wasn't long before she was panting and drops of perspiration fell onto Michael's face as if it were starting to rain. "Oh God, oh Jesus, you're amazing," she gasped and jolted harder and harder. She was so heavy that Michael's pelvis felt as if it were going to crack apart, and with every jolt her thighs let out a loud farting noise. All Michael could do was close his eyes and pray for this to be over. "Oh God, I'm coming! Holy Mary, I'm almost there!" To Michael's own surprise, he ejaculated, and only a few seconds afterwards Gwyneth began to convulse, pressing her weight down even more oppressively with every convulsion, and snorting like a mare. She collapsed on top of him, crushing all the breath out of him. But then she rolled sideways and lay next to him, wheezing and sweating, and still trembling with the aftershocks of her orgasm. "Oh, I needed that," she said at last, kissing his cheek. "You don't know how long it's been since I had a good fla."
"Well, I have to tell you that you're fantastic," said Michael. He lay there for a while, stroking her shoulder, trying to work out how he felt. Should he be disgusted with himself for being a coward and giving in to Seamus and Gwyneth? Technically, he had cheated on Ethna, which made him feel even worse, although his climax had felt no more involving than masturbation. What worried him more was what might happen when it came to arresting Seamus for drug smuggling and taking him to court. Would his lawyers try to suggest that Michael had deliberately seduced Gwyneth in order to gain incriminating evidence? Gwyneth reached across and started to play with his penis again, digging her thumbnail under his foreskin.
"How about an action replay?"
she said, and kissed him noisily on the ear.
"Well, it's tempting, but I really need to be out the gap."
"What? I thought you were parching for another scoop. Go on, have another scoop, and then we can have another rattle. You know you want to."
"Yeah, well, maybe. Okay."
Gwyneth heaved herself up from the bed and padded off naked to the kitchen to fetch some more drinks. Michael sat up, partly because the sheet smelled so sour, as if Gwyneth hadn't changed the bed in weeks. He had thought about another possible consequence of having sex with her, apart from the legal complications. He hadn't worn a condom, and how could he be sure that she was on the pill? What if she fell pregnant? The thought of being the father of Gwyneth's child was the stuff of nightmares. What if she were infected with some STD, and he accidentally passed it on to Ethna? Gwyneth came back carrying a cold bottle of Murphy's and a pint glass of Johnny Jump Up. She kissed him on the lips, and it tasted as if she had taken a quick swig of Guinness while she was mixing her drink.
"Could you fancy some taros to go with that?"
she asked him as she sat down close to him. Her thigh was still sweaty, but the sweat had chilled now.
"I have some Johnny onion rings too, but they've been open a while and I think they've gone a bit soft."
"Like you, Tommy."
"How would you like a gobble? That would get you going again, I'd say."
Michael attempted to laugh, although it sounded as if he were choking. Gwyneth lifted her glass and said,
"There, lad, cara there. Good luck to you, dear friend. May the crows never pick your haystack, and may your donkey always be up the duff."
She took a swallow of her drink, wiped her mouth with her hand, sniffed, and then bent over and took his flaccid penis into her mouth. After nearly 5 minutes of sucking, though, she sat up again.
"No, Tommy, it's no use, bye," she told him. "I can't get you chubbed up for love nor money. What you need is to sup up your drink and get yourself a combat nap. We can try again when you have your strength back."
Michael didn't know what to say. There seemed to be no escaping this. He calculated that the best way he could avoid having to have sex with Gwyneth again would be to feign sleep until she fell asleep, and then try to collect his shoes and his jeans and his puffer jacket and creep out of the flat without waking her. He could give her some excuse tomorrow about why it had been necessary for him to leave. He could say that he had eaten a burger at lunchtime, that it hadn't been cooked through, and it had given him a bad dose of the scutters. He finished his bottle of Murphy's, while Gwyneth sat beside him smoking a half-burnt-out joint that she had found in her ashtray. He didn't have much to say to her. She talked almost incessantly about herself, and how she was training to be a masseuse, and the holidays she had spent on Gran Canaria, and how her boyfriend had left her feeling angry and humiliated, because he had told her that he had only had sex with her for a bet with his friends, to see if he could pull the piggy.
Seamus went round to the garage where he worked and threw him through a window. Your man was lucky that he didn't shove the air hose up his jacksie and blow him up like a feckin' balloon.
Right, said Michael. I'll just catch myself some Z's. See you in an hour or so.
He turned over with his back to her and closed his eyes. Gwyneth leaned over with her breast squashed against his shoulder and switched off his bedside lamp. Then she lay down herself, continuing to smoke what was left of her joint. Half an hour passed, and Michael fell asleep for real. He dreamed that he was trying to dress himself to go out, but he had forgotten how to tie shoelaces. He could hear somebody in the next room calling to him to hurry up, but he didn't want to call out and admit that he wasn't ready and why. He was still trying to work out what he was going to do when the overhead light in the bedroom was switched on. He woke up instantly and turned over, blinking. Gwyneth was standing in the doorway, wrapped in a shiny turquoise dressing gown. In her right hand, she was holding up a Samsung phone. His phone, which had been zipped up in the pocket of his puffer jacket.
"No wonder I thought you was too smart for a Hollyhill boy," she said, and her voice was shaking with anger. "I'll bet you've never even been to feckin' Hollyhill."
Gwyneth, I can explain. That isn't even my phone.
"Aye, right, Tommy. Well, you're not Tommy, are you? And you flared me out of false pretences. You're Michael, that's your real name, and you're a feckin' cop. That's going to look good, don't you think, in the Echo? Cop pretends he's not a cop so he can shag poor unsuspecting girl. Except the story won't be that at all. It'll be cop found floating in the lee with a scaffolding pole up his arse."
Michael rolled off the bed and picked up his boxer shorts and his jeans.
Right, he said. I'm out of here.
He quickly dressed himself and put on his trainers, although he didn't tie the laces. Then he held out his hand and said,
"Give me the phone, Gwyneth."
"As if—"
"I said give me the phone. Otherwise you're going to be in all kinds of shite."
He approached her with his hand held out, but she stepped back into the corridor. As she did so, Michael heard a car pulling up outside the flats and 3 car doors slamming one after the other.
"It's not me who's going to be in all kinds of shite, boy," said Gwyneth. "I rang Seamus as soon as I found your phone, and that's him now."
"Give me the phone or I'll take it from you by force if I have to."
"There's no way, Tommy or Michael or whatever your name is. That would be assault, wouldn't it? And besides, I can't have you calling for your cop friends to come and save you, can I?"
There was a knock at the flat's front door, and Seamus called out,
"Gwenny, it's me. Is that bastard still there?"
Gwyneth stared at Michael and called back,
"He's here all right, Seamus, and he can't wait to see you."
Chapter 9. Katie had set her alarm for 6, but when she opened her eyes she saw that it was 7:13. Falcon was standing beside the bed with her chin resting on the patchwork bed cover, her feathery ears spread out on either side, like Falcor the lucky dragon from the never-ending story. Her eyes were wide, and she was looking at Katie as if she expected to be invited into the bed with her. Connor was standing behind her in his bathrobe with a mug of coffee, smiling. Katie stroked Falcon's head and fondled her ears. "You're beautiful," she said, "but you're very bold. I needed to get into the station early this morning. I have a rake of work to get through."
"Your health and your well-being come before work," said Connor. "And what difference will an hour make? You need as much sleep as you can get."
"So who's going to be taking the lovely Falcon for her walk this morning?" asked Katie.
"That'll be me today, so," said Connor. "I had a call yesterday afternoon to find a missing spaniel in Carrigaline, but his owner sent me a text to say that he's found his way back home on his own. If every dog was that cute, I'd be out of business."
Katie sat up, and Connor plumped up one of the pillows and put it behind her back.
"What would you like for your breakfast?" I could make you some scrambled eggs if you'd like.
Just a couple of slices of toast with that Falloin gooseberry jam, that'll do me, Katie told him.
Your wish is my command,
said Connor. He set the coffee mug down on the bedside table and kissed her.
I just want you to keep your strength up.
Do you have any plans for today, after you've taken this little darling for her walk?
I'll be going up to Tip this morning to meet with that ISPCA inspector, Alice Cushley. I first met her when she was at Waterford, and she's dead set on putting an end to dogfighting. I shouldn't be back too late.
Don't try to be challenging McManus directly, Connor. It's bad enough those poor dogs getting torn to pieces. I don't want anything like that to happen to you.
Come on, Katie. I've been in the pet detective business long enough to know how to take care of myself. I've been threatened by worse scummers than Guzai.
I didn't know there were any. Worse scummers than Guzai, I mean.
You should meet some of the dog breeders in that case.
The breeders?
Oh, sure, not all of them. But there's a few who deliberately breed dogs with deformities to make them look appealing, and they make a mint out of them, I can tell you. They breed German shepherds with sloping backs, and we call them half-frog dogs. Then there's bulldogs and Pekingese and pugs with their noses so squashed they can barely breathe, or basset hounds with legs so short and bellies so droopy they can't even run through a field to chase a rabbit. If you ask me, the bastards who breed those poor creatures should be locked up in the same boxes they use to give their dogs short spine syndrome.
Katie said, I sometimes wonder about human beings. I think to myself, what have all the poor innocent animals who live on this planet ever done to deserve us?
Just don't ask that question of a Limerick dog breeder. You'd be lucky to escape with a clatter.
Well, be doggy wide with McManus, that's all I can say. Have I told you lately that I love you? Connor kissed her again on the forehead.
I'll make your toast for you.
Falcon looked up at him, licked her lips, and did her little step dance.
No toast for you, sweetheart, Connor told her. Not to bother. I've bought you a packet of those Molly and Murphy dog biscuits. They're peanut butter and bacon flavour, and they smell so good I could eat them myself.
When Katie arrived at Anglesey Street, Murren came in to tell her that Chief Superintendent McCostagoyne had been looking for her. She was wearing her grey trouser suit today, with a black roll-neck sweater, and she wished now that she had chosen something more colourful, because the day was grey too, and so gloomy that she had to switch on her desk lamp. Far from refreshing her, the extra hour's sleep that Connor had allowed her had made her feel even more weary than usual, and she would have done anything to drive straight back home, climb into bed, and sleep until supper time. "Coffee?" asked Murren. "Yes, please, Murren, and black. I'm not fit to wag this morning for some reason." "Those criminals, they never let up, do they?" said Murren. "You think they'd give us a few days' peace." When she took her coffee along to Chief Superintendent McCostagoyne's office, she found him sitting under the window talking to Assistant Commissioner Frank Magorian. They were both looking serious, as if they were discussing funeral arrangements. Frank Magorian was tall, several inches over 6 feet, with a long, handsome face like George Clooney, and black, slicked-back hair that was greying at the edges. At the age of 53, he was one of the most qualified officers in the Garda, with a formidable list of degrees in both criminology and business management, including the Executive Leadership Programme for Chiefs of Police worldwide that was run by the FBI. Katie liked her men to be well-groomed, like Connor, but she had always found Frank Magorian to be far too smooth, and not only smooth, but patronising. He always spoke to her indulgently, as if to remind her that her appointment to detective superintendent had been part of a special drive by the Garda to promote women to more senior positions, lending them at least an outward appearance of sexual equality.
"Ah, D.S. Maguire," said Frank Magorian.
Dennis McCostagoyne stood up, but he didn't. He looked at his watch and said,
"We were expecting you somewhat earlier, to be fair."
"Traffic was a nightmare," said Katie. "Cement lorry turned over on the Dunkettle roundabout." She didn't say anything about oversleeping.
"Well, now that you're here, do you want to hear the bad news or the worst news?"
Katie sat down opposite him and placed her cup of coffee on the windowsill. A hooded crow landed on the ledge outside, rapped aggressively at the glass with its beak, and then flew away. Katie had always considered the Coroglia to be omens of bad luck. When she was little, her grandmother had told her to throw a stone, a bone, and a clump of turf at them. Depending on which way they flew off, that would tell her who she was going to marry, or if she was going to get married at all.
The bad news is that Moira O'Regan, the wife of Garda Kieran O'Regan, was seriously injured in a car accident late last night. She had her 2 children with her, a boy and a girl, and the little girl was killed.
Mother of God, said Katie. Where was this?
It was on the N30 at Ballyroo Cross in County Wexford. The road is straight enough there, but it appears that she drifted across to the wrong side of the carriageway and collided head-on with a truck coming the other way. It's conceivable that she fell asleep at the wheel.
Which way was she heading?
East.
Were any ferry tickets found in the car? She could have been making her way to Rosslare.
Not as far as I know, but you can book online these days.
Where is she?
Wexford General. She's in a coma, apparently, with severe head and chest injuries.
What about her son?
Broken ribs and concussion, but otherwise okay. The little girl smashed right into the back of her mother's seat. In spite of her car seat, her neck was broken. She was only 3 years old.
This is just terrible. What's Mrs. O'Regan going to go through when she wakes up and find that her little girl's dead? That's if she wakes up, please God. Katie paused, looked at Dennis McCostagoyne, and then back to Frank Magorian. All right, that's the bad news. What's the worst news?
The fellow who was decapitated at the Kilcully cemetery. It was Garda O'Regan. The Technical Bureau took DNA from his toothbrush and his comb in his locker, as well as fingerprints.
It was fair certain it had to be him, said Katie, what with that tin whistle stuck down his neck.
It seems fairly obvious that somebody didn't want him to give his evidence at the Disclosures Tribunal, said Frank Magorian. The €1 million jackpot question is who? We haven't yet had the chance to see the full results of his investigation, but whoever killed him, this is going to put an H-bomb under the whole Garda establishment, not to mention the prison service. This could mean the end of the Garda as we know it.
Katie said, I'll arrange for a warrant to search the O'Regan home as soon as I can. Garda O'Regan must have logged his evidence on his computer or on paper somewhere. Who was going to represent him at the tribunal?
Well, clearly it was going to be his lawyer, but I don't know who that is.
I'll have DS Nínú contact Mr. Justice McGuigan's office. Somebody there must know. And don't tell me his lawyer hasn't already had sight of all his evidence. Frank Magorian stood up and buttoned up his jacket.
I can't emphasise strongly enough that if and when you get access to Garda O'Regan's findings, whatever they are, you have to keep them strictly confidential. No leaks to the media, no gossip here at Anglesey, nothing. I don't want anybody setting eyes on them except for those involved in downloading the details of his investigation from his computer or copying them from any documents he may have filed.
That may not be so easy, sir, said Katie. Garda O'Regan's evidence may call for some immediate arrests, or at least some people hauled in for questioning under caution. After all, this is so much more than a potential scandal now, sir. This is a homicide inquiry, with huge potential and criminal ramifications that I can only guess at. As you say, it could mean the end of the Garda as we know it. Frank Magorian came across and loomed over her, so close that Katie couldn't stand up.
Whatever evidence Garda O'Regan claimed to have found, I insist that you send it to me first, and that you refrain from making any arrests or bringing anybody in for questioning until I've given you the green light. Is that absolutely clear?
I believe I have both the duty and the authority to arrest or question anybody I suspect of a major crime, sir, without having to seek your approval first.
Not in this case you don't, Kathleen. And believe me, I can make life very awkward for you if you don't comply. One head has already rolled in Kilcully Cemetery. It could be that there are more to come. Don't let one of them be yours.
With that, he stalked out of the office and left Katie and Dennis McCostagoyne looking at each other with a variety of complicated expressions. Annoyance, bewilderment, contempt, but maybe some shanty too. Let's hope that Frank Magorian doesn't know more about this than he's letting on, said Katie.
Oh, mother of sweet, divine, perpetual divinity,
said Dennis McCostagoyne, walking back to his desk and slumping down in his chair.
I don't know who's worser, the criminals or us.
Shortly after 11:30, Detective O'Donovan came in with Detective Scanlon. They both looked as tired as Katie felt, although Detective Scanlon was much more smartly dressed than usual, in a pale blue chunky knit sweater and a short navy skirt, and her blonde hair was clipped back with a pale blue hair slide. They had just driven back from Wexford, where they had been to see Moira O'Regan at the General Hospital and talk to her doctors.
"She's still in a coma," said Detective Scanlon. "She had bleeding on the brain, but they've managed to drain it. They can't be sure yet if it's caused any neurological damage."
"How's her little boy?"
"Reardon, his name is. Very poorly, but he's conscious and his ribs have been strapped up. He doesn't yet know that his sister has died."
"How old is he?"
5.
"Mother of God," said Katie. "Let's hope for his sake that his mother survives."
What's the plan now?
asked Detective O'Donovan. "Well, now we know for sure that it was Garda O'Regan who was murdered. We need to carry out a thorough search of his house, top to bottom. In particular, we're looking for your man's computer, as well as any USBs or notebooks or phone records. But anything else unusual that you can find."
Right, I'll hop on across to the district court and fix up a warrant.
They were still talking when Kaina knocked at Katie's door. She came in and handed Katie the ripped-off page from a notepad. "I've just come off the phone to His Honour's secretary," she said. "If I told you that she was unhelpful, that would be an understatement. But that's the barrister who was going to be representing Garda O'Regan at the tribunal, John Dineen. His office is on South Mall, which is no surprise at all." "Yes, I know John Dineen," said Katie. "I met him when he was defending Brendan Daly. You remember Brendan Daly? He was the fellow who put in all those fraudulent tenders for the Lower Lee tidal barrier. What a cute whore he was. Dineen got him off, though, which left me totally gobsmacked. If you can have a persuasive word with him, Kaina, he's bound to be holding a copy of O'Regan's evidence, and maybe he'll send us a PDF. "I'll do my best, ma'am. He might quote client confidentiality at me." "Oh, come on. O'Regan was about to give his evidence in public, so I don't think that holds much water. Besides, John Dineen's a senior counsel, and he doesn't want to be seen to be obstructing justice. If he gives you any bother, mind, tell him we'll apply for a warrant." "Yes, ma'am." Muireann came in. "Sorry to interrupt you, ma'am, but Detective Markey says that Fiona Caffrey's arrived, and he's ready in the interview room when you are." "Thanks, Muireann. Patrick, let me know as soon as you have a search warrant. Padraig, ring Dr. Kelly, would you, at CUH, and ask her what progress she's making with Jimmy O'Foylon and Garda O'Regan. In Jimmy O'Foylon's case, we have no obvious motive, and in Garda O'Regan's case, we have more motives than you can shake a stick at. I really want to get both of these investigations moving forwards, and we badly need some material evidence." Once Detectives O'Donovan and Scanlon had left, Katie tidied up her desk and then went to tell Muireann that she could take an early lunch if she wanted to. As she went down in the lift to the interview room, she looked at herself in the mirror, and she could see that look of certainty in her eyes that came from 11 years of trying to solve murders. Jimmy O'Foylon's killing appeared to have no motive at all, while Garda O'Regan's had far too many. But the possibility that either of them had been killed by terrorists or disturbed housebreakers or jealous husbands was remote. One way or another, what had led to both of their deaths was money, and somebody's fear of losing it, or anger that they had lost it already. Chapter 10. When she entered the interview room, she found Detective Markey chatting to Fiona Caffrey as if they were old friends who had met in a cafe. Detective Markey stood up and pulled out a chair for Katie to sit down. Fiona was looking far less tragic than she had yesterday, and she was wearing false eyelashes and eyeshadow, an indication that she wasn't expecting to cry. Katie couldn't help noticing that she was wearing a different coat this morning, camel-coloured, double-breasted and belted, and if Katie's guess was right, it was by Max Mara, and easily cost as much as her pink coat, if not more. "How are you going on, Fiona?" Katie asked her.
"I still can't get it into my head that I'll never see Jimmy again," said Fiona. "I was lying in bed last night and I could swear that I heard him laughing in the other room."
I asked you this yesterday, Fiona, and I hope you don't mind if I repeat myself, but apart from the various gifts and clothes that he bought you, did Jimmy ever give you any cash?
"I'm not a brasser."
I didn't mean that. I was simply wondering if he gave you any kind of allowance. Some wealthy men do, especially in a long-term relationship. Maybe not cash, but a credit card. Or maybe he took out insurance in your favour, in case anything happened to him.
"What are you trying to say?"
Fiona demanded, with an aggressive twitch of her head.
"I had him murdered for some insurance payout? Is that it?"
Of course not, Fiona. But we're looking for a reason why anybody should have wanted to kill Jimmy. And because he had so many business dealings, we have to consider that the motive might well have been financial.
"Well, you can think what you like, but Jimmy never paid me cash, and he didn't take out insurance for me. All he ever did whenever one of his clients gave him any money was to take me out for a fabulous meal or a weekend away and buy me anything I wanted."
"I expect you'll miss that as well as missing him."
"Last week, he was going to buy me a rose gold and diamond bracelet that I'd seen in Keen's. I said I wanted something that would remind me of him for the rest of my life, kind of like an eternity ring, do you know what I mean, except a bracelet. He said I'd have to wait a few days, though, because the old one who was supposed to be paying him hadn't coughed up yet."
Katie said, "Oh, do you happen to know who this old one was?" Fiona shook her head.
"They was all old ones, his clients, well, most of them anyway. They all had these pension pots, that's what he told me, and he invested their money for them so that it wasn't just lying idle in Our Lady Crowned Credit Union, making hardly no interest, or under their mattress."
"So you'll never get the bracelet now, to remember him by?"
"No,"
said Fiona, and twitched her head again, and sniffed, as if to show Katie how grief-stricken she was.
"And it was so beautiful. All diamonds, set in rose gold, with more twinchy little diamonds set around them. Pavé, they call that, although I don't know what it has to do with the knackers."
"Pavé," Katie corrected her. "It has nothing to do with travellers. It means small diamonds set close together, so that they look like a pavement."
"Oh, but it was so beautiful. Now I can only go and look at it in Keen's window, for as long as it's still there. But I reckon it's going to be there for a fair while, do you know? And I was thinking that maybe I could take a selfie with it. I tried it on before, and maybe they'd let me try it on again, just for the picture."
"You don't think that it's going to be snapped up tomorrow?" asked Katie, trying to sound nonchalant. "How much are Keen's asking for it?"
"I wouldn't know for sure. It wasn't cheap. Jimmy said it cost a mammy sow, but he was still going to buy it for me."
"All right," said Katie. "Let's go back to his business connections, and Rockmassock Rovers in particular. You told me yesterday that he never had trouble with any of his business partners, not that you knew of anyway. Have you thought any more about that? Maybe there was some argument with somebody that you'd forgotten about?"
"No, not at all. Like I told you, Jimmy got along with everybody. I'll grant you he could be like thorny wire when he couldn't get his own way, but it was all over and done with in an instant. He was never one to bear grudges, and I can't think of anybody who bore a grudge against him."
"And there was nobody who gave him grief about the Rovers throwing matches? Well, allegedly throwing matches."
"No, because I don't think they did. They lost Connie Cadigan, right, when he had that stupid car accident and broke his leg, and he was their best left centre forward, easy. Jimmy was as sore about that as anyone. You can't win games without a cracking good lawn to see clay. That's what he always said."
Detective Markey said, "You told me that when you arrived at Jimmy's house you saw nothing unusual at all. Nobody making a bus to leave, like."
"There was nobody. You never see a soul up at Woodhill Park anyway, do you know? You'd think that everybody who lived up there was dead."
As Katie was zipping up her anorak, Bill Finner came into her office, and this time he was holding up an evidence bag with 6 bullets in it. "Dr. Kelly sent these over first thing this morning," he said. He sounded so miserable that Katie could almost have imagined that the pathologist had sent him notice that he was dying of emphysema.
She dug them out of Jimmy O'Fueline last night.
And? Katie asked him.
And we were spot on, of course. These are all .357 Sig hollow points, all fired from the same weapon. More than likely a Sig Sauer P226. None of the bullet wounds caused fatal injury in itself, or even collectively, not in Dr. Kelly's opinion. She knows it's controversial, but she reckons it was the hydrostatic shock that killed him.
Has she come up with anything else on him?
There's traces of cocaine in his system, and the indications from his lungs are that he usually smoked it. She also found benzoylicline in the little urine that he had left in his bladder, which would confirm that he's a user. But apart from being dead, he was fit as a butcher's dog.
How about the crime scene itself? Anything new?
Nothing at all. Whoever shot him either knew exactly what they're doing, or else they didn't, but somehow managed not to leave a trace. It might have been a ghost who shot him. I swear it.
Well, I've interviewed his girlfriend, Fiona Caffrey, said Katie. It seems to me that she had every reason for wanting him to stay alive, and not only because she had any feelings for him.
It couldn't have been a jealous ex?
We thought of that, of course, but Scanlon checked up on her former boyfriend and he wasn't even in the country at the time. He's a heating engineer and he's over in the UK working for some building company. His brother said that he was glad to see the back of Fiona and he would have wanted to buy Jimmy a drink, not shoot him. No, I think we're looking for somebody he was doing business with. Hopefully the fraud squad can sniff it out, but it could take weeks. They had found 73 books of accounts in Jimmy O'Fueline's office. All of them had been sent to the Garda National Economic Crime Bureau in Harcourt Square in Dublin, where the forensic accountants would be combing through them for any signs of fraud. They would also be checking to see if he had been laundering money or financing any criminal or terrorist organisations. Even though she was convinced that the motive for his murder was financial, Katie wasn't optimistic that they would find anything incriminating. Jimmy O'Fueline had been an archetypal, cute Cork whore, and no matter what he was involved with, it was doubtful that he would have left any written evidence of it. She left the station and walked across Parnell Bridge. The sky was a strange orangey grey, with the sun just visible behind the clouds, and the south channel of the river was the same colour. The lighting was so unusual that she felt as if she were walking through the city in a surrealistic dream. She went to Merchants Quay shopping centre first and bought herself some new black tights in Marks and Spencer, as well as 2 ready meals, chicken supremes and smoked pork shoulder, for those nights when Connor had been out chasing missing pets all day and she was too tired to cook. Then she went upstairs to O'Brien's sandwich bar and sat at a table on her own with a bowl of chickpea and chorizo soup with autumn kale. The shopping centre was busy, and there was a long line at O'Brien's counter. But despite the noise and the music, she somehow felt isolated. She wondered if she had spent too much of her life judging other people and picking on them simply for being human and making stupid mistakes like humans do. On her way back to the station, she walked along Oliver Plunkett Street and stopped at Keen's, the jewellers. She looked in the window, but she couldn't see the diamond bracelet that Fiona had been talking about, so she went inside. A smart young salesman, who looked like a young Dustin Hoffman, came gliding up to her with his head tilted on one side and a welcoming smile.
"How can I help you today, madam?"
he asked her. "You were after displaying a diamond bracelet in the window, rose gold with large diamonds all the way around it, and smaller pave diamonds set all around them?"
"Oh, yes," said the salesman. "A customer wanted to take a look at it this morning, so I still have it here under the counter."
He went around behind the brightly lit glass showcases and produced the bracelet, setting it down on a small green velvet cushion.
"It's a wonderful piece, handmade locally here in Cork City. Is it for yourself?"
"I wish," said Katie. She picked up the bracelet and examined it closely. "This is the only one you have like it?"
"It's the only one there is."
The salesman nodded. Not only that, it's unique. Katie produced her ID. Detective Superintendent Maguire from Anglesey Street Garda station, she told him. The salesman stared at her, horrified. Oh my good lord, this isn't stolen, this bracelet. I can vouch for that. We had it direct from Aoife Tuberty. She has her workshop on Rutland Street. She's a wonderful, wonderful jeweller. You can go and ask her about it if you like. Don't worry, said Katie. I know it isn't stolen. I'm just interested to know if Mr. O'Faolain had been in to see it. You know Mr. Jimmy O'Faolain, don't you? Of course. Who doesn't? And I heard about him being murdered. That was devastating. He was a regular customer, one of our best. He'd be in here maybe 2 or 3 times a month looking for something. Earrings, necklaces, bracelets. But did he come to look at this bracelet? He did, yes. His girlfriend fetched him in. She'd looked at it before and she wanted to show it to him. And what did he say? He asked how much it cost, and when I told him, he said that sure she could have it, but she'd have to wait a while. She looked fierce disappointed, I have to tell you. And I saw them outside in the street after, having one hell of a row. She was really giving out. So how much does it cost? 30,000 euros, on account of the diamonds being such good quality. But I said I might go down to 28, him being such a good customer. Katie slipped the bracelet onto her wrist and turned it this way and that so that it sparkled. She loved it, but she couldn't see Connor's earnings as a pet detective stretching to 28,000 euros just for a bracelet, no matter how much he swore that he loved her. She walked back to Anglesey Street. A thin, bearded man in a floppy beret was sitting cross-legged on the pavement playing a tin whistle, and she dropped 5 euros into his mug. What interested her now was that Jimmy O'Faolain had offered to buy Fiona the bracelet after he had been paid by some old one. Surely the old one would have been giving him the money so that he could invest it for her. That was Jimmy's principal business, after all. She certainly wouldn't have been giving it to him so that he could treat his air stewardess girlfriend to a piece of expensive jewellery. The question was, how many more pensioners had Jimmy O'Faolain been fiddling out of their money to keep up his lavish lifestyle? And was he ever expecting to pay them back, along with the interest they should have been earning? And even more to the point, had any of them found out what he was up to? Chapter 11. Alice Cushley was waiting for Connor by the small brick fireplace when Connor came through the door of the Kickham House pub on Tipperary's Main Street. It was early, so the bar was almost empty, and the smoke from lighting the fire hadn't yet cleared, which gave the interior a hazy look, like a 1950s colour photograph. Alice, sorry I'm late, said Connor. Ridiculous roadworks at Ballyporeen. What can I get you to drink? A coffee would be grand, thanks, with milk. Alice was a large woman, almost as tall as Connor, with a round face and slightly bulging eyes, and her brunette hair was pinned up in a messy fishtail bun. She was wearing a black ISPCA anorak and baggy black boots. She looked as if she would stand no nonsense from anyone, and she didn't. Connor had liked her since the day he had first met her, because she was unrelentingly brave in the face of farmers who had been mistreating their heifers, or pet shop owners who had been keeping their animals cramped in tiny cages. Even more than that, she was as dedicated as he was to seeing dog-fighting brought to an end. Connor came back from the bar with a glass of whisky and water and sat down opposite her. A little early for that, isn't it? Alice smiled. I don't think so. Not if I'm going to be facing up to Guzai McManus. I honestly don't know what you think you can achieve, Connor. The number of times we've threatened him with prosecution, but he doesn't give a tinker's. Listen, the charges against him for that dog fight at Capamura were dropped, but I want him to be aware that we're not going to forget him. I also want to tell him straight to his fat, ugly face that I intend to bring a private prosecution. I'm sorry, Connor, but I think he'll just laugh. That's if he doesn't get a couple of his thugs to beat the dust off you. The barman brought over Alice's coffee, and Connor watched her as she stirred milk into it and dropped in 2 brown sugar cubes. Then he said, We have a rake of evidence still from Capamura. Videos and witness statements. If I can take some more videos today,
That will prove to the court that Guzai is still at it, still mistreating and torturing dogs and making illegal money out of it, and that he isn't repentant in the slightest."
Alice pulled a face. "If you're prepared to take the risk, then fair play to you, Connor. But I'd advise against it myself. Guzai knows where you live, and what he had done to Barney could easily be done to you."
"No, Alice, I'm not scared of him, and I'm going to do this. You said he's holding some practice fights all day today."
"That's right. A guard I know overheard one of his gang blowing about it yesterday in Billy Foley's bar in Cashel. From what he could hear, it's in a back field of Keegan's farm, just north of Ballynonty."
"I'm not even sure where that is, to be truthful with you."
"Head east up Palmer's Hill past the Ballynock Halton site and keep going. You'll cross over the M8, and after that it's about 15 kilometres to Ballynonty. Take a left when you reach the crossroads, and Keegan's farm is about 2 kilometres up the road there."
"OK, I have you. Thanks, Alice."
Alice reached over and laid her hand on his. "Be wide, Connor. I'm serious. I don't want to be sitting in church next week listening to your eulogy."
"A life is a life, Alice. And as far as I'm concerned, a dog's life is just as important as a human's life. You don't kill what God created for amusement or money."
He finished his whiskey. After that he stood up, leaned over and kissed Alice on the cheek. When he stepped out into the chilly air on Main Street, he could smell burning logs on his coat. Connor drove east on Palmer's Hill, but he went no further than the Ballynock halting site, where Guzai McManus had his mobile home. He parked his Audi in front of a rusty farm gate next to the entrance to the halting site, and then climbed out, lifting a dark green rucksack out of the boot. He knew that if there were any travellers around, this could turn out to be nothing more than a reconnaissance mission. But as he climbed the steeply sloping curve that led into the site, he could hear nothing but the swishing of traffic on the M8 and the breeze blowing across the surrounding fields, soft and persistent, like a man trying to blow a reluctant fire alight. No children playing, no women laughing. He reached the row of white-painted mobile homes, shielded from the road by high concrete fencing and bushes. 2 SUVs were parked at the end of the site, a Range Rover and a Toyota Land Cruiser, and 2 sway-backed horses were steadily munching the grass beside them, but there was nobody in sight. He guessed that the children were still in school and that the adults had all gone off to watch the dog fighting at Ballynonty. He walked up to Guzai McManus's huge white mobile home, the second one in line, and climbed the concrete steps to the door. The window next to the door was partially open, but the blinds were all drawn, and there was no sound from inside. Just to make sure there was nobody home, though, he knocked and waited to see if there was any response. He looked around. The grey clouds were moving slowly overhead, and apart from the 2 sway-backed horses and 5 crows sitting on the telephone line, he could have been the only living creature on the planet. For once in his life, he could believe that God was on his side. He set down his rucksack and lifted out a 2-litre Tanora bottle. Taking a last precautionary look around, he unscrewed the cap, eased open the window a few centimetres further, and carefully poured the contents inside. He could hear the liquid splashing on the floor inside. When the bottle was empty, he took out a book of matches, tore one off and struck it. When it flared up, he used it to light all the rest of the matches and quickly dropped the whole book through the gap in the window. He waited for a few seconds in case the matches had fizzled out, but then acrid brown smoke began to leak out of the sides of the door, and he could see a flickering orange light behind the blinds. He picked up his rucksack, went back down the steps, and walked quickly down the slope to his Audi, trying not to look as if he were trying to get away from the halting site as fast as possible. He couldn't see any witnesses, but he knew from some of Katie's cases that you could never be sure. He climbed back into the driver's seat and started the engine. He hesitated for a few seconds to see if any smoke was rising from behind the fences, but when he saw none, he released the handbrake and sped away. He drove as fast as the narrow roads would allow, taking a sharp left northwards and then joining the M8 motorway at the next junction. As he approached Clochabrida, he saw a Garda patrol car up ahead, and he slowed down to a legal 120 kilometres per hour. The last thing he wanted was to be caught speeding southwards from Ballynock, only 10 minutes after Guzai McManus's mobile home had been set ablaze, especially since his hands still smelled of petrol. He was trembling with adrenaline, and he slapped the steering wheel with malicious delight at the thought of Guzai returning from his day of dogfighting to find that everything he owned was burned to ashes. With any luck, all his cash had been stashed in his mobile home too. After a while, though, Connor began to calm down. By the time he reached the junction with the N25 and turned towards Cove, he felt deeply serene, almost saintly. Saint Connor of the martyred canines. All of the dogs that Guzai McManus had so brutally killed had at last been given their revenge, and he could imagine that they were howling their appreciation in heaven. Chapter 12. Katie was climbing the station steps when her iPhone pinged, and she saw that she had a text message from Detective Sergeant Begley. "Urgent, I speak to you." He was waiting for her when she walked through her office door, standing by the window with a tight expression on his face. He had lost weight lately, although his blue shirt still bulged over his waistband, and his red braces hung down behind him like a toddler's reins. "What's the form, Sean?" Katie asked him, hanging up her coat.
"You won't believe this. I've just had a phone call from Seamus Toomey."
"Stop the lights! Seamus Toomey? Serious?"
"He didn't try to disguise who he was or why he was ringing. Somehow he's sussed out that Michael O'Divlin was working undercover. He says he's holding him hostage. Well, protective custody. That was the way he put it."
Katie said, "Mother of God, he hasn't hurt him, has he?"
"He said that he's persuaded Michael to tell him how much he's found out, and he wasn't backwards in telling me what it was either. That fentanyl coming in through Rosslare and all the spice and crack and biscuits that his dealers are out peddling for him in discos every night. Persuaded! Sweet Lamb of Jesus! Knowing Michael, I'd say that Toomey probably had to mangulate him to get that out of him."
Katie sat down at her desk. "Have we managed to trace the call yet?"
"We're working on that now, but Toomey must have known that we could pinpoint where he was ringing from, and that we'd be audio logging whatever he said. Clearly he didn't care. This wasn't your anonymous threat by any means."
"So what is he demanding, as if I couldn't guess?"
"We turn a blind eye to any drugs that he's bringing in, and we don't harass his dealers in the nightclubs. Provided we leave him in peace, Michael will stay safe and well." Those were his exact words.
"Did he give you any idea of how long he's going to hold him?" Detective Sergeant Begley shook his head.
"I asked him that, but he didn't answer. But think about it. He'll only hold him until he's of no further use to him, won't he? And then there's not a chance that he'll let him go free. He'll have too much incriminating evidence."
"God protect him," said Katie. "He's only 26.
"What's the plan then?"
asked Detective Sergeant Begley.
"This is going to take fierce careful handling, this is. They could be holding Michael anywhere at all, like, even up north. And we'd only have to stop one of Toomey's shipments or haul in one of his dealers, even if we did it accidental. And that could mean a bullet in the back of his head. I don't want to be attending Michael's wake, ma'am. Let me tell you that for nothing."
"Have you told anybody else about this?" asked Katie.
"Only the officer tracing the call, and I doubt if he'll realise what Toomey's on about. If you didn't know that Michael was undercover and what Toomey was up to, not much of what he said makes a whole lot of sense."
"For the time being then, Sean, don't say a word to anybody, and I mean anybody. I'll tell Superintendent Pearce to hold off on all arrests of suspected drug dealers, not only Toomey's. And I'll personally make sure that the customs officers at Rosslare don't confiscate any of Toomey's shipments of opioids."
"They'll be after knowing why, surely."
"Don't worry, I'll think of some story. I have to work out a way of finding out where they're keeping Michael, without Toomey picking up even a sniff of what we're doing." Katie didn't add that Anglesey Street Garda station was leakier these days than an old Kinsale fishing boat. Again and again, the media were being tipped off about supposedly secret operations long before they could be put into action. and once the media knew, the criminals knew too. Only last month, a raid that she had organised on brothels in Grafton Street had to be cancelled because reporters from the Examiner and the Echo and Cork 96 FM were all waiting on the corner of South Mall when the Garda patrol cars arrived. She was convinced that 2 or 3 uniformed Gardaí had been passing out confidential information in order to make themselves a little extra grade. But even though she had only scant evidence to back it up, she also suspected that several higher-ranking officers might have a vested interest in thwarting some of the stings that she had set up. She had sensed a palpable tension in Anglesey Street ever since the Disclosures Tribunal had opened, and she was sure that corruption was one of the reasons, or at least the granting of dubious favours. And the whistleblowing was far from over. Among several other informants, a Cork sergeant called John Lacey was due to give evidence to the tribunal on Monday morning, and he was going to testify that 27 prosecutions for car theft had all been quietly dropped, supposedly for insufficient evidence. Sergeant Lacey was on indefinite leave for the time being, as Garda O'Regan had been, mostly because of the abuse he had been given by his fellow officers. One of them had even tied a dead rat to the door handle of his house. But even Superintendent Pearce had called him a bit of a sneaky snake. Detective Sergeant Begley snapped his braces back up over his rounded shoulders, although one of them immediately slipped off again.
"OK, ma'am. However you want to play it,"
he said.
"But don't hesitate to let me know if you need any backup. There's a couple of uniforms I know to be sound."
"Thanks, Sean," said Katie. It was obvious that he understood why she wanted Detective O'Dovlin's abduction kept under wraps, at least for now. Detective Sergeant Begley was about to leave when one of the Gardaí from the communications centre knocked at the door, a young, bespectacled officer with his ginger hair shaved up at the sides and his bright scarlet ears sticking out.
"Sorry to interrupt you, ma'am. D.S. Begley, I have that location you wanted, sir. Seamus Toomey's call was made from the halfway bar and lounge on Baker's Road in Garda, right by St. Mary's Health Campus. I have the number too, and Toomey's billing address on St. Rita's Avenue."
"The halfway bar and lounge?" said Katie. "That was where Michael went every night to meet up with Toomey and Quinn."
"I know it,"
said Detective Sergeant Begley.
"After the Flying Bottle, they reckoned it was the second roughest pub in Cork. And now that the Flying Bottle's shut down, it must be the first roughest."
"Still, that gives me the germ of an idea," said Katie. "Where there's a bar, there's drink. And where there's drink, there's drunken men. And what do drunken men like most?"
"A kebab?"
"Oh, come on, Sean. They like pretty, slutty girls. And crack."
"I think I'm beginning to see where you're going with this,"
said Detective Sergeant Begley. Katie said, "Let me give this some thought. Meanwhile, let's say a prayer for Michael, that the Lord keeps him safe from harm."
"Amen to that,"
said Detective Sergeant Begley, and crossed himself. Kyna said, "Isn't there anybody else who can look like a slut?" Katie couldn't help smiling. "There is, sure. There's Padraig Scanlon and Evelyn Hioneen. But you make the best slut by far. Come on, Kyna. When you played barmaid up at the Templemore Tavern, you were a slut in a million." "Oh, yeah. I nearly got myself killed." "I'm not pretending this isn't going to be dangerous, Kyna. Seamus Toomey is a header. But I can't think of any other way in which we're going to be able to find out where Michael's being held. Can't we tail the members of Toomey's gang when they leave the bar at closing time and see where they go?" "There's 2 problems with that. A, we don't know all the members of Fullen a Heron by sight, and B, we'd have to arrange it with Superintendent Pearce, and that would mean that every uniform in the station would get to know what we're up to. It would only take one of them to tip off Toomey, and we might as well just sign Michael's death certificate." "We're tracking his phone, though." "The phone that he used to ring Sean, of course. But all we've picked up so far is a call to his garage about his car being serviced, and another to his ma about taking her out to Blarney for Sunday lunch. He obviously doesn't use that phone for any of his drugs business, or anything to do with his political activities, such as they are. He's some bottle, though, hasn't he? That's what worries me, do you know? He's kidnapped a Garda detective and made it clear that he'll do him some harm if we don't let him carry on with his drug dealing. But what really gets me is that he seems to be convinced that he's immune. So why is he so confident that we can't touch him? That's why I want to keep a tight lid on this, at least for now. Her iPhone played Shula Roon, and it was Connor.
Katie. Oh, glad I caught you. I've just had a call from Donal at Gillaby.
How's Barney? Oh God, don't tell me he's worse.
Totally the opposite, darling. Totally the opposite. He's making fantastic progress and we should be able to fetch him home in a couple of days. He won't be running along the beach for a while or jumping over any fences, but Donal thinks he'll be making a full recovery in a month or so.
Oh, that's wonderful news, Cotton. Thanks. How did it go with Guzai?
Not the way I'd hoped, to be honest with you. He had so many heavies around him that I couldn't get anywhere near him. But I'll tell you about it later. I have some more good news, though.
That's great. But why don't you save it till this evening? I'm tied up with Kaina at the moment.
You're tied up with Kaina? That sounds interesting. Maybe I should come and join you.
Be wished, will you? I'm going to see the father on my way home, but I shouldn't be too late.
Give the old fella my regards, won't you?
Katie put down her phone and said to Kaina, "That was Connor. Barney's much better and I should be able to have him home soon."
Oh, that's grand. I'm happy for you. And I'm happy for Barney too, the poor dolt.
By the way, any progress with John Deneen? Asked Katie.
I heard from his secretary about an hour ago. He says that if we can give him written assurance that the body has been positively identified as Garda O'Regan, he's prepared to send over a copy of the evidence that he was going to present to the Disclosures Tribunal. I've already arranged that with Bill Finner.
Frank Magorian has told me that he wants to see the evidence first.
Oh, does he?
Well, how will he know if you've taken a sneaky peek? Eyes don't leave tracks, do they? Katie couldn't help smiling. Whatever he had said, there was nothing that Assistant Commissioner Magorian could do to stop her reading the evidence before she handed it over to him. And of course he knew that. But he had been giving her a warning that she shouldn't act on it without his say-so, regardless of what it contained. Kaina said, "Listen, if you want me to start at the halfway bar this evening, I'll go back to my flat right now and get myself changed into my slut's uniform. I'll come back after so that you can have a quick sconce and make sure I look slaggy enough." "I can't wait." Kaina looked around to make sure that Muirin's door was closed. Then she came up to Katie, touched her cheek gently with her fingertips, and kissed her on the lips. They stood close together for a moment, looking into each other's eyes. "I'm so pleased about Barney," said Kaina. "I know what he means to you. You know, more than just being your dog." Katie smiled and gave her a quick peck, and then said, "OK, I better get on. I have to go over to CUH now with Patrick and Padraigeen to see Dr. Kelly. I should be back here around 3. "You're going to see Garda O'Regan? Don't eat anything first." Being surrounded by cadavers hadn't put Dr. Kelly off eating. She came out of her office at the far end of the morgue with her mouth full, brushing hand pie crumbs from the front of her pale green gown. She was a short, tubby woman with a round face and round glasses and a double chin and bushy, mannish eyebrows. The hair that curled out from underneath her surgeon's cap was brown and frizzy, like horsehair. Despite that, Katie had often thought that with her eyebrows plucked and some bright red lipstick, she could look reasonably pretty, like an old-fashioned china doll. "Sorry," she said, still chewing. "I had no breakfast and I was starved." Katie gave her the faintest of smiles. The smell in the mortuary always made her feel nauseous. She knew that the bodies were embalmed with deodorizing cavity fluid, which stiffened the tissues and killed the Clostridium perfringens bacteria, but she was still sure that she could detect the fetid odour of human decomposition. She wondered sometimes if her nose had a memory, and what she was smelling was all the dead bodies that she had come across during her career in the Garda. Outside, the clouds had cleared, and the day had become unexpectedly bright, so that shafts of sunlight were shining down from the mortuary's clerestory windows, giving it the appearance of a chapel rather than a morgue. Dr. Kelly called out to her assistant, "Masks, please, Pratima," and a young Indian woman came over and handed surgical masks to Katie and Detectives O'Donovan and Scanlon. Then Dr. Kelly led them across to the trolley, where Garda O'Regan was lying, covered by a green sheet.
"No sign of his head yet?"
she asked as she lifted the sheet and folded it down to Garda O'Regan's waist. His skin was now a waxy yellow, like tallow, and covered in purplish bruises. Although Dr. Kelly had made incisions to release the gases in his abdomen, his stomach was still swollen. Katie said, "His head? No, it's probably buried in a bog somewhere, or floating down the Lee. Who knows?"
"If you come around and take a look at his neck, you will see that I've restored it more or less to its original shape,"
said Dr. Kelly. They all gathered around the top of the trolley, so that they could peer into the gristly red mess of Garda O'Regan's severed neck. Dr. Kelly had inserted a thin adjustable ring of transparent celluloid just inside it, so that the flat platysma muscles at the front of the neck didn't droop downwards.
"That looks like one of them plastic rings they put in a new shirt collar,"
said Detective O'Donovan. "Very observant of you," said Dr. Kelly.
"That's exactly what it is, and it was ideal for the purpose. Once your man's neck was approximately back to the configuration that it was when he still had his head on him, I was able to photograph it and print out a 3D model and examine the edges of the wound and his severed vertebra."
Katie leaned over so that she could see the back of Garda O'Regan's neck. Immediately below the point where his head had been taken off, there were 3 parallel cuts, one above the other. They were ragged and shallow, each about 7 centimetres wide.
"What are those?"
she asked. "Hesitation marks?"
"Not so much hesitation as kickback," said Dr. Kelly. "I've seen multiple wounds like this dozens of times, but mostly you find them on the front left thigh, or the back of the left hand, legs, or the left side of the face. They're entirely consistent with a chainsaw injury. With a leg injury, that's when somebody's lost their grip on their chainsaw or cut through a branch quicker than they expected. With a facial injury, that's when the chainsaw's jerked up and back, and it's usually lucky if the user doesn't take his own eye out, as well as chopping off half his forehead."
"And in this case?"
"In this case, we know that your man was sitting upright when he was beheaded, and I'd say without any doubt that his assailant was standing behind him with a chainsaw. He would have had to be holding it horizontal, which in any event would have made it fierce awkward to keep steady. When he started to cut into your man's neck, the saw kicked back before he was able to get a firm grip on it and cut in deep. I could tell from the 3D model that the chainsaw teeth were worn and blunt, and that the rakers had been filed too low. A sharp chainsaw with its rakers set to the right depth will almost slide itself into a log, or in this instance into the victim's neck. But if your teeth are worn and your rakers are set too low, they'll be after setting up excessive vibration, and then you'll have the risk of a kickback or 3. I'm sure that's what happened here."
"You've informed Bill Finner of this?"
"Oh yes, I've sent him all my data, and his technical experts should be printing out a model for themselves."
Katie stood for a few moments by Garda O'Regan's headless body, and then she said, "All right. Are you finished with him now? When can we release him to his family?"
"As soon as you like now. I've no more tests to run on him. He was clear for drugs and alcohol. His cholesterol level was a little high, but his heart and his liver and his kidneys were all in good shape. I just need to find out from his family which funeral directors to send him to."
Dr. Kelly draped the green sheet back over the body. Katie looked across at Detectives O'Donovan and Scanlon, and she didn't have to say out loud that funeral arrangements for Garda O'Regan might prove to be problematic, considering that he was about to appear before the Disclosures Tribunal with evidence about Garda corruption. A state funeral with full honours might be out of the question. Apart from anything else, they had not yet announced publicly that the headless body had been identified. "How about Jimmy O'Faolain?" Katie asked Dr. Kelly. "Are you all finished with him?"
"I am, yes. We'll be packing him off to Ger O'Connor's this afternoon."
"Oh well, at least he should be having a lavish send-off." As they drove back to Anglesey Street, Katie said, "I'll bet you money that we find the motive for Garda O'Regan's killing buried somewhere in his tribunal evidence."
"I don't like to think about the implications of that," said Detective O'Donovan.
He blew his horn impatiently at the car in front of him, which hadn't yet moved even though the traffic lights had turned to green.
"What's he doing, the gowl? Saying a novena?"
"No, I don't like to think about what it means either," said Katie. "If we can't trust ourselves, who can we trust?" Bill Finner texted her to tell her that he had an update for her. So before she returned to her office, Katie went down to the Technical Bureau laboratory. Bill was standing next to the water tank with ear mufflers and plastic goggles on, supervising the shooting of bullets from a Sig Sauer pistol that had been found in a skip earlier that morning by Horgan's Quay. As Katie walked in, there was a muffled bang, followed by the bubbling sound of a bullet being slowed by the water in the tank. Bill Finner took off his ear mufflers and his goggles and led Katie back to his office. "That's not the same model of gun that shot Jimmy O'Fueloin, is it?" Katie asked him.
"No, ma'am. That's a 9mm P238 with a double-action Kellerman trigger. I'm thinking that it might be the weapon used in that shooting in Mayfield last month, although I can't imagine why anybody should chuck it away in a skip."
"I've just been to the mortuary to see Garda O'Regan's remains," said Katie. "Dr. Kelly seems to be sure that he was beheaded with a chainsaw."
"No question about that," Bill Finner told her. "You saw the kickback wounds on the back of his neck, I expect. The way the skin and the muscle and the vertebrae were cut through. You only see that pattern with the chainsaw. It was what they call a full complement chain, with a pitch of 8mm and a gauge of 1.5mm. That's fairly standard, but you never know your luck. You might catch somebody red-handed, with Garda O'Regan's DNA still stuck in their chainsaw teeth.
The chances of which are just about nil. As you know, we're still holding back on announcing whose body it was, so we can't even appeal for witnesses."
"Well, I might have some slightly more encouraging news for you,"
said Bill Finner. He reached across his desk and picked up a transparent evidence bag with the tin whistle in it that had been removed from Garda O'Regan's severed neck.
"Whoever inserted this whistle left no fingerprints, but would you believe that they couldn't resist having a quick tootle on it before they pushed it into his trachea?"
"Mother of God, I wonder what they played."
"Well, we can't tell that, but we found traces of dried saliva on the mouthpiece, and we sent the DNA sample up to Dr. O'Donnell at the FSI this morning for a rapid analysis."
"Any luck?"
"No. She couldn't find any existing match on the database, I'm sad to say. But if and when you do haul in a suspect, at least we'll have the DNA profile all ready for you."
"That's something, thanks," said Katie. "To be honest with you, though, I don't know when that's going to be. Right now, we seem to be coming up against nothing but brick walls."
"Every brick wall has a way around it, D.S. Maguire, or a ladder to climb over it. And there's something else about this whistle too, which is the main reason I wanted to see you. You remember, I was telling you about that old fella I took on last month to help out with the fibre analysis."
"The one who came out of retirement?"
"That's him. Brendan Mulvihill. He used to play the hammered dulcimer in a Cayley band, and when he saw that tin whistle this morning, he reckoned he had a fair idea where it might have come from. It's nickel alloy with a wooden head, and he said it was definitely handmade. He could think of only 2 or 3 shops in Cork where you could buy one, and most likely it came from the music market on the old Black Rock Road."
"Now that is a useful piece of information, thank you, Bill. I'll have Pod Green Scanlon go around there right away."
"I love pugilising cases like this,"
said Bill Finner, as another dull pistol shot echoed around the laboratory.
"They're so much more satisfying when you finally crack them, don't you think?"
Katie didn't know what to say to that. She would have preferred a world in which nothing was stolen and no humans or animals ever got hurt. A world in which there were no crimes to solve, no matter how easy. Kaina was waiting for her when she returned to her office. She was perched on the edge of Katie's desk, wearing a short strawberry-coloured wig, a sparkly gold sleeveless top, and crimson yoga pants. She had sprayed herself with so much Estee Lauder Spellbound that Katie had only breathed it in twice before she sneezed violently. "Slutty enough?" asked Kaina. "Jeez, Kaina, if there was a national award for Irish Slut of the Year, you'd win it hands down." Kaina slid off the desk and turned around, showing how tightly the yoga pants clung to her bottom. "We should take a selfie," she said. "I don't think so. Somebody would be bound to hack it, and then it would probably go viral. But listen to me, Kaina. I know you're worried about Toomey and Quinn, but please, please be careful. If they find out who you are, I could be losing the both of you and Michael." Kaina laid her hands on Katie's shoulders. "I'm not going to kiss you," she said. "This lip gloss is way too sticky. But I will when this job is over. And that's a promise." Chapter 13. On her way home, Katie drove down to Monkstown to see her father. His house was visible across the river from her own front gate, and she felt guilty that she hadn't been visiting him often enough. The trouble was that she always felt so exhausted at the end of the day. She had been overwhelmed with new cases lately, and more cuts in her budget had left her seriously short of experienced detectives. At least her father had Blauheen taking care of him these days, the cook from the Roaring Donkey pub on Aurelia Terrace in Cove. Apart from feeding him well, she ironed his shirts and hoovered his carpets, and one of her sons came by now and then with his yappy mongrel to make sure that his garden was tidy. When Katie parked in front of his large green-painted Victorian house, she found that there was another car parked there already, a white Toyota Prius. The front door opened as she climbed the steps to the porch, and there was her younger sister Clodagh, smiling with her arms spread wide. "Chloe, what a nice surprise! How's it going on?" Clodagh gave her a hug and a kiss. She could have been Katie's twin, although she was slightly taller and had inherited their father's sharp, distinctive nose. She was wearing a thick beige cardigan with a floppy shawl collar and a necklace of huge ceramic beads, and Katie guessed she had made both the cardigan and the necklace herself. She ran a gift shop in Henry Street in Kenmare, along with her partner, Fanacha. "I'm grand altogether," said Clodagh. "And how are you? I keep seeing you on the TV. You ought to make a career of it, you know. I can just imagine you in Fair City." "Who is it?" called their father from the living room. "It's the only daughter who followed in your footsteps, Da," Clodagh called back. Their father appeared. His hair was fraying and grey, but his green eyes were bright and his cheeks were ruddy. Blauheen's cooking had led to him putting on weight, but this evening he looked even bulkier than usual in a dark green fisherman's sweater. "Katie, so good to see you, darling. What's the crack?" Katie kissed him. He had been smoking, but at least he smelled clean, unlike the months after Katie's mother had died, when he had neglected both himself and his house. "Blauheen not here?" asked Katie, as they went through into the living room. A log fire was crackling in the grate, and a cut-glass vase filled with orange roses was standing on a side table. "She came in to cook my breakfast for me all right, but this is her day off, and she's gone to see her cousin in Fermoy. What do you think of my sweater? Chloe knitted it herself, by hand." "I'm so sorry I haven't been to see you for so long, Da," said Katie. "We're up the walls at the moment, what with Jimmy O'Fueloin getting himself shot, and the fellow up the cemetery in Kilcully with no head, plus the drug dealing and the people smuggling and the prostitution and the shoplifting, and the usual station politics." "It's not a bother, Katie. Don't get upset about it. I know how busy you can be." "Come here. We caught some cheeky wee fiend walking out of Penny's only yesterday, toting a shop window dummy complete with all its clothes on. He said he'd mistook it for his friend, and he thought that his friend had suffered an epileptic fit and gone all rigid like, so he was helping to carry him home. Katie's father shook his head.
Unbelievable. Some of the excuses that suspects used to come up with. You didn't know whether to laugh or burst into tears. One fellow told me he'd taken a ladder so that he could look in through his bedroom window and see if his wife was having an affair with the next-door neighbour. He couldn't explain why he'd also lifted an electric drill and a sander.
Clodagh said, "Would you care for a cup of tea in your hand, Katie? Da?"
"I'd rather have a vodka if you have one," said Katie. "It's been one of those days. To be truthful, every day is one of those days these days."
"How's it going with Jimmy O'Faolain?"
asked her father, opening up the silver cigarette case with the Garda crest engraved on it. It had been given to him when he resigned from An Garda Síochána, but his resignation had been forced on him because of a trumped-up charge of corruption, and for years afterwards he had refused to use it. Katie didn't remark on it, but assumed that maybe the years had mellowed him.
"Jimmy O'Faolain," she said. "Very little progress so far. In fact, almost none. We're 90% sure we know what kind of weapon was used, but the lack of evidence at the scene was remarkable. Like, there was nothing at all. No footprints, no fingerprints, no stray hairs, no fibres, no sign of forced entry, and nothing was taken."
"Sounds like a professional hit to me,"
said Katie's father.
"Any idea of a motive?"
"The forensic accountants up in Dublin are combing through his accounts books for us now, but who knows how long that's going to take. I'm guessing it was probably financial, because everybody in the world appeared to love him."
"And the headless fella? Have you found out who he is, or was, I should say?"
Katie was torn. This was her father, and she knew that she could trust him absolutely. On the other hand, she knew that he still met up with some of his old colleagues from the Garda from time to time, especially those who had supported and sympathised with him when he had reported bribery among his fellow officers. It might be tempting for him to confide in them that it was Garda O'Regan who had been murdered, only days before he was due to give evidence at the Disclosures Tribunal. Or he might simply slip up and tell them without thinking. He wasn't suffering from dementia, but he could be forgetful.
"We're working on it, Da," Katie told him.
"We do know that his head was taken off with a chainsaw, but that's about it."
"Holy St. Joseph! At least it must have been quick."
Clodagh came back in with 2 cups of tea and a cut-glass tumbler of vodka and tonic for Katie. Their father lit a cigarette and blew out smoke for a while. Then he said,
"I'm glad you're both of you here this evening. I'm hoping to see all of you girls in the next week or two. The thing of it is, I'm thinking of selling the house."
"That's a shock, Da," said Clodagh. "You love this house. You always said you were going to live here for the rest of your life."
"Where will you go?" asked Katie.
"I have listeners scouting around for a bungalow for me somewhere," said their father. "Somewhere not too far from here. Maybe Castle Farm or Strawberry Hill. The point is, I don't need a rambling great house like this anymore, and I can't see myself ever getting married again. Your ma's gone, and after your ma there was Ailish, of course, and I thought I might stay here then, once we were married. But Ailish was taken away from me too, and I couldn't find another woman to replace either of them. Not Ailish, and not your ma."
Katie looked at him narrowly. She could tell by the way he wasn't looking at them directly that there was something he wasn't telling them. He sipped his tea and puffed at his cigarette, and when he glanced at Katie and saw the expression on her face, he quickly looked away again.
"It's not really anything to do with getting married, is it, Da?" she asked him.
He shrugged, but he still didn't look at her.
"You're too good a cop, Katie, that's your trouble."
"So what's the real reason you're selling up?"
"Money, if you must know. I'm broke as a joke, but this house is worth 850,000 easy, and that will get me straight again."
"But what about all your savings and your pension?"
"Let's just say that I made some unwise investments. You know they're always warning you that your investments can go down as well as up. All of mine went down like a goat down a well."
For the love of God, what did you invest in? Asked Clodagh. Their father blew out more smoke.
It doesn't matter now. I've talked to my solicitor and a friend of mine who used to be a broker, and there's nothing I can do to get the money back. A risk is a risk. All I can do is cut my losses and make sure I never invest in anything like that again.
How much was it? Said Katie.
Nearly 275,000. I know. Enough to make your eyes water. Well, enough to make you cry.
Are you sure there's nothing we can do to help you out? Said Katie.
No, you're grand. Don't worry about it. Like I say, this house is far too big for me anyway, and maybe it'll do my head good to get away from the memories of your ma. Sometimes I still think that she's upstairs in bed, and I have to go up just to make sure that she's not.
He paused, and then he said, almost inaudibly,
She never is.
Well, let me know if you need me to take you around to view any properties, said Katie. I'm so sorry to hear that you've lost so much money. It's heartbreaking.
It makes no odds in the long run, Katie. You can't spend money when you're lying in your grave.
They talked for another hour. Katie tried to persuade her father to tell her the details of how he had lost his investment, but he wouldn't be drawn. She could understand why. He must be feeling foolish and deeply embarrassed that almost all his life savings had vanished, and that he was having to give up his house. Katie knew what he meant about feeling that her mother was still here. She felt that herself. In the summer, she had looked out of the kitchen window and almost expected to see her mother in her vegetable garden, weeding. Eventually, the long case clock in the hallway struck 8 and she stood up. I have to go, Da. Connor says he has some good news for me, although I haven't the faintest notion what it is. I tell you what, I'll bring Falcon over with me on Sunday so that you can meet her, and we can take a walk along the river.
I look forwards to it, Katie, and I'm so pleased that Barney's getting better.
Take care, Da. Katie looked around the living room. Behind the curtains was the window seat where she used to hide on winter evenings when she was little and play with her dolls. She looked back at her father, staring into the fire, and she was filled with sadness at how life passes by. Chapter 14. Kaina parked her white Mini Countryman around the corner from the halfway bar and lounge in Mount St. Joseph's Heights. As she climbed out of her car and locked it, an elderly woman who was putting out her rubbish stared at her as if she were an alien who had just arrived in a flying saucer. Kaina gave her a quick smile, as if to reassure her that she didn't always look this slutty, and then made her way along the pavement to Baker's Road, wobbling on her 6-inch stiletto heels. 3 men were standing outside the pub smoking as she approached, and they too stared at her as she pushed open the door and went inside. She heard one of them say, "Jeez, I'd beat the beard off her by." The bar was crowded and noisy with music and raucous laughter. A guitarist and a violinist and a tin whistle player and a Bowron drummer were sitting at a table clustered with Guinness glasses. They were playing Blue Tattoo, and when they came to the chorus, all the drinkers around them were stamping their feet and singing along, "In a blue tattoo, in a blue tattoo, I've got your name written here in a blue tattoo." Kaina made her way across to the bar, aware that heads were turning and all eyes were now on her. The music continued, but when it came to the next chorus, only 2 or 3 voices joined in. "How are you, girl?" asked Maureen, the barmaid. "Good to see a new face. Have you moved in local?" No, I'm only down from Dublin for a week or 2 to help my sister out," said Kaina. "She's just had baby twins and she doesn't know if she's coming or going. I've been changing nappies and feeding them and rocking them to sleep all day, and I'm parching for a scoop, I can tell you." "What can I get you?" "One of them WKD vodka blues, if you have one." While Maureen was fetching Kaina's drink, Gwyneth came up to the bar carrying 3 empty pint glasses. She was wearing a tight red GAA t-shirt and her black leather miniskirt. "You on your own, like?" Gwyneth asked her. "I am, yeah. Like I was telling the barmaid here, I've been helping my sister look after her newborn twins all day and I'm gasping. Why don't you come over and join us? You don't want to be standing here all on your own, some, do you? Kinda looked across at Seamus Toomey and Douglas Quinn. Only one of their shaven-headed henchmen was sitting between them, and he had his head tilted back and his eyes closed and his mouth hanging open, as if he had already had far too much to drink. Come on, that's my brother Seamus and his friend Dougie, and they're both good crack. They like pretty girls and you're dead feek and no mistake. When you walked in the door just now, the eyes were falling out all over the shop. OK then, said Kinah with a shrug, as if she were quite used to being openly told that she was sexy and had nothing better to do. Don't bother about paying for your drink, said Gwyneth. Maureen, put that WKD on Seamus's tab, won't you? And give us 2 more pints of Murphy's and an apple pacini for me. I'll fetch them over, said Maureen. Kinah walked across from the bar to the corner table and sat down next to Seamus Toomey. Douglas Quinn looked at her and gave her a wink. What's your name then, sweetheart? Said Seamus. I never saw you in here before. I live in Dublin, that's why, said Kinah. And you can call me Sparkle if you like. That's what all my friends call me. Sparkle? All right, Sparkle. So what do you do to make ends meet, if you don't mind my putting it that way, like? A bit of this and a bit of that. Some modelling, like, do you know what I mean? I had my picture in the Gloss a couple of months ago. That doesn't surprise me, said Gwyneth, and she reached across and laid her podgy little hand on Kinah's knee. You know, there's some people who are so sexy, it doesn't matter if they're a boy or a girl. And you're one of them.
Chill the gills, Gwynnie, said Douglas. You go diving straight in there, don't you, and you never give me and Seamus a looking. You're worse than you were with that Tommy. Not that I was ever interested in Tommy, like, don't get me wrong. I'm not a kigger.
Seamus laughed and banged the table. He's all right, you know, Gwynnie. Here's me and him trying to be all flirtatious like, and you're in like Flynn. But you're not a rug muncher, are you, Sparkle? It's those good-looking books that tickle your fancy. He laughed again, loud and harsh, and so did Douglas. Kinah smiled, but kept her eyes on Gwyneth. It was obvious from the way that Gwyneth was repeatedly stroking her knee that she found her attractive. And perhaps Gwyneth had that sexual sixth sense that had already picked up that Kinah was more interested in women than she was in men. So who's this Tommy? Asked Kinah, looking around the bar to give the impression that she wasn't particularly interested in knowing the answer. Just a fella, said Gwyneth. One of them me feiners who only makes out that he fancies you so he can get something out of you. You know, that kind of a way? Oh, so you dumped him? You could put it like that, ja, said Gwyneth, and glanced across at Seamus. This time he let out a short, abrupt laugh that had no humour in it at all. They carried on talking for well over 2 hours. Seamus told a long joke about a man who had been caught drinking and driving so many times that he called his family together and told them he had given up driving. Douglas tried to tell a joke about a man who took his 3-legged dog for a walk on the beach and found a genie in a bottle, but he forgot the punchline. All the time they were talking, Gwyneth continued to stroke Kinah's leg, and her hand crept its way further and further up the inside of her thigh. Whenever Kinah looked at her, she licked her lips suggestively, and then smiled her Cupid's bow smile, as if to say, You know what I'd relish doing to you, girl, don't you? Kinah thought she was so moon-faced and repulsive that it took all of her self-control not to slap her hand away and tell her that she was ugly as mutton in a fla bag. But Gwyneth had implied that something had happened between her and Tommy, and of course Kinah knew that Tommy was the name that Detective O'Dovlin had been using while he was undercover. At about 10:30, Seamus's phone rang. He picked it up from the puddle of Murphy's on the table and wiped it on his sleeve before he answered it. Yeah? Oh, it's you, Davo. What the feck do you want now? Oh, don't tell me. OK. Not that feckin' idiot of an under-manager again, was it? Listen, don't get your knickers in a twist, boy. I'll come down there myself right now and sort 'em out. OK. He stood up and said,
Sorry, one and all. I have a spot of bother down in the town I have to be dealing with.
He shook the shoulder of his slumbering henchman and shouted in his ear,
Farry, wake up, will you lazy bollocks? We've some business to attend to.
The henchman opened his eyes and sat blinking as if he had no idea where he was.
Do you want me to come with you?
Asked Douglas.
No, you're all right, boy. It's just the usual shite. That under-manager at Night Owls has been giving Dave a hard time. Followed him into the jacks and tried to pat him down and everything.
Who does he think he is, the fucking drug squad? I'll come with you anyway. I have to see Kevin about fixing me up with a car tomorrow.
Seamus and Douglas and Farry all drained what was left of their drinks, banged down their empty glasses and walked out of the pub. Kinda noticed that nobody called out good night to them, not even Maureen the barmaid. "I'd better be going too," she said, but Gwyneth gave her thigh a hard squeeze.
"Why don't you come back to mine for a nightcap?" said Gwyneth. "We can have a bit of a girly chat, like. Seamus and Dougie, they're all right, like, but I get fed up listening to all of their stupid jokes and all their talk about football and hurling and cars."
"I dunno," said Kinah. "I should be getting back to rescue my sister. She has fierce trouble getting those twins off to sleep."
"Oh, come on. Only for an hour or so. You can tell me all about your being a model. I always wanted to be a model. I heard that they're looking for the larger size girls these days."
"Yes, they are," thought Kinah, "but we're talking about a size 14, not size 22 with a face like a bag of spanners." "Maybe the one," she said. "I haven't had an evening off in weeks. I don't just do the modelling, like, because it's not steady work." Kinah decided to leave her car parked where it was. Who knew what might go wrong this evening, and she didn't want any of the gang to be able to recognise her when she was driving around town sometime in the future.
"I don't live too far,"
said Gwyneth as they left the pub and started to walk along Cathedral Road. It was chilly outside and the stars were hidden by the clouds.
"Seamus or Dermot usually give me a lift home, but I think the walk is good for me, do you know? I think my only problem is that I can't say no to chips. Chips are my downfall, you know, that kind of way."
"I can't even look at a chip," said Kinah. "When I'm not modelling, I'm serving behind the counter at the Chicken Express in Fairview. Well, you have to make a living, like, don't you?" Gwyneth took hold of Kinah's hand.
"I think you and me were going to be the best of friends. Even bester than that."
Gwyneth opened the front door of her flat and let Kinah in.
"There you are, Sparkle. You can hang your coat up here. There, go through to the lounge and I'll fetch you a drink and some nibbles. I don't have any WKD, but I have some Little Island cider if you fancy it."
"Yeah, whatever," said Kinah. The side lamps in the living room were already lit, so that she could see the heap of sweaters and damp towels and crumpled magazines on the couch, as well as the empty pizza boxes on the coffee table and the grubby discarded slippers on the floor. The room smelt sour and airless, as if Gwyneth never opened the windows or even drew back the curtains.
"You'll have to forgive all the mess,"
Gwyneth called out from the kitchen.
"I never seem to find the time to tidy up, like."
"Oh, don't worry, I'm the same," Kinah called back, thinking of her immaculate flat with its pink Chinese rug and its framed reproduction of a nude by Sarah Purser. She sat down on the couch, perfectly still with her hands clasped together, to put herself into a totally professional frame of mind. No matter what she had to tolerate with Gwyneth, she was here to find out what had happened to Detective O'Dufflin, and that was all. It was almost 5 minutes before Gwyneth reappeared. She had a lighted cigarette dangling from her lips, and she was carrying a bottle of cider in one hand and a pint glass of Johnny Jump Up in the other. She had taken off her red GAA t-shirt and her bra and her miniskirt and her tights, and she was now swathed in her shiny turquoise dressing gown with a pattern of tear-shaped stains down the front, which could have been dried blood, but which Kinah guessed were much more likely to be YR brown sauce. "There you are, girl," she said, sitting down next to Kinah and handing her the bottle of cider. She blew smoke out of the side of her mouth and flapped it away with her hand. "Oh, what a shift, like." Without waiting for Kinah to answer, she leaned over and kissed her on the cheek, and then on the lips. She stuck out the tip of her tongue, but Kinah kept her lips closed. Gwyneth's breath reeked of cigarettes and Guinness. Gwyneth sat back, undeterred that Kaina hadn't opened her mouth for her. She took a deep drag at her cigarette, and then she said, "You like it both ways, don't you? I can tell. You're just like me, you are. I don't care if it's a feek or a fiend, so long as they're a ride and they're raring to go." "It sounds like that Tommy fella put you off, though," said Kaina. "To feck with Tommy. He was a lying toe-rag, he was, making out that he was a local lad and all sweet and friendly and all." Kaina took a swig of her cider. "Did he, you know?" "What? Give me a go? He did, yeah, before I found out who he really was. He wasn't too bad, like, better than throwing a banana up Panna. Well, he wasn't exactly lashing into me, you know, that kind of way." "So, what was he lying about?" "I shouldn't tell you. Seamus'll get fair bull thick with me if I do. But his name wasn't even Tommy." Kaina laid her hand on Gwyneth's plump shoulder and stroked it through her slippery dressing gown. "I swear to God, girl, I won't tell a living soul." "Why don't you make yourself comfortable first, Sparkle? You know, maybe take off those pants. You must be fierce warm in them, like. And I'll show you what I've got that sparkles." "No, you're all right," said Kaina. "I'm thinking about my sister now. She's going to be wondering where in the name of Jesus I've got to." Come on. 10 minutes won't make no difference, will it? Here, look. What do you think of these, then? All genuine Swarovski." With that, Gwyneth stood up and peeled off her dressing gown. Out tumbled a landslide of huge swaying breasts and drooping belly and cellulite rippled thighs, with her vajazzle glittering deep beneath the folds of fat. Gwyneth lifted her stomach with her left hand so that Kaina could see the crystals around the swollen lips of her vulva more clearly. "It's amazing, isn't it? I love it so much. Makes me feel like a pole dancer, you know, that kind of a way. Except I don't have a pole. Well, only that fellow Marek who works down at Kiri's Motors. Do you get it? He's a pole. Do you get it?" Kaina smirked, but she was too stressed now by the sight of Gwyneth's bulging nudity to manage a laugh. She started to lift herself off the couch, but before she could manage to sit up straight, Gwyneth dropped down to her pillowy knees right in front of her, grasped the waistband of her yoga pants, and started to tug them down. At first, Kaina snatched at the waistband and tried to pull her pants back up again, but Gwyneth only grinned at her and said, "Come on, Sparkle, you don't have to be shy. We're just two girls together, aren't we?" She dragged Kaina's pants over her feet and tossed them across the living room floor. Then she leaned forwards, parting Kaina's knees with her shoulders, opening her thighs wide with her fingers, and dipping her head down. Kaina glanced down only once, to see Gwyneth's dry, bleached blonde hair bobbing up and down between her legs, as if she were swimming a length at the Churchfield public baths. Then she leaned her head back against the leatherette couch and tried to remember her favourite poem from school. "She thinks, part woman, 3 parts a child, that nobody looks, her feet practice a tinker's shuffle, picked up on a street." Gwyneth kept on licking, and in spite of her revulsion, the nerve endings in Kaina's clitoris couldn't help responding to the persistent stimulation of her tongue tip. All the same, she knew that she wasn't going to reach an orgasm. She was too rigid with disgust and anxiety, and she simply didn't want to. She had once had a friend who encouraged her Labrador to lick her, but this was worse, because the dog hadn't understood what it was doing, while Gwyneth had sensed that Kaina wanted something from her, even if she hadn't fully realised what it was, and she was taking every sexual advantage of it. Like a long-legged fly upon the stream, her mind moves upon silence. Gwyneth licked faster and faster, and now she had wedged her hand down between her own thighs and was gasping and panting and letting out extraordinary snorkelling noises. She suddenly reached a quaking climax, and Kaina took that as her cue to simulate an orgasm too. She bounced up and down on the couch and breathed "yes, yes, yes," and gripped Gwyneth by both of her shoulders. After a while, Gwyneth sat up and wiped her face with the back of her hand. Sparkle, you little dancer," she said. "Jesus, you're some sexy biscuit, you are." She heaved herself up and sat close to Kaina, turning her head around with both hands and kissing her full on the lips. I think it's my turn for a lick out now, don't you? Kaina had kept her mouth tightly closed while Gwyneth was kissing her, and she shook her head. I can't, Gwyneth, I'm sorry. I have these feckin' horrible mouth ulcers. That's why I haven't been able to shift you proper, and I wouldn't be wanting to give you an infection down there, like. Gwyneth sat back, clearly disappointed. But then she leaned forwards again and gave Kaina one quick kiss on the cheek. You're all right, girl. That's pure considerate of you. I tell you what, we can meet up again when your bake's better. My gran always used to swear by orange juice for the mouth ulcers. The fresh stuff, mind, not your Tenora. She picked up her dressing gown and tied it around herself tightly, and then she went over and picked up Kaina's yoga pants for her. I'll fetch us another couple of drinks, she said. I don't know why the taste of flange always makes me so thirsty. You think it'd do the opposite, you know, that kind of a way. She was walking across the living room when her phone warbled. She picked it up and said, Yeah? Yeah, of course it's Gwenny. Who the feck did you think it was? No, I haven't, no. No, I didn't get none of that neither. Listen, Seamus, I haven't had the time to get down to Tesco, but I will in the morning, all right? She listened for a while, nodding impatiently, and then she said, All right, stall it, will you, for the love of God? I'll go down and get all the messages first thing tomorrow. Who's going to take it all down to Crosser, because I can't? Fanny? All right, so long as he's not still feeling like a shite in a swing swung. Eventually she put the phone down. That's Seamus, she complained with a chicken-like cluck. Always expecting me to run around after him like I'm his feckin' moth or something, as if I haven't got enough on my plate. Kaina, pulling on her yoga pants, gave her a weak but sympathetic smile. So, what's he expecting you to do now? She called out, as Gwyneth went into the kitchen to open another bottle of cider and pour herself another pint of Johnny Jump Up. The second that Gwyneth was out of sight, she danced quickly across the room, picked up Gwyneth's phone and checked the number that had just called her. It was an 087 mobile number, and she quickly memorised it by remembering the number of her first flat in Drumcondra, to which she added her mother's birthday and the last 2 digits of her own phone number. By the time Gwyneth came back with the drinks, she was sitting on the couch again. Oh, I have to buy all this stuff like bog roll and tea and tin pies, although what we're doing feeding him and giving him paper to wipe his arse with I can't feckin' imagine. He would have had us all in jail if we'd given him half a chance. You're talking about this Tommy character? Spot on, said Gwyneth. She swallowed a mouthful of Guinness and cider and then let out a long, rasping and complicated belch. Don't tell Seamus I told you this, but it turned out that he's a cop in real life. He's been hanging around the halfway for weeks now with his ears flapping. If I hadn't flagged him, we'd never have found out who he was. But why do you have to buy him food and all? Because he's an unpaying guest of ours at the moment, girl. Just to teach him a lesson, that's what Seamus says. We'll probably let him go if the guards agree to stop mithering us. And what's going to happen to him if they don't? Well, just like the fella said when he showed up at the fancy dress ball with the rubber Johnny on his beezer and the doorman asked him what he'd come as. Fuck knows. Gwyneth burst out laughing at her own joke and sprayed Kaina's face with her drink. Chapter 15. As Katie walked towards her front porch, the door opened, and there was Connor standing in the lighted hallway with Fulkin standing beside him. He always dressed well, but this evening he was looking even smarter than usual in a grey tweed blazer and a pale grey shirt, and he was even wearing a tie. She kissed him and said, Look at you, la. Are you planning on heading out somewhere?
I am, as a matter of fact. I'm planning on taking you for dinner if you're not too beat out. I have a table booked for us at Gilbert's.
Wow! So what's this all about? Did that fellow from Killarney pay you at last for fetching those schnauzers back?
He did, actually, but that's not the reason. Like I told you on the phone, I have some good news.
Fair play. Just give me 10 minutes to change. Katie went through to the bedroom, undressed, and took a shower. Fulkin came into the bedroom to watch her as she dried her hair in front of her dressing table. Katie blew the hairdryer at her so that her feathery ears flapped up, and Fulkin closed her eyes as if she were standing in a warm breeze by the sea.
Can I fix you a drink?
Called Connor. No, thanks, I'll wait till we get to the restaurant. and one of us is going to have to stay sober. She put on one of her favourite dresses, a simple black long-sleeved button-through and shiny black patent shoes. When she came out of the bedroom, Connor was waiting with her coat. "You have a mysterious look on your face, Con," she told him. "I'm dying to find out what this is all about." They drove in Connor's Audi along to Pierce Square in Cove, which overlooked the waterfront. The sea was black, so that only the reflected lights from the promenade gave away the presence of the second deepest harbour in the world. This had been the Titanic's last port of call before she sailed out over the Atlantic and never came back. Connor had booked them a table in the corner at the back of the restaurant. It was crowded this evening and noisy, with its shiny white floor and its plain wooden chairs and tables. Before Katie could decide what she wanted to drink, Connor beckoned to the waitress and asked her to bring over the bottle of champagne that he had already arranged to have on ice. "Don't keep me in suspense any longer," said Katie, as Connor opened the bottle with the softest of pops and poured her a fizzy glassful. "I've spent my whole day trying to solve puzzles. I don't need any more."
"Sláinte," said Connor, lifting his glass. "May trouble neglect you, the angels respect you, and heaven accept you."
"Connor!"
"Very well," he said, smiling. "I heard from my solicitor today that the business with the house is all settled, and that the nuisance and I have been living apart for long enough over the past 5 years to be eligible to apply for a divorce."
"That is good news, although you shouldn't call her that. She probably calls you something much worse. What's the deal with the house?"
"She gets to keep it, but I don't have to pay the mortgage any longer. I know I'll lose all of my equity, but it's a relief to get it all over at last. That's not really why I brought you here, though."
The waitress came over and handed them a menu each. "We have seafood chowder and smoked salmon, and the catch of the day today is grilled whiting." Connor looked up at her and said,
"No, that's where you're wrong. This is the catch of the day."
He took a small blue box out of his jacket pocket, opened it up, and showed Katie the diamond ring that was sparkling inside it.
"I love you with all of my heart, Kathleen Maguire," he told her. "Will you do me the rare honour of becoming my wife?"
Katie stared at him numbly. She had such a tocht in her throat she could barely speak, and it was all she could do to stop herself from bursting into tears. As it was, she had to pick up her napkin and dab at her eyes so that most of her mascara came off. The waitress grinned, half in delight and half in embarrassment. "Do you want me to come back later?" she asked.
"No, sweetheart. I want you to stay and be a witness, whatever she says," said Connor. "I'm only a poor dog catcher, but I'm fit and healthy and solvent, and I know all the words to The Rising of the Moon."
He picked the ring out of the box and held it out. Katie's hand was lying flat on the table, but she didn't lift her finger so that he could slip it on. She was surprised and flattered. From the moment she had first seen Connor walk into the station, she had been attracted to his neat beard and his Viking cheekbones and his confident manner. But did she really want to get married again? Her late husband, Paul, had been attractive too, but he had turned out to be an unreliable finagler as well as unfaithful. And then there had been John. She had really loved John, but she had always felt that she had jinxed him, and that bad luck had started to follow him from the moment they had first got together, as close behind him as a dark shadow. She looked into Connor's eyes, and she could see that he was pleading with her. "Marry me, Katie, please. I'll be on top of the world." She felt as if time in the bistro had slowed down, and all the music and talking and laughter that surrounded them had decelerated into a deep, groaning blur. "Con," she said at last, laying her hand on top of his wrist. "I don't want to hurt your feelings, but you'll have to let me think this over."
"Katie, I love you. I want you to be my wife."
"I hear you, darling, and I think you're a wonderful man, believe me. You couldn't have paid me any more of a compliment. But my life is in such a tangle right now, I can't think straight. And marriage? That's for the rest of our lives." The waitress pressed her fist against her front teeth, as if she were trying to stop herself from blurting out, "Go on, say yes." Connor turned to her and said,
"Sorry, sweetheart. Why don't you come back in a couple of minutes? I don't think we're quite ready to give you our orders just yet."
He hesitated for a moment, and then he tucked the ring back into the box, snapped it shut, and returned it to his pocket.
"I didn't mean to distress you," he said. "It seems like I misjudged my moment, doesn't it?"
Katie swallowed and stroked the back of his wrist. "You know how I feel about you, Con, but up until now my relationships have been such a mess. It's not that I can't trust you, darling. I can't trust myself. There's such confusion at work, it seems like the whole world is falling apart, and I don't want to say yes to you this evening simply because I'm stressed."
"It's no bother, Katie," said Connor. "I have you. I totally understand what you're saying."
He topped up their champagne glasses and then sat back, sipping at his drink as if it didn't taste quite right. Then he lifted his glass and said,
"Why are we drinking champagne? I don't know what we're supposed to be celebrating."
"Con," said Katie, "I didn't say no. I'm only asking for some time, that's all. It's a mega decision, not just emotionally. I have a job that takes up all of my days and most of my nights and needs my constant attention 7 days a week. I'm thinking of you, darling, as well as me. It was my job that wrecked my marriage to Paul, and it was my job that killed poor John in the end. I am deeply, deeply fond of you, and I don't want the same thing to happen to you."
"Oh," said Connor, "you're deeply, deeply fond of me."
The waitress came up again with her notepad. "Have you made any choices yet? The whiting's delicious. I had some myself earlier for my lunch." Katie looked at the menu and then at Connor. "I'm sorry. I don't think I'm very hungry anymore."
"No," said Connor. "We'll leave it, shall we? I'll just pay for the champagne."
Katie said nothing as he took out his credit card and paid. She didn't know what to say to make him feel any better. They left the bistro in silence and walked across the square. The breeze smelled of sea and diesel fumes, and the smell brought some words that Katie had read at school into her mind, a description of leaving port. "Out to the open we go, to windy freedom and trackless ways. Light after light comes down, the old prides and the old devotions glide abeam, astern, sink down upon the horizon, pass, pass." By the time Connor opened the car door for her, she was in tears. As they drove back to Cork View, Katie said, "You didn't get a chance to speak to McManus then?"
"No, like I say, he was ringed around by even more scumbags than usual. They don't scare me, those Gurriers, but I didn't want to propose to you tonight with my nose broke. Not that it would have made any difference."
"Con, I only asked you for some time to think it over, that's all. I'm not very good with surprises, like, do you know what I mean? When you came out with that ring, you almost put my heart crossways."
"I should know you better."
"You will, I hope. Look, it's still not too late. Let's take Fulkin for a walk and we can have a chat. I don't want you to go to bed tonight feeling rejected, because you're not." Connor parked in the driveway, and Katie went to fetch Fulkin. Somehow Fulkin sensed that this was special, and her tail wouldn't stop flapping eagerly from side to side. "I wonder what she's going to think of Barney," said Katie, as they walked along by the river. In the harbour behind them, a ship let out a long, mournful hoot, like a mother whale calling for her lost baby.
"I think they'll get along fine. She's pure amiable, Fulkin. And Barney, he's soft as a googie, isn't he? Except when somebody threatens his mistress."
Katie took hold of Connor's hand and gripped it tight. "We don't have to hurry this relationship, Con. We have all the time that God gives us. You and me, we were both put into this world to do more than most, like saving innocent people from being killed and injured, and innocent dogs from being tortured for the fun of it."
"I hope we're allowed to think of our own pleasures now and again, though,"
said Connor. "Now and again," smiled Katie, and gave a little skip so that she could reach up to kiss his cheek. "Not during rush hours, that's all. The same as the parking restrictions on McCurtain Street." They walked all the way to the ferry terminal. The last cross-river ferry of the evening was coming in, and they stood and watched its lights as it moored. Falcon stood beside them, looking up at them from time to time. Katie felt she was still a little anxious that she might unexpectedly find herself on her own, with no home to go to. They were about to start walking back when Katie's phone played Shú Laroon. "Hello," she said. She didn't recognise the number.
D.S. Maguire? Oh, glad I caught you. This is Inspector Carroll from Tip. I thought you'd be interested to know that there's been a serious fire up at Ballynock halting site. I've just had a call from the Fire Investigation Association. They've sent 2 investigators up there now because the Assistant Fire Chief reckoned it looked like a clear case of arson.
Really? Was anybody hurt?
2 fatalities. A young Pavey woman, Rosella Rooney, and guess who? Guzai McManus.
Serious? McManus? When did this happen?
Midday or thereabouts. But they only recovered the bodies about half an hour ago.
Midday?
That's right. Apparently there was no one else in the site when the fire was started. Only McManus and this young Rooney woman. Everybody else had gone off to watch some dog fight that was being held on a farm near Ballynonty.
Why wasn't McManus there? Asked Katie. At the dog fight, I mean. She turned around to see if Connor was listening to her, but he had already started walking back down the road with Falcon, and he was out of earshot.
From what we were told, McManus suffered a severe attack of gout, and by 10:30 or thereabouts he was in so much pain that he decided to call it a day and go back to the halting site. We're not exactly sure what his relationship with this Rosella Rooney might have been, but she drove him there anyway. They were both in McManus's mobile home when the fire started. They might have been sleeping or watching TV, there's no way of telling. But there was no way out of there once the fire had taken hold. All of the windows were locked except one, and that wouldn't have opened wide enough for McManus to squeeze his fat carcass out of it.
And it definitely looks like arson.
It has all the signs of it. An accelerant poured in through that one open window, more than likely.
Who raised the alarm?
A local farmer was passing on his tractor and he saw smoke and flames coming from behind the halting site. We can't say exactly when the fire was started because it had taken a real hold by then, but the farmer called 112 at 12:07.
Where are they sending the bodies? The morgue at Limerick Regional, I imagine?
That's right, but from what the Assistant Fire Chief told me, they won't be requiring much more in the way of cremation.
Thanks for ringing anyway, said Katie. Keep me in touch, will you? She walked quickly to catch up with Connor. Her mind was whirling inside like a child's windmill. She felt like bursting out and asking him how he could possibly have seen Guzai McManus at a dog fight in Ballynonty, surrounded by his heavies or not, when he had been back in his mobile home suffering from gout. But even in the few seconds that it took her to reach him, her Garda-trained mind had already asked her, if Connor wasn't at Ballynonty, where was he? And who started the fire that killed him?
Who was that?
Asked Connor, linking arms with her. Oh, just routine.
They don't leave you alone, do they?
They won't, ever, until I retire, or people stop committing crimes, whichever comes sooner. She was silent for the rest of the way home. When Falcon had curled herself up in her basket in the kitchen, she went through into the living room and switched on the lamps. Connor was already in the bedroom, getting undressed.
Aren't you coming to bed?
He called her. I'm not tired yet. I thought I'd have a drink and read my book. She went over to the side table and poured herself a small glass of Smirnoff. Then she sat down on the couch, tucked up her feet, and picked up her copy of The Girls in Green. Connor appeared in the doorway in his blue pyjama trousers, tugging down his t-shirt over his dark hairy chest. He watched her turning over the pages of her book for a while, and then he said,
You're angry about something.
No, I'm not.
But you have something on your mind, haven't you? Is it because I proposed to you? I'm sorry again if I read our relationship all wrong. I probably understand dogs better than women.
Katie sipped her drink and pretended to read another page. But then she put down her book and said, You did go to Tip, didn't you?
Of course I did. Why would you think that I didn't? You can ask Alice Cushley. You don't think I'm having a clandestine affair, do you?
Did you really go to Ballynonty and see Guzai McManus?
What's this about, Katie? Just because I didn't manage to confront him face to face like I wanted to, that doesn't mean I didn't get to see him. I'll catch him some other time.
No, you won't. Connor came into the living room and sat down beside her on the couch.
I've sworn to stamp out dogfighting, Katie, one way or another, and I will. McManus can't get away with brutalising dogs forever.
Well, he has, Connor. He's dead. Connor stared at her intently, searching her eyes to see if she was testing him or teasing him.
You're not serious. He's dead? How did he die?
His mobile home was burnt out, most likely by an arsonist. He was inside it at the time, along with some young Pavy woman. She died too. Connor opened his mouth, but then he closed it again without saying anything. He went to the dogfight all right, said Katie, trying to keep her voice steady. He wasn't well, though. Gout, apparently. So we called it a day. By the time you'd got to Tip and met up with Alice Cushley, he was back at Ballynock. There was a long silence between them. Connor kept staring at Katie, but it was plain that he couldn't think what to tell her. At last, Katie said, "That's why I asked you if you really went to Ballynock, and if you genuinely saw him. Because you didn't, did you?" Connor stood up. He walked around the room, smacking his fist into the palm of his hand, and then he sat down again.
I had no idea there was anybody in there,
he said, so quietly that Katie could hardly hear him. What?
I said, I had no idea there was anybody in there. I knocked, but nobody answered.
Katie put down her drink and lowered her book. "Oh, Connor," she said. But this time she didn't cry. Chapter 16. About an hour before dawn, it began to rain. It clattered on the hood of John Lacey's yellow waterproof jacket, and the light from his torch picked out thousands of silver circles on the surface of the water. John shouted back to Aidan, "I think it's time we called it a night, son. This looks like it's going to get worse before it gets better." Aidan stuck his head out of the tent, his face illuminated by the game he was playing on his iPhone. "OK, then. Do you want me to start packing everything up?" John thought, "You don't have to sound quite so happy about it." He had thought that an all-night fishing expedition on the banks of the Lee would be a good way to bring him and Aidan closer together again. He had brought him here to Inishlena on the narrow track that led beside the river to the ruins of St. Sennan's Abbey, where he had fished when he was a boy himself. He had packed a new 2-man tent and fishing rods and hamburgers and 6 bottles of Satzenbrau in a cooler, even though Aidan was only 13. It was almost silent here, except for the gurgling of the river and the rustling of the trees and the sporadic quacking of ducks. But Aidan had been silent too, spending hour after hour playing Dragon Hills 2 and Oxenfree, and responding to John's attempts at jokey conversation with nothing but grunts or one-syllable answers, or simply by rolling his eyes up. Shortly before midnight, they had caught 3 bream and a rudd, but when John had told Aidan that their fishing licenses required them to throw them back, he had lost interest in catching any more. I mean, what's the point, like? John had felt like asking him what the point of his video games was, but he had simply shrugged and said, "It's the challenge, Aidan, that's all. Man against fish." "Oh, yeah?" John wound in his line. He collected up their rods and their khaki tackle bag and collapsed the 2 stools that neither of them had sat on. By the time he had walked back to the tent, Aidan had already folded it up and was rolling up the ground sheet. "Let's just stow this lot in the car," John told him. "We can come back for the rest of it." Aidan walked ahead of him up the track to where he had left his Volvo estate car. It was hard for him to believe that this sulky teenager with his close-shaved bazzer was the same small boy who used to sit in his lap and suck his thumb and listen to stories. He knew that it was mostly his own fault that he had lost contact with him. It hadn't helped his marriage to Rihanna either. But once he had discovered that senior Garda officers were taking bribes, He hadn't been able to ignore it. It was against his training as a guard, and against his religion too. His grandfather and his late father had both been Gardaí, and they would have been angrily pounding on the lids of their coffins if they could have heard about the backhanders that were routinely being taken, so that some of the most serious criminals in Cork could avoid prosecution. John's principal target was the city's biggest organised gang of car thieves, who had been able to carry on their racket year after year without any fear of arrest. He had been spending almost every waking hour ferreting out witnesses and evidence, and as consequence of that, his marriage and his 3 young children had become secondary, as if they were nothing more than a television serial playing at low volume in another room. The gang was composed of 2 Cork crime families, the Coakleys and the Lynches, both of them based in Mayfield. John hadn't found it difficult to collect evidence against the gang members themselves. There was plenty on file already. Forged car registrations and false index marks and paint spray jobs, as well as CCTV videos of new cars being driven away from dealers' forecourts, and dozens of witness statements. What John had been tracking down was the huge sums of money that the Coakley Lynch gang had been regularly handing over to senior Garda officers in exchange for immunity, and still were. It was mostly in cash or through offshore funds. His estate car was parked on the grass by the side of the track. He unlocked the rear door, and he and Aidan stowed away the tent and all the fishing gear. The rain was coming down hard now, so that it sounded as if the trees were on fire.
"You get in," he told Aidan. "No point in both of us getting skited."
Aidan didn't need telling twice. He climbed into the passenger seat and started playing another game on his phone. John walked back down the track to fetch the camping stove and the beer cooler and the plastic shopping bag filled with leftover burger buns. He didn't mind the rain. It suited his feeling of failure. He was just picking up the stove when he heard Aidan shouting out, "Get off me! What are you doing? Let go of me, will you?" He turned around to see that the passenger door of his estate car was hanging wide open, and that Aidan was being frog-marched down the track towards him by 3 men in black leather jackets and jeans, their faces masked by black balaclavas. As they came closer, he could see that one of the men holding Aidan's arms had a sawn-off shotgun tilted over his shoulder, while the man who was walking behind them was swinging an orange chainsaw. John dropped the camping stove into the grass and stood up straight. The 3 men pushed Aidan up in front of him, and then stopped.
"How's it going, Head?"
said the man with the shotgun, lowering his weapon and pointing it down at the ground.
"Jesus, it's a blessing your old girl knew where you were. We never would have found you else."
"What?" said John. He was suddenly feeling chilled and breathless, and his heart was beating painfully hard.
"You haven't been round to my house, have you? You haven't been threatening my wife? You haven't hurt her, have you?"
The man with the shotgun wiped his nose against his black leather glove.
"What kind of scummers do you think we are? Of course we haven't hurt her. She was very obliging as it goes. We only had to tell her that we'd blow your daughter into donkey little bits if she didn't tell us where you were."
"Who the hell are you?" John demanded, and he was so breathless now that his voice sounded as if he were suffering an asthma attack.
"Who are we? Who the feck do you think we are? Have a guess, Head." "We're the friends of those fellows you've been bothering so much lately, sticking your cane in where it's not welcome. We've come out to have a bit of a chat with you, that's all."
"I have nothing to say to you," said John. "I imagine you know that I'm a Garda sergeant, so I'm telling you now to clear off out of here, or else you'll be in deeper shite than you can ever imagine."
"You're having a laugh, aren't you? There's 3 of us, and there's only 2 of you, and one of you's nothing but a spotty man, Ian. On top of which, I happen to have this shotgun, which is loaded, but which I'm more than happy to unload into your lad's left ear to see if his brains can reach the other side of the river."
John said,
"Don't you dare touch him. Don't you even feckin' dare. Let him go now and I'll have a talk with you, all right?"
"There you are. I knew we could sort this out all amicable-like,"
grinned the man with the shotgun. Turning to Aidan, he said,
"Give my pal here your phone, son."
Aidan clutched his iPhone tightly against his chest and looked at John in desperation.
I said, give my pal your feckin' phone, son.
The man with the shotgun repeated, and this time there was a much harder edge to his voice. John nodded and said, Go on, Aidan. It's only a phone. They don't want you calling anybody, that's all. I'll buy you another one.
See what a flahoolock dad you have there, said the man with the shotgun. I'll bet generosity is his middle name. Pity he isn't more flahoolock when it comes to his colleagues. Do you know what I mean?
Aidan reluctantly handed his iPhone to the man beside him. The man took 2 steps back, swung his arm, and threw the phone high across the grass and into the rain-spotted river. It plopped into the water close to a duck, which flapped away in alarm.
Come on then, let's go and find ourselves some consecrated ground, shall we? Said the man with the shotgun.
I thought you were going to let my boy go,
said John. We will, as soon as you and us have finished our bit of blather. But we can't have him running off just yet. You never know who he might bump into. Even farmers have phones these days. Besides which, I think he'll find all this highly educational, especially if he decides that he wants to be a cop when he grows up. Loyalty, that's what it'll teach him. Blood is thicker than water, do you know what I mean? But money can soak the both of them up, the blood and the water, and it can wipe up a lot of the shite too.
The man with the shotgun started to walk further along the track, and the other 2 men indicated with sideways jerks of their heads that John and Aidan should follow him.
I'm not going,
shouted Aidan, backing away.
You can't make me, and my dad's a guard, so you can't make him either.
One of the men reached out to seize Aidan's arm, but Aidan spun around and kicked him in the shin. The man turned around to look at his 2 companions as if to say, Lamp this chiseler, would you? He's a neck like a jockey's bollocks. Then, without any hesitation, he slapped Aidan across the side of his head, so hard that Aidan tumbled backwards into the bushes. John shouted out, Hi! and started to step forwards. But the man with the shotgun dodged in front of him and raised the gun so that it was pointing directly at John's face.
I wouldn't think about it if I was you, Head, he warned him. Not if you want St. Peter to recognise you when you roll up with the pearly gates.
John's voice was shaking with anger.
I've said I'll talk to you, whatever you want to talk about, but leave my boy out of this.
To Aidan he called out,
Just keep calm, Aidan, okay? They've something they want to discuss with me, that's all. And once we've come to some kind of agreement, we'll be able to go.
Aidan disentangled himself from the bushes, brushing burrs from his sleeves. He climbed back onto his feet and followed them along to St. Senan's Abbey, scowling, one hand still cupping his ear. None of them spoke as they approached the low limestone wall that surrounded the graveyard, and the rain continued to dredge down across the river like a procession of ghostly mourners. The abbey had been abandoned in the early 19th century, and although its tall square tower remained, it was a hollow shell and its windows were empty. All the graves were overgrown with weeds, and most of the headstones were tilting and covered in lichen. The man with the shotgun trod his way between the graves, looking left and right as if he were searching for one grave in particular. Around the side of the abbey ruins he stopped and said,
Here, this'll do.
And he pointed with his gun to a low rectangular memorial slab with a headless statuette of an angel standing at one end of it.
In fact, that's most feckin' appropriate, wouldn't you say?
So, what do you want to talk about?
Asked John.
Or do you just want a tip for tomorrow's race at Punchestown?
Ha! You're a gas man, you are,
grinned the man with the shotgun. But at that moment, Aidan shrilled out, Dad! As one of the other men quickly stepped up close behind John, reached around him and snatched his left wrist. He twisted his arm behind his back and locked a handcuff on him, and then reached around for his right wrist and locked that too.
What in the name of God is this all about? John protested. You have a gun, don't you? You don't need to feckin' cuff me to keep me here."
"Well, maybe," said the man with the shotgun. "It's just that we have a little more than banter in mind, do you know what I mean? And so we need to make sure that you stay good and steady. We wouldn't want to hurt you more than necessary."
The man who had handcuffed John now pushed him roughly towards the memorial until his feet were touching its curb. Then he forced him to lie face downwards on the rough granite slab, wrenching back the hood of his waterproof jacket to expose the back of his neck. As he lay there with his cheek against the wet stone, John heard the distinctive sound of the chainsaw cord being tugged. It took 5 or 6 attempts before it started up, but then he heard it being revved up like a motorcycle on the starting grid.
"Oh, dear Mary, Mother of God, what are they going to do to me? If they're going to kill me, please let them kill me outright. Please don't let them mutilate me."
He had a vivid flashback to a suicidal man who had thrown himself in front of an Erin Road train at Kent Station. He had been lying by the side of the track, with his legs severed just below his pelvis, staring up at John with an expression that had given him nightmares for weeks afterwards. An expression that said, "I thought I was going to die. I thought it would all be over in an instant. Instead, I'm still awake and it's still Thursday morning and I've been maimed beyond salvation." The man with the shotgun came close to the memorial and leaned over so that John could hear him over the noise of the chainsaw.
"Thought you were cute as the red arse bees, didn't you, Sergeant Lacey? Thought you could sneak on your friends and your fellows, and all you'd get was a pat on the back? Well, now you know that life doesn't work that way. In the Garda, your friends and your fellows come first, no matter what tricks they've been up to. They might have been doing a babs, but it's not up to you to pass judgment. It's all for one, and one for the other."
The man carrying the chainsaw was standing right next to him now, and he kept giving it little revs as if to emphasise what the man with the shotgun was saying.
"You've just time for a prayer," said the man with the shotgun. "If I was you, I'd be begging the Lord Jesus to forgive me for being such a grass."
"I have children,"
said John, his voice reedy with fear.
"Well, this'll teach your Waynes a pure unforgettable lesson, won't it?"
At that moment, Aidan suddenly made a run for it. He hurtled over the nearest memorial stone and pelted towards the graveyard gate. The man with the shotgun snapped, "Patrick!" and the man who had handcuffed John started to run after him. For a big, heavily built man, Patrick was surprisingly fast. Aidan was running wildly, all arms and legs, but Patrick's legs were pumping mechanically, like the legs of a man who works out on a treadmill every morning. And Aidan hadn't even reached John's estate car before he caught up with him. He grabbed the sleeve of Aidan's jacket and dragged him back along the track to the Abbey. Aidan deliberately let himself drop to the ground, but Patrick kept on dragging him, and at last he dragged him back into the graveyard and threw him down in front of the man with the shotgun.
"And where the feck did you think you were heading off to, kid?"
the man with the shotgun shouted at him over the rasping of the chainsaw. Aidan started to sob, his mouth turned down in terror and despair.
"You can't. Don't hurt my dad."
"Do you know what you are?"
the man with the shotgun bellowed at him, close to his ear.
"You're a feckin' pain in the arse, that's what you are. You're a feckin' flight risk."
He turned to the man holding the chainsaw and shouted,
"Deal with him, will you, Hoggy, before he tries to leg it again."
"Huh?"
said Hoggy, holding the chainsaw to one side so that he could hear better.
"I said, deal with him, like the feet boy. Anything to stop him running off."
Aidan was sitting on the ground now, in between 2 curbstones. He kicked his heels into the shingle and tried to back away, but Patrick was standing right behind him and caught hold of his shoulders. He threw himself from side to side trying to break free, but Patrick was far too strong for him.
"Let me go!"
he screamed.
"Let me go! I won't run off again. I swear it crossed my heart."
But Hoggy approached him with his chainsaw raised and roaring at full speed. He lowered it towards Aidan's feet, and Aidan jumped and hopped and galloped, trying to avoid it. There was no escaping it, though. Hoggy swept it from side to side, and the teeth ripped into the heel of Aidan's left trainer, so that blood and shreds of canvas flew all the way across the nearby memorial. Then Hoggy caught his right ankle, tearing through his jeans and cutting through skin and bone with a high-pitched screech. Aidan's foot dropped off, and Hoggy kicked it aside as if he were a tree surgeon kicking a fallen branch out of the way. John shouted, "Stop! Stop, for the love of Jesus! Stop, will you?" He tried to lift himself up off the memorial slab, but he was like a beached seal, and when he raised his head, the man with the shotgun casually turned his shotgun around and struck him behind the ear with the butt. Not hard enough to knock him out, but hard enough to make him drop his head down again. Aidan had stopped screaming now. His face was deathly white, and he was convulsing in shock. Hoggy revved up the chainsaw again, and this time he started to cut him just below the left knee, except that the chainsaw skidded all the way down the front of his shin, shredding his jeans and the skin underneath them. Hoggy lifted the chainsaw and tried again, and this time he managed to sever his lower leg almost completely, although it still dangled from a twist of muscle. The shingle between the curbstones was glistening with blood, although the rain quickly began to wash it away. "That's enough, Sham," called the man with the shotgun. "Let's get down to what we came for. Patrick, come and hold this scummer's legs, would you, while Hoggy does the business." Patrick dropped Aidan onto the ground, and Aidan lay back shivering and twitching, with the rain falling directly into his face. Hoggy walked around the memorial slab on which John was lying, while Patrick kneeled down beside it, almost as if he were praying in church, and gripped John's legs to stop him from kicking. "Any last words, Sergeant Lacey?" shouted the man with the shotgun. "What have you done to Aidan?" John shouted back at him. "What have you done to my son, you ghoul?" "Is that it? Is them's your last words?" "You'll burn in hell for this," John yelled at him. "The Lord will judge you and you'll burn in hell." The man with the shotgun stepped back and nodded to Hoggy, and Hoggy revved the chainsaw up to full speed. Meanwhile, the rain continued to make thousands of circles on the surface of the river, and in the distance, over towards Kilcrea Hill, there was a deep grumbling of thunder, as if God had been woken up by the feeling that something in the world was badly wrong. Chapter 17. Even though it was 5:10 in the morning, they were still in the living room talking. Katie felt exhausted and befuddled, but she knew that even if she went to bed, she wouldn't be able to sleep. Connor was sitting on the couch with her, but he was so agitated that he kept getting up and circling around the room and then sitting down again. Fulcan had heard that they were awake and had scratched at the kitchen door, so Katie had let her into the living room so that she could lie by the warm ashes of the fire. Perhaps she had been worried that they had been discussing how to get rid of her. Katie leaned over now and again and ruffled her ears to reassure her that she was wanted and safe.
"All I can say is that it seemed like the best way to put McManus out of business," said Connor. "In fact, it was the only way that I could think of. You decided not to prosecute him, the ISPCA decided not to prosecute him, and even if you'd got a court injunction preventing him from keeping dogs, he would have ignored it. Besides which, he never actually kept any dogs himself."
"Con, what you did was insane. Even if McManus and his woman friend hadn't been inside it, you had no justification at all for setting fire to his mobile home. Sometimes we have to accept that we don't have the power to right what's wrong. If we start taking the law into our own hands, we'll be lowering ourselves down to the same level as the criminals."
"You can't tell me you're sorry that McManus is dead. When you think of all the hundreds of dogs who suffered unbelievable pain because of him, I mean, Jesus."
"I'm not sorry that he's dead, Con. I just wish that it hadn't been you who killed him. Can't you see what position this puts me in now? You've admitted to me what you've done, and as a police officer I'm duty-bound to arrest you. But can you imagine what the repercussions are going to be? Dennis McCostagoyne will probably have to suspend me, at least while we're preparing the book of evidence against you. And what a meal the media are going to make of it. Detective Superintendent's lover kills dog fight supremo in arson attack. Mother of God, Con, I could lose my job because of this. Connor sat down and covered his face with his hands. Falcon looked up at Katie as if she were asking why he was so upset.
I knocked, said Connor at last. I knocked, but there was no answer.
Guzai and his woman friend were probably both langered, even at that time of the day. But even if you knocked, that doesn't mitigate what you did. Honest to God, Con, I don't know what I'm going to do now. Connor lowered his hands and looked at her directly.
We're not lovers anymore.
What?
We broke up a couple of days ago. We had a fierce argument about Guzai and I threw a sevener and stormed off, and you haven't seen me since.
Con, that's simply not true.
Who's to say it isn't? Nobody's seen us together in the past day or two. It was dark when we took Falcon for a walk, and only a couple of cars went past.
Katie stared at him, not knowing what to say. He had obviously been lying to her when he had claimed that he had seen McManus at Ballinonty. But even though he had confessed to her that he was the arsonist who had set fire to McManus's mobile home, she would have no way of proving it if he subsequently decided to deny it. It was possible that the technical experts up at Tipperary might find forensic evidence that it was him, footprints or fingerprints or tyre tracks, but she didn't think it very likely.
Katie,
said Connor, taking hold of her hands.
I'm thinking of you and you alone. Maybe what I did was pure mental, but I can't regret it. All I want to do now is make sure that this doesn't cause you any grief. You didn't know I was planning on doing it. You had no involvement whatsoever, so there's no reason for you to suffer.
But if we pretend that you didn't tell me, what are you going to do?
I have a cousin in Sligo. I can always say that I didn't see McManus at Ballinonty, so I decided to go up and pay him a visit instead. I can go and stay with him, and I know he'll back me up.
Con, I love you. I think I love you. Holy Mary, I thought I loved you. How could you have done this?
I suppose I was sure that I would get away with it.
Katie turned away from him. It had been a long time since she had felt angry with anyone. She found Frank Megorian misogynistic and arrogant, and sometimes Detective Sergeant Begley annoyed her with his bullheadedness. But neither of them were supposed to love her and care for her, not like Connor. Although she had desperately wanted to see Guzai McManus prosecuted for his wanton cruelty to dogs, she couldn't help thinking that Connor had been more concerned about the dog's welfare than hers. Yes, she could say that she and Connor had argued and broken up, and that she had never had any inkling that he was going up to Ballinonty to confront McManus. But as damaging as it would be for her if she arrested Connor for arson and manslaughter, it would be even more damaging if she didn't, and if she was caught out lying to save her own skin, as well as his. She also knew from her own investigations that it was quite possible that somebody had seen them together, or at least seen Connor's Audi parked in her driveway after his return from Tipperary. She tugged her hands away from his. You're breaking my melt, Con. I don't know what I'm going to do now. Mother of God, talk about a rock and a hard place.
I'm sorry, Katie. I'm really so sorry. I've made a right hames of everything, haven't I?
Katie was almost tempted to pour herself another large vodka, but she was too tired, and she didn't fancy the taste of it, not at this time of the morning. She picked up a cushion from the couch and threw it across the room, but that seemed to be such a feeble protest against Connor's recklessness. Her late husband, Paul, had jeopardised her career by trading in stolen building materials, and he had been unfaithful to her more than once, but at least he had never killed anybody.
Maybe I should go,
said Connor. Yes, said Katie. Maybe you should. And maybe you shouldn't even tell me where you're going, or when I might hear from you again, if ever. Just as Connor stood up, Katie's phone played Shularoon. She picked it up and saw that Kaina was ringing her. Kaina, what's the story? What time is it? 5:32, ma'am. I'm sorry to wake you. You didn't, as it happens. I haven't been to bed yet. I've only just managed to escape from Seamus Toomey's 10-ton sister, Gwyneth. I'm cross sick to say that she took a fancy to me. You're codding me? I wish. I managed to keep the intimacy down to the minimum, thank God. But it was her who found out that Michael O'Dufflin was undercover. It seems like she dragged him back to her flat and insisted on taking a rasher off him. I don't quite know how she discovered he was a cop, but she must have called Toomey, and then he had no chance. While I was there, though, Toomey rang, and from what I overheard, they're holding Michael in Crosshaven somewhere. Toomey wanted Gwyneth to go to Tesco and buy food and toilet paper for him, and then hand it all over to some courier called Farry to take it down there. That's brilliant work, kinda. I'll ring Buckley and O'Brien and get them to tailor. And then this Farry character. Where does she live? Last block of flats in Spriggs Road, just off Sun Valley Drive, in the messiest pigsty I've ever seen. And you don't think she decked that you were a cop too? Not a chance. She even wants to see me again for some more ping-ping. Ugh. Thank the saints I don't have to. You ought to see her. I tell you, ma'am, you wouldn't ride her into battle. I'll ring you back directly, said Katie, ending the call and prodding out Detective Buckley's number. As she did so, she heard the front door close, and when she turned around, she saw that Connor had gone. Immediately, she ran out of the living room and flung the front door wide open. She was dazzled by the headlights of Connor's Audi as he reversed out of her driveway and onto Corrig View. It was raining hard. "Connor!" she called out, running out after him in her stockinged feet. "Connor, stop! Connor!" Either he couldn't hear her, or else he didn't want to. He sped off northwards, leaving her standing on the wet pavement. She blinked against the raindrops as his red taillights disappeared into the distance. She heard a small voice say, "Hello? Hello? Is that you, ma'am? Hello?" She lifted up her phone and said, "Yes, Kieran, this is me. Sorry to call you at this godforsaken hour." She walked back towards the house. Falcon was standing in the hallway waiting for her and almost tripped her up. "Don't you worry, girl," said Katie. "I'm not going to leave you. Not for anything." Chapter 18. Detective Scanlon was waiting in her Volkswagen Polo outside the music market when the owner came around the corner, carrying a cardboard cup of coffee in one hand and a saxophone in the other. He hung the saxophone on the door handle so that he could unlock the front door, and then he went inside. Detective Scanlon climbed out of her car to follow him. The music market was a small single-storey building opposite the rear entrance to the South Infirmary Victoria University Hospital. It was painted a dull red colour, and its windows were hung with rows of acoustic guitars. As Detective Scanlon approached, the owner reappeared. He was lugging a large plywood sign in the shape of a double bass, with the lettering, "The Music Market, Discount Guitars," painted on it, which he planted on the pavement. "How's it going, sir?" said Detective Scanlon, taking out her ID and holding it up in front of him. "I'm Detective Podgreen Scanlon from Anglesey Street Garda Station." "Oh, yeah?" said the owner suspiciously. He was short and bald, with owlish glasses and a droopy grey moustache. He was wearing a lime green shirt and a purple waistcoat and baggy brown corduroy trousers. "Are you William O'Higgin?" Detective Scanlon asked him. "What if I am?" "Well, I need to speak to the owner of this store, and the registered owner of this store is William O'Higgin." "I'm the owner, so that would be me." "That's cleared that up then. Is it okay if we go inside so that I can ask you a couple of questions?" "Sure, like. Come on in." William O'Higgin led Detective Scanlon into the store. The shop was small and low-ceilinged and cramped, and it was filled with so many musical instruments that they could barely squeeze their way to the counter. There was a strong smell of stale pipe smoke, mingled with the piney aroma of violin rosin. "So, what can I do you for?" asked William O'Higgin, prizing the lid off his coffee and taking a quick slurp at it. "I was wondering if you'd sold any low-D tin whistles lately." "Low-D tin whistles? Why would you want to know that?" "It's just part of an inquiry, that's all." "You know that they were stolen then? How in the name of God did you find out about that? I never reported it. I mean, why would I bother to report it? It wouldn't be any use, would it? Because I wouldn't be able to sell them again even if I got them back. Health and feckin' safety, like." Detective Scanlon said, "You should have reported it, really. Even if you never got them back, it could have helped us to catch some petty thieves. When were they stolen, these whistles?
2 Thursday mornings ago, about 10:30 in the morning.
And you have any idea who took them?
I do, yeah. But I'd be hard put to give you much of a description. He was a big fellow with a shaved head, like, wearing a black leathery kind of a jacket. Do you know what I mean? But that was all I saw of him, because one of your lot was here when he came in, talking to me about thieving, would you believe?
You mean a guard?
That's right. He came in to tell me about a gang that's been going around the city, hobbling from shops and burgling from houses. He said they come down from Dublin for the day, rob as many shops and houses as they can, and then they whiz back up to Dublin before you can say pikey.
Well, that's true, said Detective Scanlon, because Cork had been plagued recently by a spate of thefts and break-ins by visiting gangs from up north. As far as she knew, though, Superintendent Pearce hadn't specifically been sending Garda around to give local shopkeepers warnings about them. He wouldn't have been able to spare them, and there had been plenty of news reports about them on the TV and the radio, and in the Echo. She didn't mention this to William O'Higgin. The guard could have been an imposter, deliberately distracting him while an accomplice stole the tin whistles, and she didn't want to start speculating and complicate what might have been a perfectly straightforward case of shoplifting.
I mean, that was pure ironical, like, said William O'Higgin. There was this fella stroking my whistles while a guard was right there standing in the shop. But it wasn't until later in the day that I saw that the whistles were gone, so I couldn't be totally sure that it was your man who took them. I can't think who else it might have been, though. The rest of the customers I had that day were all musicians I know, plus a couple of kids who wanted to buy a harmonica but didn't have the grade for it.
You say whistles in the plural, said Detective Scanlon. How many are missing altogether?
5,
said William O'Higgin. He slurped his coffee again and his glasses steamed up, so he took them off and wiped them on his shirt sleeve.
Yep, 5. And I've been asking myself, who in the name of Judas Iscariot would want 5 low-D tin whistles? Like, what the feck for? You don't have tin whistle bands, and even if you did, you wouldn't have them all playing at the same pitch, would you?
Do you have any left, so I could see exactly what they look like?
I do, yes. I had 7 altogether, and the fella left 2 behind. I thought that was queer too, you know. He could just as easy have stroked them all, like, which I would have done myself if I was planning on selling them on.
Look, he said, and went across the shop to a circular wooden bin with 2 tin whistles sticking out of it. He took one out and gave it two-handed to Detective Scanlon, as reverently as if he were handing her a holy relic.
These here whistles are all handcrafted by Fedoga Lavienta in Kerry. I sell them for €225, and that's a bargain price, I can tell you. I've seen them advertised for 300.
Do you mind if I borrow this? Asked Detective Scanlon. I'll give you a receipt for it and return it as soon as I can.
William O'Higgin frowned at her. Yeah, okay then. But it's not only my stolen whistles you're interested in, is it? There's something else going on here, isn't there?
You should have been a detective, Mr. O'Higgin, said Detective Scanlon. I'm afraid I can't tell you any more right now, but let me put it this way. You've been more help than you know. She took out her notebook and a pen and started to write out, borrowed from the music market, 1 low-D tin whistle. As she was writing, she said, This guard who came in to warn you about the robberies, is there anything you can remember about him? His name, his badge number, what he looked like? William O'Higgin stuck out his bottom lip and slowly shook his head.
They all looked the same to me, guards, except for the Bangardi, of course. Tall fella he was, chunky, but then they all look chunky in them yellow jackets, don't they? I tell you something, though. I reckoned he originally came from Waterford or thereabouts, the way he kept calling me head, and there was a couple of other Waterfordy things he said, which I forget now.
Detective Scanlon tore off the receipt she had written. I may have to come back with a few more questions, Mr. O'Higgin, but meanwhile, thanks for your cooperation. William O'Higgin dropped the tin whistle into a shiny green paper bag and gave it to her.
Don't be tempted to be playing it, mind, he told her. It's the health and safety. You never know what some folks have in their spit.
Chapter 19. Katie didn't reach the station until 9:45. She had showered at about 6 o'clock, but after that she had flopped herself back on her bed in her fluffy dressing gown for a moment's relaxation, and the next thing she knew, she had been dead to the world for 2.5 hours. Murren brought her in a cup of black coffee and a glass of water. She always seemed to know when Katie needed a caffeine jolt and some serious rehydration. "Anything else I can fetch you?" she asked. "I bought a couple of those raspberry tarts from Heaven's Cakes this morning if you'd like one. You've had a rake of calls and Pod's Green Scanlon was asking after you." "Yes, she texted me, and no, I don't want anything else just yet, thank you, Murren. I have a tongue like Gandhi's flip-flop." Before Katie started to answer all her phone calls and sort through her messages, she wanted to ring her father. She had been thinking about him as she drove into the city, and if she hadn't been running so late, she would have crossed the river to see him. She wanted to talk to him further about the money that he had lost and whether it might be possible to get all or at least some of it back. She was friends with Peter Doody, a first-class commercial solicitor on South Mall. Apart from being smooth and dark-haired and handsome and owning a yacht down at Kinsale, Peter Doody had often given her legal advice on cases of fraud and money laundering.